Chapter 1137. The clash between the Song of Ice and Fire world and the Demon Hunter world was not the same as a high-level world crushing a low-level world. On the contrary, excluding the true gods and the fake true gods who understood the Song of Laws, the Demon Hunter world was far stronger than the Song of Ice and Fire world. The Song of Ice and Fire world's power was stronger. After the cataclysm of Valeglia and before Danny appeared, the Demon Hunter world was overwhelmingly strong. Other times, if there was a plain invasion, the Megalosaurus of Valeglia could easily stop the Demon Hunter world, but it was impossible to invade the other world. Generally speaking, other than Danny, the transcendents of the Song of Ice and Fire world, even the demigods, could not do anything in the Demon Hunter world. The top Demon Hunters and Warlock Council members were stronger than the demigods who did not understand the laws. Moreover, every world had a main character and a big boss. Their strength and potential stood at the top of the world. Unfortunately, Aunt May met the big boss of another world. Vilgefortz, you are a war hero who fought against Nilfgaardian. How could you betray the organization? The red-robed woman said in disbelief. As she expected, there was an undercurrent in Thanet Island. The arrival of Geralt and Ciri was like igniting a powder keg. A few days later, a coup d'état occurred. Vilgefortz and Ciri were both Source Warlocks. The Demon Hunter world did not have a regular Sea of Laws, and there was no strong person like Dragon Queen who could create the Cauldron of the King of Gods. The chaos force in the universe was not filtered by the Sea of Laws and could not be used directly. Even if normal warlocks had magic talent, they had to pay a huge price to use magic. For example, their ovaries would shrink and they would lose the ability to reproduce. For this reason, the Warlock Academy specially turned students with poorer grades into electric eels to extract the chaos force and transform it into docile magic, which was the Academy's magic engine. But Source Warlocks were different. Their bloodline was too strong, and their genes were even engraved with more complete laws, so their bodies were the best medium for the chaos force to flow through. To put it bluntly, they could freely extract the chaos force for their own use, just like the sorcerers of the Seven Gods world. Oh, that's not right. In order to reduce the depletion of the world's origin energy, Danny had also set a limit on the King of Gods' cauldron. Extraordinaires would often encounter situations where their water and electricity were cut off. After the celestial convergence, many mages from the Song of Ice and Fire world went to the Demon Hunter world, where their strength was often greatly reduced. Due to the frequent use of magic, their bodies were severely damaged. For example, like the warlocks in the world of Demon Hunters, they lost their ability to reproduce. The priests were even worse off. As powerful as Danny was, of course, she could forcibly spread the power of the Seven Gods to another world, but she would not do so. Not only would it be a waste of power, but it would also violate her own taboo, not invading or plundering other worlds. Even Aunt May was seriously affected. Her talent was not bad, but she was not an origin warlock. The Targaryens who were weaker than her were completely fine. They were like fish in water, because they were also origin warlocks. Warlocks relied too much on bloodlines. However, origin warlocks also had a weakness. Before their bloodline awakened, their bodies would have a severe rejection of magic. Other warlocks, such as Yenneave, could join the Warlock College from an early age and learn the basics step by step until graduation. Before origin warlocks awakened, they could not learn magic at all. But if you did not awaken, others would not know you were a muggle or a origin warlock. Therefore, Pavetta and Ciri only began to learn warlocks when they were old. That was a digression. The origin warlock Vilgefortz had lived for hundreds of years, but he had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was handsome like an elf, but his body was not as slender and delicate as the elves. Instead, he was unusually tall and strong. During the First Northern War, He was the one who brought Aunt May to the council and persuaded them to unite the northern countries to fight against Nilfgaard. He was also the one who led a group of warlocks to the front line and won the tragic Battle of Sodden Mountain. The 14 martyrs of Sodden Mountain, who died in battle, were all his students and old friends. But now, he seemed to have joined Nilfgaard. I am not interested in the Northern War, and Emperor Imhir of Nilfgaard cannot order me around. I am only doing this for her. The middle-aged gentleman with the cane pointed at the big lowly Ciri behind Gerald, his eyes greedy. Give her to me, and you can leave. Me? Ciri was a little confused. I don't even know you. But I know you. The ancient blood, the eternal fire of Targaryen. Do you know, I have been eyeing you for more than half a century. The handsome middle-aged man was almost drooling. Half a century. Melisandre's expression changed. How dare you plot against the Dragon Queen? You know nothing about true power. Vilgefort's face was full of disdain. While the red-robed woman was angry, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Have you seen the long night? Have you seen the battle of the true gods? Or do you know what the true gods look like? I stand at the mouth of the bottle to see the world. The mouth of the bottle is small, but the view is wide. The bottom of the well is much wider than the mouth of the bottle, but you have always been at the bottom of the well. This is the difference between me, Dany Rhys, and you. The Origin warlock sneered. Melisandre was stunned. The ancient blood can fight against the Dragon Queen. Do you know how Laura and Dany Rhys met, and why they agreed to deliver the goods in 100 years? Seems like you know a lot. Gerald's eyes narrowed, and his right hand slowly pulled out the sword on his back. I know far more than you. Laura and Dany Rhys met because Laura went to the world of the 7 gods. Do you know what this means? The World Gate. Melisandre frowned. Laura was only a person from 100 years ago, and the extraordinary in this world had a lifespan of more than 100 years. For example, Gerald and Laura were actually the same age. Therefore, the secret of Laura and the ancient blood was not considered a secret among the powerful warlocks. After being in the demon hunter world for more than 10 years, Aunt May naturally found out the truth about the ancient blood. Then have you ever wondered why Dany Rhys knew that Laura could open the world gate at will, but still sent the fire sprite in advance? She was also sneering. This is a rare opportunity. She had no choice but to gamble, the Source Warlock said in a deep voice. Sigh, you're the real frog at the bottom of the well. Only ordinary people play with schemes. Existences like Dany Rhys play with rules and fate. I won't waste my saliva on you. The Source Warlock quickly took a step forward, and his staff stabbed towards the demon hunter like a sharp sword. As they spoke, the red-robed woman kept retreating, and the demon hunter took the initiative to act as a meat shield. Bang boom! The sword and staff clashed, and the exploding sword chi left inch-deep marks on the walls on both sides of the corridor. Gerald's face was full of shock. You're also a sword god. How is that possible? You surprise me, Gerald. The Source Warlock didn't look happy, but a trace of surprise and annoyance flashed in his eyes. Where did you learn your swordsmanship from? Your sword intent is stronger than mine. You're a Source Warlock, but I'm a demon hunter. Gerald's face was full of ridicule. Demon hunter. I'm just playing with what's left. Before the stars converged, I was the strongest swordsman in this world. The Source Warlock loosened his bow tie, and his expression became even more solemn. This guy most likely made a deal with a sword saint who traveled to another world. Melisandre reminded. That's right, I used the cat sex green grass formula, P.S., in exchange for the Casterly Rock City sword symbol rubbing from a level 8 sword saint, as well as a full set of techniques to develop PowerPoints. My swordsmanship was inherited from the first sword god, Jamie Lawnlister. The Source Warlock said proudly. Melisandre and the demon hunter heard this, and their expressions were strange. Your talent is stronger than mine. The demon hunter sighed. Your luck is a bit lacking. After saying this, he swung his sword and stabbed forward. The two people's swords were like dragons, exchanging blows back and forth. Their forces were like two high-horsepower propellers, splitting the walls, collapsing the beams, tearing the wooden door, boom. The demon hunter was advancing bravely, forcing the Source Warlock to continuously retreat. The blue lightning ball suddenly appeared, and directly sent him flying 17 to 18 meters away. I admit defeat, my swordsmanship is not as good as yours. The Source Warlock's empty left hand flickered with electric sparks. But I'm a warlock. You talk too much nonsense. Melisandre snorted coldly. Darkness like a living monster appeared behind her, twisting and rising, and pouncing forward. It was like a wave of black mud had filled the entire room and corridor. In the sticky darkness, there were countless undead wailing. Not bad, if this was a few years ago, I would have been helpless. Unfortunately, in the past 10 years, I've collected countless ancient books from your world, including but not limited to the shadow-binding sorcery. Lightning flickered, like an irregular blue-white sharp blade, slashing here and there, cutting through the darkness. The evil spirits near the Source Warlock came into contact with the lightning, and mournfully wailed, evaporating into rotting black smoke. Geralt, I think we can change our strategy first. This place is too narrow, and it's not convenient to gang up on them. Aunt May said to the demon hunter struggling in the ruins. I'll take Ciri first, you take the rear. Geralt spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice weak. Okay. Aunt May did as she said, and forcefully blocked the Source Warlock for half an hour. The other party repeatedly tried to activate spatial teleportation, but was also interrupted by the experienced shadow-binding sorcery. Half an hour later, the magic tower at the highest level of the fairy city exploded, and the two warlocks finally stopped fighting. That's the Seagull Tower, they. The Source Warlock's expression was ugly. You have accomplices. That's right, of course you have accomplices. Aunt May was stunned, and no longer bothered. She turned into a wisp of smoke, and disappeared into the ruined palace. In the next few days, she could not find Geralt and Ciri. She only heard from the other female warlocks that Ciri escaped to the Seagull Tower under the pursuit of a few warlocks, and helplessly activated a teleportation formation, disappearing with the demon hunters. She was not sure if they died in the explosion, or if they were teleported to another area, another world, or even another space-time. That was not an ordinary teleportation formation, but a cross-world teleportation formation built when the elves ruled the world in ancient times. Because it was extremely unstable, no one dared to touch it in the past. Reality proved that it was indeed very unstable. Melisandre only used divination to confirm that Geralt and Ciri were still alive, and did not dwell on the matter anymore. The Dragon Queen did not give her the task of protecting Ciri, and she helped the little girl purely because of Geralt. However, Geralt was not her main goal in coming to this world. She had her own plans and goals. After a small group of warlocks colluded with Nilfgaardian spies to start the then-ed coup, the status of warlocks in the north plummeted. The kings of the north even announced that they would no longer support the Warlock Council. Not long after, the largest warlock organization in the north disbanded. Aunt May's chance came. Chapter 1138. The Warlock Council was disbanded, but there were still warlocks in Nilfgaard. What should they do? In addition to winning over the warlocks who were born in their own country and showed their loyalty, the northern countries began to learn from the advanced experience of the Seven Gods world. First, they vigorously developed the Blade Master Knights. Second, they imitated the universities of the seven gods world, and refined the extraordinary professions and single attributes. Finally, they tried to introduce the faith of the seven gods, so that the Church of the Seven Gods could assimilate the seven gods. Dani herself had already traded laws and bloodlines with the otherworldly Laura. She had even given away the first flames trait. There was no need for her to set up a trade barrier to prevent others from selling cultivation techniques to the other world. The Demon Hunter world and the Song of Ice and Fire world were not competitors. As long as Dani did not have any bad intentions, they were not enemies. After the celestial convergence, both sides went their separate ways, and it was difficult for them to meet again. Therefore, the Source Warlock Vilgeforts had broken through to the Sword God realm. In the past decade or so after the celestial convergence, the royal family of the Demon Hunter world had already obtained the Blade Master training technique, and even created a large number of Blade Masters. Yes, not just one or two, but a large number of them, hundreds and thousands. Especially the northern countries near the Megalosaurus Mountains, they could form a 100-man Blade Master Knight regiment. Before the celestial convergence, the swordsmanship of the Demon Hunter world had developed to a level that was not inferior to extraordinary powers. For example, Gerald had killed countless extraordinary monsters and warlocks. The introduction of the path of the Sword God was like adding wings to a tiger. Countless demon hunters and knights who had reached the peak of swordsmanship found the right direction in the lost path, and naturally advanced bravely. Blade Masters were much more reliable than warlocks, because the nobles who had the most resources were the easiest to cultivate Blade Masters. Blade Masters and Sword Gods were the advanced versions of knights. Most of the merchants in the Song of Ice and Fire world were imperial merchants. While selling the Sword God realm, extraordinary spells and meditation techniques, they also obtained many cultivation techniques of the Demon Hunter world. For example, the nature spells of the Druids, the body forging techniques and swordsmanship of the Demon Hunters. The exchange of knowledge multiplied the total amount of knowledge. In addition to the path of the Sword God, the detailed extraordinary professions of the Song of Ice and Fire world also made the nobles of the northern countries excited. Since the traditional warlock groups had other ideas, the bigwigs could only helplessly accept it. However, even if the wildfire specialists openly rebelled, it would only cause the industries involved in wildfires to wither. It would not have a fatal impact on the kingdom's political power. In fact, in the second year of the celestial convergence, the wildfire technology was also introduced to the Demon Hunter world. However, those small countries did not have the ability to build railways. At most, they could buy a wildfire steam engine airship or a car from the merchants of the other world. 3 years after Joffrey and Dani traveled through the other world, they got married and set up a small car production line in the Northern Ice Nation. They specialized in producing small cars and small airships to sell to the other world's royalty. Other than earning gold, silver, and treasures, they were also happy to purchase precious metals and alchemy products from the other world. Apart from the true gods, the level of martial arts and magic in the Demon Hunter world was much higher than in the Song of Ice and Fire world. There were too many treasures that the otherworldly people coveted. Also, because of the countless years of celestial conversions and the fusion of countless world fragments with this world, the quantity and diversity of resources in the world of demon hunters were far greater than in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. For example, coal. In the Megalosaurus Mountains where the two worlds collided, there was an immeasurable amount of coal stored. Dani chose the Megalosaurus Mountains as the point of collision, not only because it was empty and uninhabited, but also because of the coal resources. She planned to dig out a small piece of land from the Demon Hunter world and leave after the convergence. This was just a normal phenomenon of the celestial convergence, not a robbery. As for the priests of the seven gods, Dani had always been easy to talk to when it came to faith. As long as the priests of Meritlee's church believed in the seven gods, or continued to believe in Meritley, but firmly believed that merit lay and the 7 gods were the same gods. She would give the devout and virtuous people divine spells. In just a dozen years, the native priests had gradually spread from the Megalosaurus Mountains in the north to the south in a fan shape. With priests, sword masters, and wildfire bullets, the countries in the north were much less dependent on warlocks. During the coup in Thanet Island, even if only a small number of warlocks changed their stance and stood on the side of Nilfgaard because of the ancient prophecy, most of them chose to be neutral. Being neutral without helping either side was also a betrayal. While the rulers in the north were bitterly disappointed, they also began to suppress the living space of the warlocks. Some radical kingdoms even prepared to purge the spellcasters. The coup in Thanet Island had hurt the warlocks too much. Not only did they lose the trust and support of the kingdom, but the split in the Warlock Council also made the secular authorities see the weakness of the spellcasters. Even if there was no betrayal, the warlocks' great power, their youthful looks, their constant interference in politics, and even their arrogant attitude as the uncrowned kings of the north made the nobles jealous. A united warlock organization was too powerful. No matter how much dissatisfaction they had, they could only keep it in their hearts. But once the warlocks split, just like Aunt May, she was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. But in the years since she came to this world, how many times had she been defeated? Warlocks who acted alone could not threaten the regime, but warlocks who banded together were terrifying. The discord between the countries in the north and the warlocks was exactly what the Southern Empire, Nilfgaard, wanted to see. To achieve this goal, they began to instigate the Second Northern War. Sintra had fallen, and the countries in the north had lost their strongest southern barrier. Sintra had the strongest cavalry in the north, so Nilfgaard could attack everywhere. Aden was the first unlucky one, almost a replica of Sintra in the First Northern War. No, their performance was far worse than Sintra's. Sintra was the last person to die in battle, and even if they lost with dignity and vigor, winning the respect of everyone. Even to this day, and even in the Third Northern War, when the armies of the northern countries fought, the most common battle cry was still, "Remember Sintra." Well, they shouted, "Remember Sintra," to boost morale, but Calanthe could not find a country willing to support her no matter how hard she tried. She did not even allow her grandson-in-law to lead the roaring warriors south or cross the border. Aden had the strongest agriculture and industry in the north, but because it had been ravaged by peasant revolutions for years, the regime of the kingdom was very unstable. When faced with Nilfgaard's invasion, it did not put up much resistance and fell. Sigh, it seems that equality and freedom is not suitable for this world. Sakia, come back to the world of the 7 gods with me, and bring your godfather and mother. In a mountain ridge outside Ving Castle, the capital of Aden, a dwarf who had just suffered a huge defeat looked at the female dragon who was equally dejected. Just yesterday, the peasant army that they led, claimed to be 500,000, was defeated by the 20,000 southern troops in a field battle to defend Ving Castle. The dwarf even mounted his warhorse again, raised his axe, and was ready to put on a show of the return of the cloud at the Black River Pass. Unfortunately, he did not have knights of the same strength as the enemy by his side this time. Although the peasants had simple military training, their individual strength was too weak, and their cooperation was far from that of a regular army that had been honed for years. The enemy's 200 sword saints led 5,000 heavy cavalry, like a sharp knife cutting through butter. With just one charge, they destroyed the army of 50,000. If not for the dwarf's tile steel armor, even if he disregarded his identity and transformed into a demonic dragon, he would not have been able to survive the encirclement of the sword saints and war spellcasters. That bunch of unscrupulous merchants, they even sold tile steel. When I get back, I'll definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Stroking the fine cut marks on his breastplate, the dwarf felt a lingering fear, as well as anger. The enemy's sword saints had tile steel swords, and more than one. The marshal of the empire was even wearing tile steel armor with the image of a human face on it. They must have noticed that you are wearing tile steel armor. Thanks to the merchants of the world of the seven gods, your identity was not exposed. The female dragon sighed. We have failed, Tyrion said. I don't believe that all 50,000 soldiers will die on the battlefield. When we return, we will regroup and engage in guerrilla warfare like in the early years. The female dragon clenched her teeth. Yes, earlier on, the rebel army was still engaging in guerrilla warfare. With the dwarf's advice, Sakia quickly seized a few earldoms and established a more stable base. The king of Aden, Demavi III, even secretly sent a messenger, intending to use the title of duke to recruit her. Sakia rejected him without hesitation. It was also because the rebel army and the army of the royal court each fought that Aden fell so quickly. When the southerners first attacked, the royal border guards were at the front, and the rebel army was prepared to take advantage of the situation. In the end, the border outpost with only a few thousand soldiers fell in 2 days. No matter what, the royal court had to leave a portion of their main forces to guard against the rebel army, so as to prevent a revolution. They did not dare to send out all of their forces. With this, the royal court, which only had a total of 13,000 soldiers, fell in a few days. The dwarf was dumbfounded by the tragic state of the royal army. He could only hurriedly call over the peasants in the fields. A total of 50,000, claimed to be 500,000. In the end, they were taken away in one wave at Ving Castle. He did not defend the city. In this world with powerful warlocks, defending the city was equivalent to taking a beating, unless you had a group of warlocks equal in number to the enemy, and could defend against the enemy's spell attacks. But with warlocks equal in strength to the enemy, why would they choose their own capital as the battlefield for war spells? You misunderstood me. Reorganizing the army is not difficult, and guerrilla warfare is even easier. I even have the confidence to drive away the invaders. The failure I'm talking about is not the failure of the war, but the idea of equality between races and classes, and freedom for all. It's beautiful, but it failed. The dwarf sighed. If we drive away the Nilfgaardians, won't we achieve our ideals? Sakia was puzzled. Only the idea of making the country richer and stronger, and making the people's lives better, is a successful idea. The victory or defeat of a war is only the strength of the means, and has nothing to do with the quality of the idea. Now the facts have proven that absolute equality does not exist in the world of power. You saw how the sword saints and the warlocks slaughtered our peasant army. How can both sides be equal? Forcing equality will only cause greater unfairness. The dwarf said bitterly. Sakia's expression changed a few times, and said in a low voice, then fine-tune the idea, do not pursue absolute equality, but must make this world fairer. Isn't this the freedom of young girls? You want to follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Queen. Back then, you were very disgusted with this false freedom. Tyrion said in a strange tone. Freedom and equality was actually Dany's slogan when she started, and it was also the idea she persisted in until the end. Now, there were no more slaves in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, and Hell and Heaven could also guarantee relative equality between the nobles and the commoners. Sakia had a very high opinion of the Dragon Queen's action of freeing the slaves, but after understanding the norms of freedom and equality in the Seven Stars Bible in detail, she showed great disapproval. She thought that the Dragon Queen's revolutionary stance was not firm enough, and even betrayed her early ideals in the later years of her life. I was still too young back then, and this failure made me understand that the Dragon Queen was right. Because I insisted that the Sword Saint Knights and ordinary soldiers were completely equal, it led to the peasants and subhumans under my command. The powerful warlocks and sword saints of Aden would rather follow Demavi, king of Aden, who retreated without a fight, than surrender to me, who swore to protect the capital. Perhaps I have to introduce the doctrine of the seven goddesses in Aden. The mother dragon sighed. Chapter 1139. The confusion in my memory made me forget Thane's coup. I only saw Vilgefortz as the great hero of Sodden Mountain in the First War in the North. Gerald blamed himself and slapped himself a few times. He said with a pained expression, "It's all my fault." To save me, she broke into Vilgefortz's house. That bastard purposely used me to bait Ciri and set up a formation to prevent space-time travel. It was when I saw Ciri being arrested that I suddenly woke up and recovered most of my memory. I was lucky enough to escape. You're thinking normally now. Tyrion was puzzled. You have no idea how many worlds Ciri brought me through. Just the Dragon Queen alone, we met 3 times. Which 3 times? The dwarf asked curiously. Ciri and I bade farewell to the unicorn and opened the world gate to leave the elven world. We returned to this world, but found the wrong timeline and traveled to a world 500 years in the future. At this point, the demon hunter became very excited. 500 years later, we started to build railways. Every big city has a steam engine, a train powered by a mixture of wildfire and coal. Coal? The dwarf was shocked. That black, brittle lump of earth that can burn for a long time. Yes, Ciri and I traveled to Ardian. Wow, outside Ving Castle were factories with tall chimneys. Even the sky was grey and the air was choking with smoke. I even saw the statues of you and Sakia in the central square of Ving Castle. I even read the history books about yesterday's battle. When he said the last sentence, Gerald's expression became very strange. The dwarf did not notice his tone and only said excitedly, "Is this true? Now that you're telling me the future, will it change history? I remember there's an old grandmother paradox in space-time travel. Did you kill anyone?" Not only did I kill, but I went on a killing spree. Because Ciri's skills were rusty, space-time fluctuations alerted the warlocks around the world. Yes, not only were there steam engines and trains, even magic and martial arts were greatly developed. There were more than a dozen magic towers guarded by demigod warlocks in the capital. They were constantly monitoring the sea of laws. Any abnormal fluctuations would attract their attention, let alone space-time fluctuations. However, you don't have to worry that history will change. The Dragon Queen said that the old grandmother's paradoxes and the rules of space-time imagined by mortals are all nonsense. Traversing space-time is equivalent to breaking the space-time laws of the entire universe. But if you break the space-time laws of the entire universe, what's the progress of a mere country's mortal society? Gerald said. That seems to make sense. The dwarf muttered. Hey, that's not right. Where did your world get the Sea of Law? It said that Dragon Queen imparted her skills to Ciri and Yennefer to forge a replica of the King of God's cauldron, the demon hunter said uncertainly. Did you see the other Ciri and yourself? The dwarf asked. We didn't stay for long. 500 years in the future. Ciri didn't appear, and when we did see the other me, that guy only gave me a puzzled look before running away in fear. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had seen a ghost. With just that one glance, many things appeared in my mind. My original memories were also being modified. I knew that my memories from the future would definitely change history when they returned to the present. Then, my memories from the future would change as well. Because of that, my thoughts became chaotic, and I couldn't tell if my memories were real or fake. Until now, I don't even know if my knowledge was transmitted to me by the other Gerald, or if it was told to me by the Dragon Queen, or if it was something I heard from someone else. Most importantly, a lot of the other Gerald's knowledge also happened to come from the Dragon Queen. He knew that his knowledge came from the Dragon Queen. I have a part of his memories, and know that he knows. Gerald waved his hands around unconsciously, not even knowing what he was saying. Sigh, so you should know how chaotic my thoughts are, he sighed. I'm just listening to you, and it's all messed up, the dwarf complained. Gerald nodded and sighed. It's indeed very messed up. You should have noticed that I've emphasized the Dragon Queen many times. It's because everything is changing, and only she is eternal. I was drifting in the boundless spacetime sea, and she was the only lighthouse in the sea. My chaotic thoughts gradually converged on a line with her as a coordinate. When I returned to this world, at this point in time, the converging process sped up, and I returned from an idiot to my original state, which is the current me. It seems that spacetime travel is not something that ordinary people can play with, the dwarf exclaimed. If I could master the Song of Laws, it would be much better, Gerald said. That's what my sister said too. You said that you traveled to Ving Castle 500 years in the future, and saw a history book about me, the dwarf asked again. We just happened to land in the library of the Holy Golden Dragon University. It's because I've read the history books that I know you fought with Colin's army at the foot of Ving Castle yesterday, Gerald said with a strange expression. Damn it, I lost so miserably yesterday, and it will affect my image in the future. The demonic dragon was embarrassed and a little flustered. No, after I chase away the invaders and rebuild the glory of Aiden, I must change the history, and not let those scholars write nonsense. You've already written nonsense. Gerald sighed. According to the Chronicles of Aiden, the husband of the Virgin Sakia, Hugu, was 195 meters tall, handsome, with golden hair fluttering in the wind. He had sparkling blue eyes and a smile as sharp as a blade. At times, he was charming and witty, full of witty remarks, and at other times, cold and arrogant, like a lonely wise man who was not understood. It's fine to fake your body and appearance, but that author even made up the result of the war. The Battle of Ving Castle was clearly a one-sided defeat, surrounded by sword saints and trampled by horse hooves. But in the history book, you held a big axe in your hand, rode a tall horse with a silver mane, and fought the god of swords Marshal Kolen. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sword aura pierced through the 9 heavens. In the end, you also broke through to the god of swords, and with a swing of your axe, you sent Kolen flying 100 meters away. If he wasn't wearing the tile steel armor, he would have died on the battlefield. After sending the enemy marshal flying, you led 10,000 rebels and fought with the outnumbered army. Damn it, you claimed that you had an army of 500,000 yesterday, but in the history book, you were outnumbered again. Even though you were outnumbered, you fought with 100,000 Nilfgaardian soldiers for 3 days and 3 nights. You killed more than 50 generals alone, and led 300 soldiers to penetrate the enemy's army more than 10 times. I almost thought that you were Zhao Zilong and Guan Yunchang combined. The end of the battle was inspiring, and because of Demavi III's betrayal, the god of war Hugu was tragically defeated. Who's so shameless to flatter me like this? The dwarf smiled sheepishly, but he thought to himself, this historical record is pretty good. I have to remember the author's name and get him to write my history book. Gerald stared at the demonic dragon under him with a strange gaze for a long time, and then said calmly, the history book was compiled by the completely neutral, holy monk from another world, Master Tyrion. Because Master Tyrion is from another world, and an accomplished monk, he has nothing to do with Hugu. That book's fairness is recognized by historians. Are you confused, and remembered wrongly? The dwarf forced a smile. I'm not that shameless. However, with Master Tyrion's credibility, it would be a pity if he didn't write the history book. If I remembered wrongly, how could I find you? Gerald snorted. I still remember that 3 days later, you and Sakia gathered the remnants of the rebel army, and held a political meeting in Grob village to seek truth from facts, summarize lessons, and revise the revolutionary program. In the meeting, they decided on a new concept of absolute equality leads to unfairness, and absolute freedom is a threat to the freedom of survival. This. The dwarf was stunned. Didn't I miss that historic meeting now? It doesn't matter. Since you like to make up history, you can get Master Tyrion to make it up for you in the future, the demon hunter said coldly. The dwarf was speechless. After a long time, he asked again, who are Zhao Zilong and Guan Yunchang? And their names are in the Draconic language. After leaving the demon hunter world 500 years later, Siri brought me through another 20 times, or 30 times, or even more. I can't remember clearly. Anyway, I just randomly transmigrated. Sometimes I went to another world, and sometimes I returned to this world at the wrong time. Finally, we met her again at a place called Earth by the Dragon Queen. She was forging a sword by the lake. Earth? I seem to have an impression of it, but I don't know who mentioned it, the dwarf muttered. You probably remembered wrongly. Earth is a newly discovered world, Gerald said. The dwarf frowned and thought for a moment, shook his head, and asked again, what sword was she forging? The sword and the stone, a sword to choose a king. Choose a king for whom? She said that the royal family were her descendants, and she had to be responsible for the people on the island. The sword and the stone could choose the best king. I don't quite understand. Isn't Earth a different world? Where did her descendants come from? Tyrion said. It seems. Gerald looked hesitant. I don't quite understand. She said that Earth is a different world, but she also said that Earth was created by her. Maybe it was a transformation. The dwarf recalled the Dragon Queen's transformation of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Maybe the natives of Earth died out, just like the builders of the ancient ruins in the southwest desert, and then... the timeline is too messy, and I can't figure it out. Could her descendants be called Zhao Zilong and Guan Yunchang? No, at the same time on another continent, a great empire was dying. The new era began, and many heroes were born. Among them, Zhao Zilong and Guan Yunchang were the most famous, Gerald said. Why did they go to another continent? The dwarf was confused. At that time, the Dragon Queen was forging a sword. When she saw Ciri and me, she asked if we needed new weapons. Only a fool would refuse a weapon forged by the Dragon Queen herself. She forged a two-handed sword for each of us, and then suggested that we go to the Great Han Empire to test our weapons. Because England was a barren land at that time, and the Eastern Han Empire had the best civilization and martial artists. So, Ciri and I went to the Eastern Han Empire. We challenged many famous people along the way, including Hua Xiong, Pan Feng, Xing Daorong, Wang Yu, Lu Bu, Guan Yunchang, Zhao Zilong. Unfortunately, we didn't find Tong Yuan. The Dragon Queen didn't lie. The Central Plains were full of heroes. Ciri didn't even want to leave immediately. She wanted to take Lu Bu as her master. Didn't you say that Zhao Zilong and Guan Yunchang were the strongest? The dwarf asked curiously. Lu Bu is lecherous and immoral. He has the most beautiful wife in the world, and he wants Ciri to be his concubine. I don't like him, Gerald said in disgust. Lecherous? He's our kindred spirit. The dwarf was confused. Lu Bu killed his father for a woman. Gerald said disdainfully. Midget, more and more like a kindred spirit. I killed my father for a woman too. Snatching a woman from his own son, Father Lu isn't a good person either. He couldn't help but defend Blue Lion. He's not his biological father. He's my adoptive father. This. The dwarf suddenly wanted to meet Lu Bu with his own eyes. Is Lu Bu strong? He asked. Very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that the Earth's chaos force is too thin, he would have broken through to Sword God long ago. In terms of combat power, he's invincible. The dwarf was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Is he handsome? He's rather good-looking, majestic, and dignified. How is he Lu Bu? He's obviously the Eastern Han Tyrion. I'm sure that Lu Bu is a hero that my sister created using me as a template. The dwarf shouted excitedly. Chapter 1140. Not only was the dwarf not happy about his lover's sudden repentance, he was also very depressed. He had accompanied the mother dragon for more than 10 years to verify a path that was different from the Dragon Queen. Now that he had to walk the same path and repeatedly prove the Dragon Queen's path, it would not help his cultivation at all. Don't be disappointed. The dwarf's face was full of disappointment. He put his hand on the mother dragon's hand and comforted her. There will be countless celestial convergences in the future. Or, when my sister masters the power of the ancient blood, find a world without magic for us. At that time, we can re-verify the ideals of equality and freedom. Sakia's expression was strange. What am I disappointed about? I revolted in hopes that the suffering people can live the best life. The ideals of freedom are just a means to make them happy, not an end. Just as the dwarf was feeling awkward, he suddenly heard the faint sound of twigs snapping from the trees to his left. Who's there? He gave the mother dragon a look. The two of them got into their stances, preparing to transform into Megalosaurus at the same time. Tyrion. I finally found you. A familiar white-haired man emerged from the hawthorn bushes. The newcomer was not an enemy, nor was he a remnant of the rebel army fleeing. It was Geralt with an anxious expression. The Seven Hells. How did you find this place? The dwarf was stunned. When you were being trampled by the Nilfgaardian army, I was on the hill. I even saw with my own eyes that you were knocked off the saddle by Marshal Cochrane's hammer and trampled by dozens of cavalry. Tyrion's expression was twisted. Geralt sized him up carefully. You seem to be fine. You didn't lose an arm or a leg. Since you were nearby, why didn't you come to help when I was surrounded by dozens of sword saints? The dwarf asked with a wooden face. I'm a demon hunter from the school of the wolf who strictly maintains neutrality. Directly participating in the kingdom's war would bring trouble to the organization. Also, the enemy had tens of thousands of people and a warlock group. What could I do if I went? Even the sword god is not invincible. The dwarf glared at him and asked again, why are you looking for me? To save Ciri. Ciri. After Thane's coup, where did you go? Tyrion asked curiously. Let's talk while we walk. The demon hunter quickly pulled the dwarf's arm. I'm busy here. Tyrion struggled to break free. As you can see, the revolutionary army has suffered a great defeat. I can't leave. It's an emergency. A warlock wants to steal Ciri's bloodline, Geralt said anxiously. Haha, there's no need to worry. The dwarf waved his hand with a smile, his expression relaxed. I've actually been wondering why no warlock has seized Ciri's bloodline despite knowing that she has the ancient blood and the fire spirit. Now, I'm just proving that my guess is correct, but you don't have to worry. If even I can think of it, how can my sister not think of it? That guy is destined to meet a miserable end. That's easy for you to say, but you, me, and Ciri haven't escaped fate. Leaving it up to fate will only lead to a tragic fate, Geralt said. Tyrion, just let him be. I'll be able to gather the remaining soldiers and organize the guerrilla army, the mother dragon said. Are you sure? If I can't even do such a small thing, how can I be the leader of the revolutionary army? Sakia rolled her eyes. The dwarf held her large hand and reminded her for a while before transforming into a megalosaurus and carrying the demon hunter away from the mountains. You might not believe it, but we've gone to another world. Thane's teleportation portal is connected to another world. The dwarf was shocked. No, at that time, we landed in the Great Eastern Desert. After a few twists and turns, we entered an ancient ruin. We accidentally activated the world transmission array and went to another world, the world where the elven heir was from. It was the world where Laura and the Dragon Queen had first agreed upon. The demon hunter was excited. The demon hunter world was very large. Mortals didn't know how large it was. The west coast where humans live today was about half the size of the Seven Kingdoms, which was the area south of the next swamp. On the surface, human civilization began 700 years ago, and the elves only had a history of about 2,000 years. However, this world had existed for countless years. Historians believed that the halflings and dwarves that appeared 10,000 years ago were natives, but many ancient ruins proved that there had been civilizations tens of thousands of years ago, or even millions of years ago. Human civilizations of different eras. Some historians speculated that the White Frost destroyed the world and killed all living things. When the ice and snow melted, new races migrated in from the intersection of the stars, and civilization restarted. This cycle continued for tens of thousands of years. And under the great southeastern desert, there were countless ancient tombs and ruins buried. Other than the absence of a true god, the demon hunter world was much deeper and murkier than the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. Even the original author didn't know how vast the world he wrote about was and what kind of ancient history it had. How did you come back from another world? Did Ciri's ancient blood completely awaken? How old is she? She's not even an adult yet, right? The dwarf asked in surprise. The ancient blood is too strong. Ciri could only barely open the world gate. After a pause, Gerald added meaningfully, I now understand why the Dragon Queen made a deal with Laura. You can't imagine what we've been through. I'm all ears. The teleportation portal that let us pass through, the Tower of Swallow, isn't a single existence. There's a corresponding teleportation tower in the elven world that allows for point-to-point teleportation. That's why we were discovered by the elves as soon as we passed through. Laura's former fiancé found us, the demon hunter said in a strange tone. The elven sage whose wife was stolen by a human. The dwarf had a strange look in his eyes. Yes, he said that the human warlocks stole the elven blood through marriage and wanted Ciri to pay the debt. Did the elven sage want Ciri to have children with him? No, he wanted Ciri to have children with Laura's father. What? The mystic dragon Tyrion almost fell from the sky, and Gerald almost fell off the dragon's back. Fortunately, he used his legs to clamp the dwarf's waist tightly. The elven king Oberon once gave birth to Laura, who had awakened the ancient blood. In theory, she has the strongest bloodline. The elves want to repeat this process. Fuck. The elves are a bunch of beasts. Oberon is Ciri's ancestor. You're a Targaryen. You have no right to criticize others, Gerald complained. And then? The elves used me to threaten Ciri. Ciri could only agree. Fuck, which unknown grandson of mine was cuckolded again. However, my sister should be happy to see the birth of a purer ancient blood. In order to please the old ancestor, Prince Targaryen wouldn't be against taking over. The dwarf laughed without any sympathy. It didn't succeed. Oberon and Ciri tried many times, many nights, but he couldn't get hard. In desperation, the elves could only drug their own king, and in the end, Gerald rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, maybe it was fate's joke. The elven king overdosed and died in bed. The dwarf dragon's face was contorted beyond recognition. This is really, what the fuck? It's really fucked up. The demon hunter nodded with a contorted face. Ciri had already slept with the elven king many times. Although it didn't succeed once, the elves saw her attitude and released me from prison early on. On the night of the elven king's death, the elves weren't on guard and she could easily find me. Of course, her teleportation ability was sealed by the elves and it would have been difficult for us to escape. Fortunately, the unicorn brought us out and unlocked Ciri's seal and taught her how to open the world door. Even a unicorn has come out. Do they know space-time magic? The dwarf was puzzled. Gerald said, the unicorns in your world are magical beasts with a single horn. The ones Ciri and I encountered were gods in the form of unicorns. They can speak and can grasp the language of any living being through telepathy. Traveling through space-time is an instinct. Fuck, the world door technology is a bug-like existence. It's so common in your world. The dwarf said in disbelief. Gerald said uncertainly, I suspect that the unicorn has some kind of connection with the elves, just like the fire elves and the dragon queen. The unicorn is a pet of the elves. Didn't you just say that the unicorn saved you and Ciri? The unicorn isn't a pet of the elves. In fact, the two of them are currently engaged in a cross-world racial war. The Ain-Air elves of the elven world are especially cruel and warlike. They once controlled the unicorn to open countless world doors, plundering resources, occupying land, exterminating the native races and committing countless murders. I've been to the ruins of a human city in the elven world. There were mountains of bones there. The previous masters of the elven world were all slaughtered by the elves. Gerald's voice was trembling. This is how a racial war should be fought. The dwarf sighed. I thought that the elves were naturally cowardly. I didn't think that the cowardly ones were the Ain-Air elves of the demon hunter world. In the early years, Ain-Air still kept some human slaves. It was only after the Ain-Air's experience in our world spread to the elven world that the humans were exterminated. The demon hunter said in a depressed tone. Decisive, ruthless, and capable. This Ain-Air elf is not bad, he has a bright future. The dwarf praised. You're a human, can't you empathize? Gerald said unhappily. Pretentious. The humans of this world slaughtered the huge elven empire. Why can't I empathize? We're all humans. The mystic dragon rolled his eyes. Gerald sighed and skipped the topic. Unicorns are naturally kind and hate evil. They hate the Ain-Air elves who coerced them into exterminating their race. The fire elves treat my sister as their mother goddess. Tyrion said. Yes, the fire elves call the dragon queen mother and lord goddess. But what about Targaryen? Tyrion was deep in thought. The fire elf's personality was largely set by the dragon queen. In a way, it was a part of her personality that was selectively strengthened. She was not pure and kind, but she liked kind creatures. Hence, the little elves were pure and kind. But what about Targaryen? Brandon was not the first Targaryen who deserved to go to hell. If the Dragon Queen was no longer around in the future, what was the relationship between Targaryen and the Fire Elves? Your guess is very reasonable, he said. It may not be my guess. The demon hunter looked hesitant. Perhaps this secret was told to me by the Dragon Queen. Perhaps. The unicorn only taught Ciri the basics of opening the world gate. But it was Ciri's first time and she was not familiar with it. She sent us 500 years into the future, what the fuck? The dwarf shouted again. Are you sure you did not fall into the elf's illusion? I met the Dragon Queen a total of 3 times in different worlds. She even reminded me that I was only a mortal. You're a mortal. The dwarf shouted again. Then what am I? Sigh, small demigods like you and me are no different from mortals in her eyes, Gerald said helplessly. The dwarf dragon's face contorted. All right, what you said makes sense. She said that mortals are unable to withstand the distortion of thought and existence brought about by time travel. It's probably like how two-dimensional creatures on paper cannot exist in the real world. Sigh, I don't really understand. I only feel that I'm missing a part of my memory. Or perhaps, a part of my memory has become uncertain, as if it has merged with another person's memory. This messed up my thoughts and I even forgot my own identity for a period of time. Chapter 1141. Maybe it's because Siri stayed in Eastern Han for a long time. The next time we passed through the World Gate, we didn't leave Earth. However, it was more than 3,000 years before Eastern Han when we arrived at Emperor Huang Xuanyuan's era. When Siri and I met the Dragon Queen for the third time, she was forging the Xianyuan sword for Emperor Huang Xianyuan at the foot of Mount Shou. Only 3 people could see her. Siri, I, and a warlock called Guangchengzi. She told us to take things as they come and help Emperor Huang Xianyuan conquer the south of the river before leaving. Hence, Siri and I became the Yellow Emperor's generals. Gerald spoke excitedly, but the dwarf listened with a blank expression. Emperor Huang, Guangchengzi, who are they? Legendary figures. If I hadn't transmigrated to Eastern Han, I wouldn't know how lucky I am, Gerald said excitedly. What's lucky? Tyrion couldn't understand. Sigh, you don't understand. That was the beginning of the legendary era. The dwarf didn't understand the demon hunter's feelings, and only said perfunctorily, after transmigrating through so many worlds and timelines, it's no wonder your mind is in a mess. 2 days later, they entered Ibeen, one of the 4 major countries of the Nilfgaardian Empire in the south. It was a coastal kingdom with rivers and lakes. At the edge of a large lake called Stone Lake, Tyrion saw Melisandre and Gerald's 3 teammates. Unexpectedly, he saw his obedient grandson, Brandon, again. You're Brandon. Why are you here? The dwarf asked curiously. I was just passing by. Brandon had matured a lot. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man in his 30s. He was dressed like a demon hunter and carried a demon slayer sword on his back. His eyes had experienced the vicissitudes of life, his skin had become rough and dark, and he spoke in the common language of the other world with a local accent. He was definitely a native demon hunter. Well, demon hunters would mutate after consuming the green grass potion. Silver hair was not uncommon. In fact, Gerald and Siri both had white hair. One was milky white, while the other was grayish-white. Brandon's silver hair didn't stand out. You've become a demon hunter. I thought you went back to the Westeros. The dwarf looked at him with a puzzled expression. Demon hunters did not need to be castrated, but they would also lose their fertility. Sigh, I did go back, but my little brother King was too stingy. He didn't even want to give me an earldom. I didn't want to be bullied, so I came to the demon hunter world again, Brandon said angrily. It's been more than 100 years since the founding of the 7 kingdoms. The territories of the 7 kingdoms have long been scattered all over the place. How can there still be a count for you? The dwarf rolled his eyes at him. The throne should have been mine. Back then, I was the Grand Duke of the Wind Rest Fort. At least return the Wind Rest Fort to me, Bran said. Windstop Castle is similar to Dragonstone Island during Aegon's time. It belongs to the Crown Prince. If I give it to you, where will the Crown Prince go to train in the future? The dwarf glanced at the few people who were looking at him curiously and said impatiently, All right, let's not talk about the 7 countries' royal families here. What level are you at now? A level 7 sword saint at the pinnacle of level 7. My wizard level is close to that of a demigod. Coupled with the demon hunter's body modification and unique curses, most sword gods are no match for me, Bran said proudly. You even participated in the Trial of Grass, P.S. You really don't want children. The dwarf was shocked. I don't even have a fief. What do I need an heir to? Moreover, I left behind a few illegitimate children in my early years. Now, even my grandson is preparing to get married, Bran said proudly. Fuck. Gerald frowned and said, Where did you come from? Why did you happen to pass by? He wasn't invited by you. The dwarf said in surprise. I was the one who invited Bran. Melisandre walked over and pointed at the few swordsmen in old armor behind Bran. She said, I heard that Oxenford Academy is developing a perpetual motion machine. I was very curious and wanted to take a look. However, I was surprised to see these unlucky scoundrels stripped naked and lying on a wooden stake at the Academy's entrance. It wasn't convenient for me to make a move, so I found Bran who was slaying demons nearby. You guys. The dwarf carefully sized up the 4 armored swordsmen and felt that there was a familiar aura on them. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in surprise, You guys are scholars. Are you stealing other people's technology again? The swordsman had an awkward expression. How can an exchange of knowledge between scholars be considered stealing? The dwarf was speechless. In the past 10 years, he had seen countless scholars who had their hands chopped off, sold to brothels, whipped, and all kinds of suffering. They were all discovered, tortured, humiliated, and killed for stealing things, books, and technology. In the beginning, he had saved a few of them and even advised them to try to exchange for something of equivalent value. We are poor. Without the kingdom's financial support, the precious books collected by our ancestors were taken away by the Dragon Queen 100 years ago. Moreover, for the sake of truth and knowledge, we scholars are not afraid of death, the scholar said. After that, he no longer cared about them. After all, they were not afraid of death. What technology is it for this time? The dwarf asked casually. A perpetual motion machine. Oxenford Academy is researching a perpetual motion machine and is about to succeed, the bearded swordsman said excitedly. You are a scholar, but you don't even know the law of conservation of energy. Tyrion snorted. In the age of magic, nothing is impossible. Scholars should base their knowledge on facts and not distort false delusions with their own will, the scholar said unhappily. Fuck, these words should be heard by your elders from 100 years ago, the dwarf complained. Stop arguing, Ciri is still waiting for us. Geralt said. Let's formulate a battle strategy first, the dwarf looked around at everyone, tell me your abilities and weaknesses. The opponent is in the fortress, it's impossible to fight them alone. I'm a demon hunter at the level of a sword god, I can be an assaulter. Geralt turned to Bran, his gaze lingering on the iron griffin badge on his chest for a moment. You're a demon hunter from the Griffin sect? Yes, I'm proficient in swordsmanship, fire witchcraft, and healing spells. I'm also very good at demon hunter curses, I can be your second assaulter and assist you, Bran said. The demon hunters in this world were divided into 3 factions. The neutral wolf faction only hunted demons and did not participate in any politics. Geralt was the representative of the wolf faction. The Griffin sect, which advocated chivalry, paid attention to personal morality and cultivation, and did all noble things. Not only did they slay demons, but they also fought for justice and justice. The Griffin sect had a reserve of magical knowledge that even mages would drool over, and their magic seal techniques were far superior to the other 2 factions. It was also for this reason that Bran chose to join the Griffin sect. Not only him, but many knights and sons of warriors who traveled to the other world chose to join the Griffin sect, which had the strongest educational resources and was in line with the teachings of the 7 gods. To the demon hunters of this world, the biggest weakness of the Griffin sect was that they charged little for missions, and even worked for free. But to the knights of the other world, they did not care about gold. Finally, there was the radical cat faction. They were notorious for accepting any job as long as they were paid. Also, because of the unique grass potion, when their bodies mutated, it was easy for them to develop extreme mental illnesses. Ciri was imprisoned in the boulder fortress on the cliff beside the stone lake. The Source Warlock Vilgeforts had set up a perfect defense system in the castle, and outside, there were archers and Iron Shield soldiers led by the Sword Saint. Once they entered the castle, they encountered a large number of assassins and magic traps. The battle was extremely tragic. 2 of the 4 swordsmen were burned to ashes and could not be saved. The other one was accidentally sent to an unknown place by a teleportation spell. The helpers that Gerald brought were even more miserable. If not for the dwarf's healing spell, they would have been completely wiped out. But in the end, they won. Because of Aunt May's prophecy. In her habitual prophecy at 5:00 in the morning, she predicted the Source Warlock's killer move, a fatal magic formation that was enough to threaten everyone. Then, she arranged for the dwarf, who had completed his dragonworm transformation, to block the fatal blow, creating the conditions for Gerald's counterattack. It was basically a replica of the Battle of Winterfell, when she and Stannis helped Dany create a chance to kill the deviant Ghost King. Unlike Thane's coup, it was not the Source Warlock's home ground, and he could not pose a fatal threat to the red-robed woman. Because of this, the red-robed woman did not discover the coup in advance in her prophecy every morning. This time, it was different. In his own nest, the Source Warlock had the ability to wipe out Gerald's rescue team. "You called me here just to be a meat shield." After the battle, the dwarf lay paralyzed on the floor of the underground hall, panting weakly. For the holy healing spell. Although Prince Brandon is the direct descendant of the Dragon Queen, he is not a priest. He can only heal himself with the Targaryen's unique dragon tongue magic, Aunt May said with a pale face. She was not in a good condition either. Source Warlocks were too strong. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, they were not inferior to powerful gods who had comprehended many songs of laws. Other than the songs of laws, many warlocks were stronger than demigods. But Aunt May and Tyrion had not sung their own songs of laws. Thank you everyone for coming to save me. For me, so many people died." Ciri was grateful and guilty. "For you, it's worth it no matter how many people die." Suddenly, a faint voice came from above. "Who is it?" Bran turned around, his pupils constricting as he said in shock, "Am I seeing things?" The underground hall was a huge circular laboratory built in the mountain, about 200 square meters. The highest point of the dome was 12 meters, and there was a circular platform between the floor and the ceiling. One could stand on the platform and observe the progress of the experiment below. When the rescue team arrived, Ciri was tied to a chair that looked like it came from a magical science fiction. The chair was connected to strange tubes and glass bottles, the surface of the bottles and tubes flashing with runes. This was a bloodline conversion device, invented by the Source Warlock, which could extract Ciri's ancient blood and fuse it into one's own body. Ciri had her blood drawn many times over the past few days, but there was no strange magic in her blood that could change one's constitution. The Source Warlock had been modifying the device recently, trying to exchange spinal fluid with Ciri, when Gerald's group charged in. At this moment, the Source Warlock was lying in a bloody mess in the hall. Everyone looked tired, sitting or standing, slowly recovering from their injuries. The experiment table, instruments, and fragments of bottles were scattered all over the floor. On the observation deck on the second floor, a middle-aged man wearing a black, red sun leather armor and a flaming crown appeared silently. The man looked dignified, and he had a dignified aura about him, but his expression was slightly gloomy. Bran stammered as he looked at the man, his face full of disbelief. "Prince Brandon, we meet again." The middle-aged man smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Tony, or rather, Emperor Im here." Gerald's expression was gloomy, but he was not as shocked as Brandon. "I really hope that you are here to save Ciri, and not Vilgefort's master, who is here to save the day. Vilgefortz is indeed my dog, but he's not very obedient, or we wouldn't be in this awkward situation," the Emperor said flatly. Chapter 1142. 7 Layers of Hell. "Tony, how did you become the Emperor of Nilfgaardian?" Brandon shouted. He had been a demon hunter for the past decade or so and knew very little about the details of Pavetta's death. However, he recognized the imperial robe with a red face on a black background and the flaming crown. "Fuck, I knew you weren't a good person, but I didn't expect the truth to be so cruel," the dwarf cursed. Imher waved his hand expressionlessly, and dense footsteps came from the passage behind him. In a few breaths, more than 50 sacred swordsmen led 200 archers to surround the hall. In addition, there were 15 great warlocks with strength no lower than demigods standing behind the emperor, and they began to cast a magic barrier that covered the entire hall. Just outside the castle, there was an even stronger magic reaction. Obviously, the emperor intended to kill everyone in one fell swoop. Melisandre's face was pale, and she said in a low voice, "I didn't predict this situation. Is it the interference of the astrologers, or the influence of different laws in different worlds? Tony, what are you trying to do?" Gerald said loudly. "Except for Ciri, all of you have to die. Especially you, Gerald, you know too many of my secrets. From the moment you came to Metchet to investigate my identity, you were destined to end up like this." Imher's tone and expression were very calm, as if this decision would not cause him any trouble. "Do you want to die? You even want to kill me and Brandon? It seems that my sister is still too low-key. The stars have converged for more than a decade, but no one knows about her deeds of slaughtering gods like chickens and chasing demon gods beyond the universe." The dwarf sneered, wishing that he could bring Tony to his face and tell him the terrifying story of Dragon Queen seeking revenge for the smallest grievance for 3 days and 3 nights. "I'm about to seize her flame of creation, why should I care about offending her?" Imher's face was expressionless. "Are you really not afraid of death?" The dwarf was a little scared. "I believe that fate won't let me die easily, because I'm the one who saved the world in the ancient prophecy. Of course, if death really comes unexpectedly, I can accept it calmly." The emperor was very calm and unperturbed. "Fuck, he seems to be serious. I hate lunatics who aren't afraid of death the most," the dwarf said to Gerald. "If it's possible, I also hope not to become enemies with Danny Rise." The great emperor, who loved to dance on his enemies' graves, pointed at the old warlock in a blue starry robe beside him and said, "This is Master Shashius. He's my court warlock and also the Empire's chief astrologer. He was the one who suggested that I go to Sintra to find a way to break the curse. As it turned out, his prophetic abilities were trustworthy. I believe that I can trust him one more time. I believe that he can help me cover up what happened in Stega Fortress. Your Majesty, we only need a big explosion that can pierce through time and space, boom." The old warlock spoke vaguely, but he was obviously excited. He opened his arms wildly and imitated the sound of a big explosion. "Blow up this mountain into a big lake and connect it with the stone lake on the side. I guarantee that no one can detect what happens here through prophecy. Then we announce to the world that the explosion was caused by Vilgefort's crazy experiments. Even the King of Gods from another world won't have much doubt." Seeing your self-satisfied clown face, I really want to laugh. "But now, Tony, seeing that I saved your life, let's talk in private." Gerald sighed. "You saved me, but I've repaid you with the law of surprise." Imher said lightly. "I want to save you again." The demon hunter said. "No need. No matter what you say, you won't change my mind." The great emperor's face was as cold as steel. "Tony, you're a beast. Pavetta loved the wrong person. She should have chosen me." Brand shouted. The great emperor's face slowly turned gloomy. "Take them down." "Yes, your Majesty." The Blade Master and the Warlock attacked at the same time. With their delicate coordination, they took down the exhausted and injured demon hunters in just a few moves. The dwarves turned into a swarm of dragon worms and escaped through the cracks in the ground. Well, the other half of the dragon worms were destroyed by the warlock's spell. Aunt May's performance was the most outstanding. The moment Imhere appeared, she left behind the shadow doppelganger with the ruby as the magic source and disappeared from the lab. The Blade Master swung his sword, leaving behind 2 pieces of ruby. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The entire Stega castle is surrounded by a barrier. Even teleportation can't be used. They can escape this room, but they can't leave the castle. Anyway, we're going to trigger the explosion here. It doesn't matter if we can find them or not. Even time and space will be blown apart. Even the gods won't survive." The warlock comforted the emperor. The great emperor was also a blade master. He nodded and suddenly pulled out his sword. 2 meters away, the blade master had pinned Brandon to the ground and slashed him in the crotch. It almost cut his hip bone in half. "Ow wow!" Bran screamed in pain. Blood poured out. "Tony, you're too evil. I really regret that I should have let him kill you back then." Gerald's eyes were spitting fire. Imhere's face was expressionless. But when he saw the fear and hatred in Ciri's eyes, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. This was his daughter. Although he didn't show any love for Pavetta, the scene of Ciri throwing herself into his arms and calling him daddy when she was young really touched him. Imhere turned his head and waved his hand to signal the Blade Master, the warriors, and the warlocks to back away. Then he explained to Gerald, "I didn't kill Pavetta. At that time, Vilgefortz found me and told me that the time was ripe to restore the kingdom. I planned to take Pavetta and Ciri back to Nilfgaard. In order to fake my death, I deliberately chose to go out to sea during a storm. I also let Vilgefortz summon a storm to attack our ship. In fact, he was opening a portal to send us back to the mainland." "Then why did Pavetta die?" Gerald asked. "He, Bran, and the other warriors were tied up. Ciri was also handcuffed with Daimo Gold. Well, Daimo Gold was an anti-magic metal. It could suppress magic power. The magic materials in the world of demon hunters were so plentiful that the extraordinary in the world of 7 gods went crazy. With a powerful kick, Imhere broke the source warlock's spine into a U shape. This son of a bitch betrayed me," he said resentfully. "On the surface, he submitted to me because of the ancient prophecy, but in fact, he wanted the ancient blood and the fire of creation. Before arriving in Nilfgaard, I didn't intend to tell Pavetta my true identity and purpose of this trip. But Vilgefortz helped me on the surface, but secretly told Pavetta." At this point, the Emperor paused for a moment and glanced at Ciri from the corner of his eye. A trace of pity was immediately replaced by coldness. He said in a stiff tone, as if he was telling someone else's story, "It wasn't an accident that I went to Sintra. When I was 13, Nilfgaard had a habit of usurping the throne. In order to make my father submit, they used all kinds of methods you can imagine and can't imagine to torment me. My father still refused to submit to the usurpers. The warlocks turned me, who was traumatized, into a hedgehog-like monster. My father had a heart made of steel and ice. Perhaps I inherited this." Seeing that my father still refused to acknowledge his identity as emperor, the usurpers tortured and killed him in front of my eyes. They laughed and threw me into the wilderness to be hunted down like a monster. After many hardships, I was lucky enough to survive. While hiding, I met the astrologer Shesius. At the cost of my future great rewards, he helped me to divine once. In Sintra, I would meet someone who could lift the curse for me. I wanted revenge. I wanted to take back the throne that was rightfully mine. Tony the Hedgehog would never be recognized by the nobles and people of Nilfgaard. I needed to lift the curse. So, I went to Sintra. In Sintra, I couldn't meet anyone. I could only hide in the wilderness until I met him." The emperor pointed to the remains of Vilgefortz's body and said indifferently, he had his eyes on the Calanthe family for a long time. On a rainy night, he guided me to save the king of Sintra, who was in trouble, in exchange for the law of serendipity. And one night, 14 years later, he let me see Pavetta, who was supposed to be my child. He glanced at Siri again and hardened his heart to tell the truth. My heart was filled with the flames of revenge. There was no room for love. Vilgefortz said that Pavetta was the one who could lift the curse for me. I was the crown prince for 13 years and received the best education. I honed myself in the wilderness for 17 years. My swordsmanship was extraordinary. With sweet lies and some arrangements of fate, I succeeded in making Pavetta fall in love with me. I admit that even when I hugged her, my heart was still as calm as a stone lake in winter. But I swear to the gods that I was willing to treat her as my only wife for the rest of my life. In fact, to this day, there has never been a woman more attractive to me than Pavetta. The emperor frowned as if he had encountered a difficult problem. He knew that he didn't love her and didn't care if she lived or died. But if he had to marry and choose a wife, he would choose Pavetta if it didn't involve other interests. But this thought was difficult to describe in words. What Pavetta pursued in this marriage was different from what I pursued. When Vilgefortz told her the truth, she collapsed. She quietly took Siri off the boat and confronted me with a resolute attitude whether I loved her or not, and how much of the sweet talk in the past was true. She asked me that on the boat. Pavetta had power close to that of a god, but she didn't have the state of mind to control it. She lost her mind and lost control of her magic. The storm was actually caused by the leakage of her magic. When he said this, there was a faint disdain in the emperor's tone. You don't understand love. The deeper the love, the more despair she felt, Brandon murmured. Don't think that I don't know your background. The emperor didn't hide his disdain. You used drugs to bewitch your female swordsman classmate. You have no right to talk about love. Bran's face was pale and his breath was weak. He forced himself to say, I was crazy in love with her, but I couldn't ask for it. It's my fault for having a bad reputation back then. It's only right that she didn't like me. I was wrong. When I saw her flirting with another man, jealousy burned my brain. I only wanted to force her to be my queen and use the rest of my life to make it up to her. Idiot. You deserve to lose the throne. The emperor didn't feel anything and only despised him more. Gerald saw a faint holy light flickering under Bran's crotch and relaxed. He asked in confusion, since it was for the ancient blood, why did Vilgefortz want to kill Pavetta? Kill? No, fake death. I told Pavetta the truth. Under normal circumstances, I don't like to lie. Her magic was completely out of control. The storm, rain, lightning, and fire shattered the boat. She disappeared into the sea and I was teleported ashore by Vilgefortz. He told me that Pavetta died in the sea. In fact, he used the same trick as me to help Pavetta escape by faking her death. But Pavetta didn't want to fake her death. Just like with Siri, he wanted to extract her ancient blood. Helping me fake my death was also a pretense. His real goal was to take Pavetta away without attracting attention. It was for the ancient blood. Sigh, I should have found Melisandre earlier, Gerald said with regret. When Aunt May used Calanthe's blood to prophesy, it had been almost 5 years since the shipwreck. At that time, Pavetta must have been tortured to death by the Source Warlock. Chapter 1143. Year 149 of the Draconic Calendar, the end of winter, December 25th. The old year was over, and Christmas had arrived. Christmas was the first day of the first month, the birthday of the Holy Celestial Emperor Dani Rise. Her birth was the beginning of the year, the first day of spring, the spring festival of all races and countries. On the Sword God airship flying toward Slaver's Bay, the deck under the magic barrier was calm and windless. Men and women in luxurious clothes held wine glasses and whispered to each other, laughing heartily as the symphony orchestra played at the bow. "Is the effect of the spring potion that good? Caitlin, you haven't changed at all, but I've become a haggard old woman." "No, Danny, you must give me a bottle." On the port side, Asha, in a brown velvet coat, held the face of Mrs. Stark and pinched it left and right, and then pulled the mistress of Casterly Rock City to yell at her. "Joffrey has formed a 200-person alchemy research team. When the formula is cracked, I'll give each of you a bottle," Danny said with a smile. "The Magic Academy of Old Town University is also researching this potion. It's been 15 years, and they still haven't succeeded. I have to admit that the alchemy of the other world is several generations ahead of us," Jenny Tully said with emotion. She was now the deputy dean of the Knight Academy of Old Town University. "Didn't the scholars steal?" Asha asked. "Scholars stealing technology is not stealing." The deputy dean explained out of habit, then shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's easier to borrow technology from ordinary people, but the warlocks have powerful detection and defense magic. It's difficult to get close. Don't worry. Looking at the situation, the celestial sphere will not end in a short time." Asha raised her chin to the distant sky and said with a smile. The ladies nearby also looked to the north. The huge celestial body had covered a quarter of the sky, and they could even distinguish the sea and land on the planet with telescopes. There are now 2 suns in the Demon Hunter world. One is bright, and the other is just a faint disk. "The dim one is our sun," Danny said. Caitlin pointed to a small but obvious black dot in the sky in the west. "That seems to be a planet too." Danny nodded. "That's right, the 3rd star is also here, and there may be more stars after that. But don't worry, according to the history of the Demon Hunter world, the convergence of many stars is a normal phenomenon. 1,500 years ago, planets of all colors and sizes completely covered the sky. Many supernatural creatures fell like rain, entering the world of demon hunters from all corners. Ghouls, gargoyles, bloodthorn corpses, they all appeared at that time. Can monsters enter our world at will? The Countess of Derry City covered her mouth and exclaimed. "No, our world only has one entrance and exit, and that is the North Pole. No one can break through from other places," Danny said. "Mother of God bless us, Mother of God bless us," the Countess said. Pop, a crisp sound like a bubble bursting suddenly came. 2 kilometers in front of him, a purple-black gap in the shape of a mouth could be seen with the naked eye. Anyone on the airship with a bit of magic talent could feel the strong spatial fluctuations. Everyone was dumbfounded. Whoosh! 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 Several figures fell out of the crack. "Ah, ancestors bless us, we have crossed into the world of the 7 gods." One of them screamed, and a pair of light golden wings of holy light popped out from his back. It was Meng Zotzi, and he quickly caught up with his partners below, holding one in each hand. "Wings of holy light, it's a paladin." Asha put down her wine glass and walked quickly to the bow of the ship. The other party also saw the airship in the sky, carrying 2 people and another man with bat wings to the deck. The crazy Prince Brandon. A few hundred meters away, a dozen people exclaimed. "And Geralt?" "Ah, Joffrey, Danny, Jenny, it's you." Sure enough, the middle-aged man with a sword on his back was Brandon. He was also carrying Geralt, the demon hunter, and another female demon hunter with short gray hair. Are you having a cocktail party in the sky?" Gerald looked a little embarrassed when he met his old friends again. Danny turned sideways and said a few words to the captain. Immediately, a group of waiters came over and whispered to the guests that were gathered together. "You finally brought them here. She carefully looked at the female demon hunter and said meaningfully, "This was an accident." Brandon glanced at Siri, who was looking around curiously inside. "We were being chased by the wild hunters, and in a panic, we opened a random portal and didn't expect to return to our hometown. Maybe this is fate." Siri said something that even she found strange. After saying that, she was stunned. Danny glanced at Astapor in the southeast, and could already see the vague shadow of the pyramid. "Who are the wild hunters?" She changed the topic. Gerald looked serious and said, "A group of demons that can't be killed. Ein Hill is the spiritual projection of the elves. As long as Siri opens the world gate, even if it's a few worlds away, the elves can sense the waves of the ancient blood, then locate the coordinates and cross worlds to find us. We have been fighting with the wild hunters for the past few years, and I don't know if they will find us here. Now that you are here, you don't have to worry about the wild hunters anymore. Let me introduce you to this friend. Regis greets your majesty, I am a vampire." In the palace at the top of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, a thin-faced man with a severely receding hairline bowed elegantly to the young woman on the throne. "Ah, he's a vampire. Vampires don't go to hell, but dare to meet Her Majesty the Celestial Emperor." Many guests in the hall exclaimed softly. Danny glanced at the people below and smiled. "Arrogance and prejudice are the major flaws of humans, and I can't avoid it. Vampires like you who are upright enough to comprehend the power of holy light are the best propaganda for the doctrine of the equality of girls." "What? This vampire is a priest of holy light." The guests in the hall almost dropped their jaws. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Demon Hunter Geralt of Livia." "Hello, Geralt." Danny smiled and nodded. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Siri's etiquette was also very standard. "Siri, we finally meet." Danny was smiling, but her eyes were very complicated. In front of her was not a female demon hunter. Through time and space, there seemed to be several shadows talking to her, including Laura. "Haven't we met before?" Siri asked, puzzled. "Is that so?" Danny frowned and thought, "Maybe you have seen me before, but this is the first time I've seen you." All the guests were at a loss when they heard this. "Siri, I think you should introduce all your titles to everyone, let them know that you are not an ordinary person." Danny continued. Siri did not understand, but she bowed again and said with her head held high, "I am Nilfgaardian and Sintra, Princess Brugg and Countess Sodden, the successor of Skellig Island, Lord of Atri and Aber Yara. Greetings, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor." Ha 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 ha. Danny could not help but laugh. She turned to the white-bearded silver-armored knight and said, "How is it, Sir Barristan, what do you think?" The white-bearded old knight also could not help but laugh. He said to the confused demon hunter, "Don't mind, the Empress is just joking with you. Your experience is actually very similar to hers." She also carried a long list of titles, but seemed to have nothing. Siri could only laugh awkwardly. As for the other guests, those who understood smiled and clapped, while those who did not clapped awkwardly. Siri stepped back, and the last demon hunter took a step forward. "Ancestor, I am the eldest grandson of Scar Yamont, Brandon. Do you still remember me?" Brandon was so excited that his cheeks were red as he looked at her eagerly. Danny frowned slightly and sighed, "Bran, you have to work hard. Do more good deeds while you are alive, and accumulate more merit. Only then will you not go to hell after you die." "Ah." Bran was stunned and said awkwardly, "I am now a level 8 sword saint at the peak, about to break through to sword god, and my fire witchcraft is half a step away from demigod. Ah, I didn't expect the Mad Prince to have such achievements, a dual demigod in swordsmanship and witchcraft. If that's the case, among Yamont's grandchildren, he is the most promising. His younger brother, King David, passed away last year when he was only 62 years old. I heard that he is not married yet. Excluding the 20 years he was in a coma, he is only in his 40s now, a young talent. Sigh, he impregnated my aunt and gave birth to an illegitimate child, should we, the crowd whispered, and the way they looked at Brand gradually changed. After the convergence of the heavenly spheres, a large number of swordsmanship, witchcraft, and alchemy manuals from other worlds entered our world. In just over 20 years, the number of demigods has increased by dozens, and the growth is getting faster and faster, far from reaching its peak. The burden of the world is a little heavy. So, I have decided to set a threshold for the cultivators, a test. Ancestor Danny said with a smile. Brandon had an inexplicable feeling that this test seemed to be very disadvantageous for him. What test? He asked carefully. Heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing the name, Brand shuddered. I am not afraid to tell you the truth. Danny glanced at the cultivators who were looking at her attentively. Our world has entered the lower universe, and there are not many resources to be wasted on people who do not contribute to the world. She raised 2 fingers. There are only 2 kinds of people who are useful to the world. First, you have great merit, and merit itself represents your contribution to human society and the world. Merit can greatly reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation, and even reduce it. Second, you are a heavenly God who has comprehended the song of laws, and become the pillar of the sea of laws. Naturally, it is beneficial to the world. Your Majesty, what is the heavenly tribulation? Someone asked loudly. Lightning strikes, fire burns the body, astral winds corrode the bones, lust demons bewitch the heart. It mainly tests your heart towards the path and your protective means. When you become a demigod, there is a heavenly tribulation. After you become a demigod, Danny said hesitantly, after you become a demigod, there will be a heavenly tribulation after a while. How long is a while? Someone asked again. I have to calculate how many years it takes to comprehend a rule on average, Danny said. Heavenly Emperor is merciful. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the people from the other world, a large group of demigods knelt down and looked up at the Empress on the throne. Heavenly Emperor is merciful. Please don't use yourself as a reference. It comes once every 10 years. We can't survive at all. There were quite a lot of demigods here for the 150th birthday celebration this time. There were about 100 of them, and the scene was spectacular. Don't be agitated. I said it has to be evenly distributed. Danny comforted them. It's useless to be evenly distributed. A demigod from the 7 kingdoms howled. The houses in the King's Landing are so expensive, but once the commoners are evenly distributed with the nobles and rich merchants, they can get 2 houses per person. Your Majesty, why don't we use the former first true god as a reference? Danny looked up and saw that it was her old subject, the god of whip, Hattar. Hattar's physical body was sanctified, and he was the punishment officer of the underworld. Not only him, even the impermanence Arya was here today. You mean Lalo? Danny had a strange expression. Yes. The god of whip looked at her eagerly. Lalo is the first flame in the world. He didn't take long to comprehend the Song of Fire back then, Danny reminded him. Use the time he took to comprehend the Song of Shadow as a reference. The god of whip smiled sheepishly. Why don't we use the time he took to comprehend the Song of Water as a reference? Danny was stupefied. Lalo comprehended the Song of Water. The god of whip was confused. He won't be able to sing the Song of Water in his lifetime. The duration of your heavenly tribulation is naturally infinitely long. Danny smiled coldly. Ah. Chapter 1144. Are you going to fulfill the ancient sacred oath with me this time? After the banquet, Danny brought Ciri and Geralt to the 5-Dragon Cave, a towering cliff south of Astapor. The jade platform under the moon was clean, with a stone table and a few stone stools. It was simple, and the three of them sat around it and drank tea. "Can we wait a little longer?" Gerald looked worried, and his eyes were uneasy. "Ciri has not fully grasped the power of the ancient blood, and she knows about your fire of creation, but not why." Danny looked at him from head to toe and smiled. "Gerald, have you noticed the changes in yourself? In the early years, you rushed back to the demon hunter world, and couldn't wait to bring Ciri to me. Now, you've been dragging your feet, and even subconsciously avoiding seeing me again." The demon hunter said awkwardly, "Maybe our identities are different, and now I really see Ciri as my daughter. In front of you, I can't hide my selfishness. You'll take away her ancient blood, and you'll take back the fire spirit, which will be disadvantageous to Ciri. I'm not avoiding the oath, but I hope that Ciri can transform the law and her blood into her own song of law. Just like you, without the fire spirit, you still control the fire of creation. No one can take away the law you've comprehended, that's what you said to me." Ciri looked worried, afraid that her foster father would tell the truth and offend the powerful queen before her. "Your world's will is very stupid and greedy." Danny said something that puzzled the two. "Of course, my world's will is not very smart, but," seeing the confusion on their faces, Danny sighed and skipped the topic. She said, "Gerald, you have failed to live up to my expectations. Even now, you still haven't broken free from the world's will's distortion of your mind." "What expectations? What distortion of thinking?" Gerald was puzzled. "Back then, you received a sword will from Dreamy, and were the first sword god in the demon hunter world. But later, as the sword god technique spread, more swordsmen broke through, and more than 10 sword gods were born, but you're not the strongest one." She stared into his eyes and said word by word, "You should have been the strongest one. Not only were you strong, but you were also able to break free from the shackles of fate. Because the sword intent that still exists in your mind isn't Jamie's. It's mine, the sword of destiny that I gave you." Ciri was dumbfounded. Gerald's pupils contracted as he muttered, "My teacher once taught me that everyone has their own style of swordsmanship, and that one's own style is the best. So, after becoming the sword god, I didn't choose to fuse with that sword intent." Why did you give me that sword intent?" "Do you know my story?" Danny asked. "I've read history books and countless plays about you. About my relationship with Lalo, can you tell from the storybook?" Danny asked again. The demon hunter's heart skipped a beat. "You seem to have broken free from the fate he has arranged for you." Danny nodded. "Only by breaking free from fate can one control fate. I gave you that sword intent for a very simple purpose, to help you break free from the fate that the demon hunter world has arranged for you. Not only do I have a deal with Laura, but I also have a deal with your world's will. I will recomprehend the laws that I have mastered in the demon hunter world. However much I get, I will give it back to you and Yennev. Yennev will at least comprehend a song of law, and what you get will not lose to the song of law. My personal understanding is that the value of jumping out of fate far surpasses the song of law," she added. "Thank you, I'll absorb it later," Gerald said solemnly. "You don't want Ciri to fulfill the agreement with me immediately because of the influence of the world's will. It instinctively refuses to let high-quality blood flow out. This is the nature of the world's will, and our world's will is the same. But your world's will is too stupid." "How is it stupid?" Gerald was puzzled. "Let me ask you, can Ciri escape the sacred oath with me forever?" Danny asked. "She can't." Gerald sighed. Danny smiled and asked, "If Ciri transformed the laws in the ancient blood into her own song of law, then the ancient blood that she gave me, does it contain all the secrets of her understanding of the laws?" Gerald was horrified. Danny looked meaningfully at the stunned Siri. Your coming to Slaver's Bay this time was not an accident. It is very likely that your future self asked you to do so. She did not want me to continue taking advantage of you. By the way, I heard that you have been to the future. You really don't know. We have also met in the future, several times, Siri murmured. Danny shook her head. My future self will not interfere with my past and present self. I can't even physically pass through the timeline at this time. So confusing, Gerald groaned as he held his head. Danny smiled faintly. In order to not be confused, my timeline has been compressed into a line that does not interfere with each other. Then, she turned to Siri and advised, try to travel through time less in the future. Today's cause will be the result of another day's cause. I don't quite understand. Siri said. If you understand, then there is no need for me to advise you. Just remember what I said. What should I do now? Siri asked blankly. Danny stopped smiling and said solemnly, let me ask you, are you willing to fulfill the sacred oath between me and Laura at this time? Siri thought for a moment and said doubtfully, I thought you wanted to fulfill the agreement as soon as possible. But now, I think you would rather I refuse. Danny smiled again. Do you think I am kind? The two demon hunters mumbled, you are kind as the Virgin Mary. Danny smiled. You are wrong. I am not kind, nor am I evil. The Virgin Mary is the kindness that I wish for the world to have, but that does not mean that I am kind. Do you understand the difference? The two nodded silently, their faces pale. I am not the Virgin Mary. I am not lacking in cunning and ruthlessness. Otherwise, why would I be the God King? When I made the sacred oath with Laura, I had already guessed that the elves would break their oath. But I am looking forward to it more. Why? Is there a trap in the oath? Siri asked in a trembling voice. That's because Laura's ancient blood isn't complete at all. Danny let out a shocking revelation. Siri and Gerald were dumbfounded. Isn't Laura the source of all this? She is far from it. Danny sighed. Have you seen Ymont of Neverwinter? The son-in-law of the Arctic King John, your grandson, Scar Ymont? Gerald asked. That's him. He is my eldest direct grandson. His blood is purer than Danny's children. Laura is Ymont, but I want the pure blood of the elves, Danny Lissa. Danny stared at Siri and said in a faint voice. Me? Siri was like a little lamb, her body curled into a ball. You're stronger than Laura, but you're still lacking by a bit. However, if I gather you, your mother, your great-grandmother, your great-grandmother's mother, all the way to Laura, all of you awakened bloodlines, the ancient blood I obtain will definitely be more complete. My greed has been praying that you will never come to me, your children, your children's children. It would be best if I waited until the destruction of the demon hunter world, then I would complete the transaction with the last descendant of Laura. Countless generations of awakened ones would almost be able to restore the ancient blood. You are so ruthless, so greedy. Siri was so shocked that she blurted out her inner thoughts. After that, she lowered her head and covered her mouth like a child who had been caught doing something wrong. She looked apprehensive. Greed is one of the original sins of mankind. My greed is enough to turn me into a peerless demon. How can the word ruthless describe it? But I also have kindness. Kindness has made me keep hinting to your family, hinting that you should complete the oath as soon as possible. That is why Brandon proposed, and why Tyrion and Calanthe were engaged. To be honest, I have seen the results on the timeline. But doing it or not, the meaning is completely different. Danny smiled. Looking at the smiling celestial emperor, Siri felt a chill run down her spine. Why, do you think I'm crazy and scary? Danny smiled even more gently and charmingly. This is the free will of the Divine King. There is no longer an existence in the world that binds me. Everything I do is born of my heart. Now that you have opened the window and spoken frankly, you are also free will. Siri asked. Danny shook her head and smiled bitterly. I am about to meet an old friend. For her sake. Today's words will teach you the way of thinking of a truly powerful person. Old friend. Laura. Gerald was shocked. Siri, are you willing to complete the sacred oath between Laura and me? Danny asked again. Siri looked solemn. I am willing to end the sacred oath here and now. Danny nodded and gestured with her hand. Specks of red flames floated out from Siri's forehead and condensed into a fire spirit, little mist, above the stone table. Siri felt a sense of loss, as if something precious had completely left her. She also felt inexplicably relaxed, as if the chains that had been tied to her body had been released. Mother Goddess. Little Mist opened her eyes, the blankness in them disappearing little by little. She was unusually excited, jumping around Danny as she chattered about the pain of missing her. But in the past 130 years, she did not have many memories. She could only keep repeating, Mother Goddess, I miss you so much. Siri looked at her with envy. She liked Little Mist so much, as if she was a part of her. But the oath had been completed. Danny patted Little Mist's head and smiled. I'll let you meet an old friend later. Now open your mouth. Little Mist looked up and opened her mouth wide. Danny hooked her finger, and with a whoosh, golden balls of light were spat out from Little Mist's mouth. The balls of light expanded into illusory souls in midair. There were 6 of them, 1 man and 5 women. Mother. Siri's eyes filled with tears when she saw one of the young women. Pavetta. Gerald was stunned. Siri, my child. Pavetta also looked at Siri with tears in her eyes. Danny. The beautiful female elf with pointed ears looked at Danny and Little Mist with a complicated expression. Meeting you under these circumstances, I feel really bad. If I tell you now that I want to drink tea under the osmanthus tree with you in the elf kingdom, that would be a lie. As soon as we arrived at the 5-Dragon Cave, I quietly undid the seal on Little Mist's soul core. You should have heard what I said to Siri before. Laura, I sincerely treat you as a friend, and I really want your ancient blood. There shouldn't be any contradiction, right? Danny smiled bitterly. Chapter 11:45. I thought we were the same back then, but now it seems I was too naive. However, Danny, I don't hate you at all, and I can't hate you. You didn't lie to me, you just hid some things from me, Laura said. Just don't hate me. Danny was a bit insatiable. Now that I and my descendants appear in front of you in this state, do you expect me to be grateful? Laura's expression dimmed. In front of all these juniors, I have to defend myself. Danny looked around at the undead who were staring blankly at her, as well as Siri and Gerald who were staring blankly at her. At first, I advised you not to be too naive, not to think of using love to resolve the hatred between humans and elves. Laura, do you remember the racial competition theory I told you? Laura was stunned. Now that you mention it, I remember. So, why did you betray your fiancé and marry a human warlock? You and the elven sage had a sacred marriage contract, and the elves had placed all their hopes on you. At that time, humans and elves were doing everything possible to exterminate each other's race. What were you thinking, to do such an outrageous thing? Even without our sacred oath, do you think you will have a good ending after doing something like that? Danny sighed. I don't have any feelings for Avarak. Our marriage was forced on me by my father and the elders. Originally, I didn't think of running away. Love came too quickly, too suddenly. Craignan was destined to be my other half, and I couldn't control my feelings at all, Laura said sadly. I can understand, the only male undead murmured. He was Laura's grandson, and he couldn't control his feelings with the Countess, even giving birth to an illegitimate child, who was killed by the Countess in anger. I can understand, Pavetta murmured. The other undead nodded in agreement. Able-bodied criminals can't control their desires, murderers can't control their murderous hearts, but uncontrollable feelings don't mean their actions are legitimate, Danny said. Glancing at Laura and her family's ugly expressions, she said, I'm just saying, I don't want to, and I don't have the right to judge you. But I hope you can understand that the world has its own rules, and you can't do as you please. No matter what choice you made in the past, don't blame others when you face the consequences in the future. As a friend, I advised you and explained to you the meaning of the sacred oath and the consequences of breaking it. I didn't want to go back on my oath. It was Father and the sages who thought that our realms were different. If we were to comprehend each other's laws at the same time, I would suffer. Therefore, they sealed little mist in my soul. Laura argued. Danny smiled faintly and reminded, Laura, do you remember why I gave Little Mist to you in advance? Because you said that you couldn't represent the elves and wanted to go back and ask the Elven King and the other sages. Understood. You're not the only one who has made a holy pact with me, but also the entire elf race. What the elves have done is a breach of their oath. Sigh. Laura sighed helplessly. Do you have a backup plan? Why are our souls sealed in Xiaowu's body? According to the vow, Little Fog is only a pet companion. You can use her power to control the holy light while comprehending the flame of creation that I gave her during your daily cultivation. In return, she will analyze your ancient blood at all times. 100 years later, when the heavenly spheres converge, you will return Little Fog to me. How much each of us can learn will depend on our abilities. At this point, the oath is complete. Laura nodded gently. Danny sighed. You elves didn't want the ancient blood to leak out, but you couldn't give up on my creation flame. Therefore, they decided to seal Little Mist's consciousness and let her fall into a deep sleep. This way, she won't be able to analyze your ancient blood. Next, the elven sages began to study how to perfectly utilize Little Mist's power under the premise of ensuring her deep sleep. She looked deeply at Laura, who was frowning. I can give you a ball of creation flame or give you a part of the Song of Fire law with the polarity of creation. But I gave the creation flame to Little Mist. Of course, if I directly gave the creation flame away, then I would be a fool. The elves would even be suspicious and suspect that I have a conspiracy that they can't discover. What's so special about Little Mist? Laura was surprised. Little Mist isn't a life at all. She's the fusion of the child of the forest and the raven, the fusion of two life imprints. At that time, I hadn't grasped the technique of artificially modifying life imprints, but I was very lucky. Before I met you, I just happened to have the real first flame. Danny's expression changed. You've seen Asha, haven't you? She died in the first flame and her life imprint was burned away. In theory, she can't be resurrected, but now Asha's son is about to get married. I don't understand, and I don't know Asha. Laura was at a loss. I'll introduce you later. You're very similar. Danny looked at the undead with a smile as if she was admiring a peerless work of art. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, I was still infinitely far away from creating the first flame. In fact, at that time, even the Song of Fire wasn't complete. But after comprehending the first flame for more than a month, I understood the characteristics of the first flame very well. At that time, I knew that in the future, I would be able to resurrect Asha and the souls of the Taimin who died in the first flame. Danny gestured with her little finger. I left a small remnant of the first flame. It didn't have any life imprint, but it completely recorded all of Osh's information. Everything. She emphasized meaningfully. Laura's pupils shrank. We weren't sealed in Little Mist's body, but turned into information and recorded in the first flame. Danny nodded first, then shook her head and sighed. When I first met you, I still hadn't grasped the first flame. I just asked the world will for a very small remnant of the first flame. Obviously, the first flame was given to it by me, but when I asked it for the remnant, it was very unwilling, which made me a bit annoyed. Later, when I became the Divine King, I simply let the world will go and used my will to control the Jade Book of Fortune. Well, the Jade Book of Fortune was created by the world will. Everyone was stupefied. After a while, Laura asked, "What's the use of the remnant of the first flame?" I wasn't burned into nothingness. If I directly gave you the remnant of the first flame, you wouldn't be able to pick it up. People who could pick it up would just run away. I fused it with Little Mist's soul core, and Little Mist underwent a strange evolution. Little Mist is the fusion of two life imprints, but the fusion can only happen once. Although the remnant of the first flame didn't have the omnipotence of the first flame, it still allowed her to evolve two innate abilities. Danny stretched out two fingers. First, when the elven sage studied how to extract Little Mist's power, he was surprised to find that she could perfectly integrate with the souls of other creatures. This is the simplified version of the second life of a shapeshifter. To be honest, I was afraid that the elves would seal Little Mist in a container and use it as a weapon. That way, I wouldn't be able to obtain anything valuable. However, with the strength and knowledge of the elves, it's impossible for them to waste such a treasure. Seeing your insignificant spiritual projection being able to cross the world and even cross half of the universe, I was 80 to 90% sure that the elves were very proficient in the way of the soul. They would certainly be able to discover the uniqueness of Little Mist's soul. Sigh. Gerald covered his face and sighed. Not only were they proficient in it, the wild hunt was the pinnacle of soul witchcraft. Laura's face was pale. We did discover it, and then sealed Little Mist into my soul. We did what you wanted us to do. Danny nodded lightly. She wanted to laugh out loud, but the female elf was still her friend. She held it in. Other than the passive fusion of the soul, the remnant of the first flame also allowed Little Mist's soul core to have the perfect record ability of the first flame. The first flame can even record the entire world. No matter how powerful the ancient blood is, it can't surpass the world in terms of energy level. Therefore, Little Mist can perfectly record the bloodline and soul information of the person who fused with her soul. When the person fused with her dies, even their life imprint will be recorded. At this point, Danny's nose wrinkled, and her face revealed a look of disdain. The source warlock of your world, Vilgefortz, actually intended to steal Ciri's ancient blood through blood exchange. It's too crude, too unskilled, and too whimsical. If Pavetta's ancient blood inheritance is equivalent to Sansa's, Laura is equivalent to the unfilial son Yamant, and Ciri is my son Simba. From a purely genetic point of view, the ancient blood should have become thinner and thinner with each generation of humans. But the truth is that Ciri far surpasses Laura, and my bloodline surpasses any previous generation of Targaryens. Bloodline isn't just about material genes. Ciri. Pavetta looked at her daughter in a daze, and tears appeared in her eyes. A warlock stole the ancient blood. Laura's expression was ugly. Not just a warlock. Danny looked at Ciri. The Warlock Society also forced Ciri to marry the prince they appointed, right? You know all about it. Ciri was surprised. As long as I want, I can tell anyone in your world how many times they've peed in their bed in their lifetime. Danny smiled faintly. I thought that humans and elves would be able to coexist peacefully. I didn't expect humans to covet the noble bloodline of us elves, as father said. Laura's expression was pained, more pained than when she learned that good sister Dani was plotting against her. It has nothing to do with race. When I, the God King, was still alive, there were dark wizards who tried to steal the true dragon's blood. A powerful bloodline visible to the naked eye. As long as it's a creature with desire, whether it's a human, an elf, or a god, they will all be greedy. Dani sighed. Everyone is greedy, but there are very few people like your majesty who are principled and trustworthy. The oldest of the undead, a graceful woman, said respectfully. She was Calanthe's mother, Queen Idalia. Unlike the other mortals who only had powerful strength, she was also a prophet. A prophet naturally didn't lack experience and wisdom. She could do the right thing and say the right thing at a critical moment. Laura glanced at her great-granddaughter and seemed to understand what she meant. However, she wasn't as cautious as her and directly said to Dani, "How do you plan to deal with us? The choice is in your hands. I can extract your life imprints and resurrect you into a heroic spirit. I can also resurrect you directly. Those who are tired of the world can choose to be completely silent. Heaven on my side, the world of death in your world, you can choose. Or, I can help you build another heaven in your world. Those who are reluctant to part with the mortal world can also be resurrected, perfectly resurrected, just like Asha. If you want to live but don't like your previous way of living, I can also send you into reincarnation. Or, like Little Mist, become an elemental spirit." Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1146. Can we really be resurrected? Laura asked blankly. That's great, Mom, I missed you so much. Ciri looked at Pavetta with tears in her eyes. Gerald hesitated. Asha was indeed resurrected without any after effects, but what's the problem? Pavetta quickly asked. I heard from Brandon that the priests of the 7 gods had resurrection, but it was cancelled due to a flaw. Gerald frowned. When was Asha resurrected? Dani asked with a smile. 20 years ago. When I met Laura, even the Song of Fire wasn't complete. Times have changed, and my realm has been rising. Of course, if you don't feel at ease, you can choose to remain silent, Dani said. Mom, you must resurrect, Ciri said anxiously. Pavetta looked at her ancestors and nodded gently. Your Majesty, please resurrect me. Let me say this first. After resurrection, you will no longer have the ancient blood, but the blood of the true dragon will still exist, Dani reminded. Didn't you say perfect resurrection? Laura frowned. Laws have their own uniqueness. The complete ancient blood is the main law, and you are the chorus of the main law. Seeing their blank faces, Dani sighed and explained, using the Song of Fire as an example, I sang the Song of Fire with the characteristics of fire creation. Before me, there were Balerion and Lalo with their own unique songs of fire. A world only has one Song of Fire. Balerion's Song of Fire was stronger than Lalo's, so he replaced it. However, the position of Fire God changed, but that didn't mean that the previous Fire God's songs of fire disappeared. They were always recorded in the Sea of Laws. The more types of songs of fire there are, the more prosperous the world will be. The sum of all the songs of fire is the first flame. In other words, me, Lalo, and Balerion's songs of fire are only a part of the first flame. The above statement isn't accurate, I'm just making it easier for you to understand. In fact, the songs of fire are only the best medium to control the first flame. The first flame isn't the sum of all the songs of fire. The first flame is the sum of everything. If the complete ancient blood is the first flame, each of you is equivalent to a song of fire. Laura was slightly stronger, her ancient blood equivalent to Balerion. Ciri was the strongest, equivalent to my early creation fire. So, do you understand? Our Song of Fire was taken by you. Laura said bitterly. Danny nodded lightly, but she was still defending herself. It's a waste not to take it. Anyway, if you die, they'll disappear into the world. But Siri isn't dead yet, Pavetta said excitedly. Mother, don't worry, I'm just. Siri said uncertainly, I haven't lost my ancient blood, I'm just a little weak. Danny said, Siri is not dead, but she has to fulfill her sacred oath. I only made a copy of her ancient blood. Her weakness wasn't because her body was weak, but because the transmigration laws contained in her bloodline were unstable, causing her to become illusory. However, there was no need to panic. It was difficult for the same tree to bear two identical fruits. In the future, Siri and I will definitely walk different spacetime paths. When that time comes, her bloodline will slowly stabilize. There were only so many paths, and there might only be one that led to the elven race's original transmigration laws. With her as a competitor, Siri's achievements would definitely be severely affected. But she wouldn't say this. There were some secrets that wouldn't affect her if they were made public, so she didn't mind saying them in public. If it involved the struggle of the Great Path, even if it was her closest kin or the slightest disadvantage, she would keep it a secret. On the path of cultivation, loneliness and hardship were eternal friends. I thought our bloodline was the price of the oath, Laura said, staring at Danny. The good sister didn't look ashamed as she shook her head. Those who break the oath have to pay the price, just like borrowing money and paying interest. If Siri never comes to me to fulfill her promise, the oath will continue, and she and her descendants will repeat your old path. At that time, it won't just be a copy of the bloodline. You said we were friends, Laura said softly. Even blood brothers have clear accounts. The female elf's face turned ashen. Seeing this, the good sister comforted, the sacred oath can't be violated, this is the rule. The original agreement was fair and just, so you didn't get nothing. Whether you can comprehend the flame of creation depends on your talent and luck. But the true dragon's blood that is engraved in your veins is real. After resurrection, you can continue to control the flames and the healing saint technique. This power has formed a new ancient blood that will be passed down in your descendants forever. Laura was still silent, but her expression looked better. Danny first resurrected Pavetta and Idalia. Their daughters were still alive, and now 4 generations were living under the same roof. The resurrection process seemed very simple. Dragon Queen summoned a fist-sized red fireball, sucked in their souls with a whoosh, and then spat them out with a whoosh. They were 2 living people. They even had clothes, and they were real. Miracle, this is a power that only the gods can control. Gerald was stunned. Mom! Siri! The mother and daughter hugged each other, crying tears of joy. The prophet, Idalia, was also wiping her tears. Seeing their daughter resurrected, Laura's great-grandson also chose to resurrect. Idalia and her mother hugged each other and cried. Seeing their daughter resurrected, Laura's grandson also chose to resurrect. Seeing their son resurrected, in the blink of an eye, only Laura was left as an undead. Danny, turn me into a fire elf. I only owe 3 people in my life. My father and my clansmen violated the sacred oath, and I was helpless, unable to resist. I let you down, but you have already been repaid. I died right after Lei Onluin, her daughter, was born, and I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a mother. But before I died, I combined my magic with. Laura gently stroked her daughter's cheek, and said bitterly, I left everything to you, and I did my best. Only the elves. She turned to Danny, after hearing your words today, and thinking about my life, I understand how cruel the world is, how willful and childish I was. I owe the elves too much, and I only hope that the fire elves can help them get a chance to comprehend the Song of Fire. Turning into a fire elf is equivalent to being reincarnated, and you will lose your memories, Danny reminded her. Forgetting the past isn't necessarily a bad thing, Laura said. Sigh, I was going to help you resurrect Craignan. Danny stretched out her hand, ready to burn the female elf. Wait. Laura took a few steps back, and said nervously, Did you say resurrect Craignan? Yes. His soul is with you too. Laura asked excitedly. His soul has already dissipated into thin air, but... Danny glanced at Little Mist who was sitting on her shoulder. Once I absorb the ancient blood, it shouldn't be difficult to travel through time and space to retrieve his soul. This. Laura fell into deep thought. I could travel through time too. Can I go back to the past and bring him back alive? Ciri frowned. Danny laughed. Have you ever tried to go back to the past and save your mother? I haven't thought about it. Can I? Ciri was stunned. You can go back to the past, but it's difficult to go back to your own. Laura said in a deep voice, Ciri, the biggest taboo of our race is to travel through time, and the biggest taboo is to bring back living things from other points in time. Why? Ciri was puzzled. Laura shook her head. The sage taught me this since I was young. I'm not as good as you, so I can't travel through time. Think about it, if time travel is really possible, why would the Aenir elves leave their mother world? Why didn't they open the world door before White Frost arrived and bring their race to 100,000 years ago? Why look for a new world? Gerald pulled out the two-handed sword on his back. We've brought this sword to different points in time on Earth. Danny carefully looked at the iron sword, and said in surprise, This sword is a bit interesting. It looks like iron, but it's actually made from time and space fragments. What ability does it have? This sword was forged by you, Gerald said strangely. Is that so? Danny smiled casually. I haven't experienced it yet. Laura, let me turn you into a fire elf. She extended her right hand to the female elf. No need. If you can revive Craig, I. Laura blushed, her expression awkward. Danny's mouth twitched a few times, and she slowly put down her right hand. It's almost Christmas, and Slaves Bay is lively. You all go around first, give me a few days to familiarize myself with the ancient blood. Then, she called her second apprentice and sent the group back to the Great Pyramid. Well, the second apprentice was the female warlock Yennefer with big breasts, and the first apprentice was the black girl Larissa with no breasts. In the past 100 years, she had taught hundreds of students, and the two girls only had the title of apprentice compared to the others. Bullneck Marvin went to heaven. The magic tower on Dragonstone Island was still managed by the black girl, and Yennefer helped to manage the cave in the Five-Dragon Cave. After the guests from another world had left, Danny picked Little Mist up. Two of her fingers seemed to pass through the illusory smoke as she reached between the fire elf's eyebrows. She gently pulled out a glass orb that was radiating a bright red light from the fire elf's soul core. This is the essence of the bloodline of 7 generations of Laura. Danny's calm heart began to ripple. She clenched her fist, and silently, the red glass bead shattered into specks of colorful light. The specks of light vaguely formed 7 figures, Laura and her 6 descendants. Ciri's figure was the most illusory, but her image was the clearest. Ciri's bloodline is too strong, if she doesn't come to me for the rest of her life. Shaking her head, Danny threw away all distracting thoughts. Her nose flapped, and the specks of light turned into a stream of light that entered her nostrils. Boom! Her purple pupils turned into 2 balls of flames, and the flames spread from her eye sockets to the rest of her face. It was as if her jade-like skin cracked open, and the golden-red magma inside leaked out. Boom! When the flames spread to her whole body, Danny directly exploded, and the golden-red light dissipated, leaving behind a bean-sized flame. The flame was very small, and the light was weak. The temperature did not seem high, and it was extremely ordinary. But this was a first flame that had a completion rate of 85%. Dani still had not been able to raise the flame of creation to 100% first flame. The speed of improvement of the flame of creation had two peaks. The first was when she had just finished singing the complete Song of Fire, the second was when she had started singing the songs of other elemental laws, and when she had integrated the Song of Law's life mastery into the flame of creation. The speed of improvement was faster than the first time. But there were only 4 elemental songs: earth, water, wind, and fire, and she had sung them all. After that, the miscellaneous songs of law such as death, mercy, and moonlight had little to no effect on the flame of creation. Even if the first flame was only at 85% completion, it was enough to perfectly integrate the information of the ancient blood into Dani's bloodline. At this moment, the first flame was herself. This technique was derived from the theory of the first flame's evolution of the world. The world was born from the first flame, and the complete world was equal to the first flame. Then, using the human body as an analogy for the world, could the small world of the human body be equal to a small first flame? Dani proved that it could. She traced herself back to the first flame. The information of the ancient blood was completely absorbed by the first flame, which meant that it was absorbed by Dani. When the first flame was transformed into a human body again, the ancient blood had completely become Dani's blood. Huff huff huff. Half an hour later, the bean-sized flame began to expand, and the flames retracted, and a brand new Dani appeared on the spot. It's done. Chapter 1147. Ugh! Dani clutched her forehead and groaned. The first flame traced back to its origin and recreated itself. Before she could celebrate, an infinitely large invisible spider web fell from the void. The web of time and space was also a web of information. The sudden massive flow of information made her feel as if she had been hit by a soul attack. Endless images flashed through her mind. Many times, she would even take the perspective of the elves or unicorns in the images. It was as if she had become an elf and had completed an elf's life. It was as if she had become a unicorn, born from the chaos of the universe and finally turned into energy to feed the universe. This is bloodline tracing. Dani was not immortal. She was only caught off guard at the beginning. Gradually, she calmed her mind and was even able to distinguish the details of the images in her mind. She also understood why such a phenomenon would occur. The ancient blood was too powerful. Her ability was also powerful enough to instinctively trace the origin of her bloodline. The law of transmigration was contained in her bloodline. It was not something she had just comprehended. And as long as it was a bloodline, there would definitely be a source, just like the source of the Targaryen flame of creation was her. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 50,000 years, she was like a skilled boatman, going against the strong winds and waves, steering the boat towards the final source. Along the way, she even encountered countless tributaries. She even accidentally fell into a great whirlpool. After passing through the whirlpool, she instantly returned to the original river channel. If it had been Ciri, or any other elf who had awakened the ancient blood, they would have been lost in the massive flow of information and the extremely complicated river of time and space. 100 years ago, Dani would not have been able to hold on for long. But now, she had mastered the first flame. Even if it was only 85%, the first flame's energy level was higher than time and space. The first flame could contain the entire world's information, not to mention the story of a race's origin and decline. Until Christmas morning, the Targaryens had yet to see the 150-year-old grandmother Dani. But the birthday celebration was still held on time. When the fireworks in the Great Pyramid's garden shot into the sky and exploded into a lifelike image of the Megalosaurus, Astapor was immediately shaken by the cheers and drums. The small buildings with colorful flags on both sides of the street threw flower petals onto the street and into the sky. To find the eternal fire. A voice said softly. This was the last scene. The female elf with long golden braids and pointy ears leaped with her back facing down. She stared at Danny as she fell into the abyss that was emitting bright white light. Crack! Crack! The white light froze the chaos energy, time, and space. The female elf's body seemed to have blurred, flickering continuously in the white light as she teleported downward. The image froze from time to time, and every time it froze, time would either fast forward or rewind. The long-braided female elf was jumping through the timeline. Every time she traveled through time, it was as exquisite as an antelope's horn. Just by looking at her movements, Danny could faintly sense the aura of the Song of Laws. What is she doing? Why does she have to go down? Danny was very puzzled as she watched the long-braided elf continue to dive into the abyss. Roar! At some point in time, a roar that shook the dimensions of space and time erupted from the bottom of the abyss. She wasn't sure if it was the roar of a beast, the airflow brought out by the white light, or the sound of space and time being torn apart like cloth. In short, after a soul-freezing roar, the endless white light expanded violently, and instantly became more than 10 times brighter. It was obviously a glaring white light, but it didn't have the warmth of the sun. Instead, it was terrifyingly cold. The white light was like a tsunami that drowned the agile female elf. Danny followed her line of sight, and was instantly covered by the white light as well. Crack! 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 With Danny as the center, frost spread rapidly in the air and on the ground. Huff! 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 The entire 5-dragon cave was frozen. The intense temperature difference formed a huge tornado that penetrated the heavens and the earth in a short period of time. The cold air spread like a white spot from the 5-dragon cave in all directions. Ah, it's suddenly snowing. It's already early spring, and it's still so cold. Estopo, the wanderer who was immersed in the celebration, was at a loss. Bam! The extreme cold caused Danny to explode into a ball of flames of creation. The bean-sized flame melted all the frost in the world in an instant. The snow stopped, and the temperature returned. Is the weather in Slave Bay that strange? The guests who attended the Dragon Queen's birthday were puzzled. 5-Dragon Cave. To search for the eternal fire, in the state of the first flame, Danny saw the scene in the white light clearly again. The female elf had finally failed. Like an insect in amber, she was frozen in the white ice crystal. Her breath of life had completely disappeared, and only a trace of her will remained. She went to the top of the abyss and entered the river of time, waiting for her descendants to track her down and obtain the information in her will. To search for the eternal fire, only this sentence was left. The scene disappeared, and Danny woke up from tens of millions of years of backtracking. The eternal fire is what the elves call the first flame. Searching for the eternal fire should be to deal with the white light in the abyss. Danny was deep in thought. Why must she go to the bottom of the abyss? What does she want? Also, what do the abyss and the white light represent? Danny looked at the jade ground beneath her feet. Her gaze seemed to pass through the planet and look at the bottom of the universe. What was below the bottom of the universe? What was there? What was the relationship between the white light and the white frost that destroyed the world? Danny's heart was filled with questions, but she was also faintly looking forward to it. The elf, Danny, risked her life to go down. There must be benefits, and she had the first flame. When the flame of creation had completely evolved into the first flame, she must go down and take a look. With a decision in her heart, Danny's figure suddenly disappeared. 1,000,000 years ago. The land of the setting sun in the wild forest. The hills that would be named Noble Heart in the future. The timeline has been touched. The tall weirwood that reached the clouds woke up from its deep sleep. Door God. The next moment, a surprised cry came into its mind. Door God. Are you calling me? The weirwood's leaves rustled. The person who jumped out of the river of time just now was you. Are you from the past, the future? Or other worlds? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Danny's mind. In the end, she suppressed her excitement and said, Hello, Wind God, I am Stranger, the god of mystery and the unknown. I came from the future 1,000,000 years later. You are very sharp, and the complete you is also very strong. When I just came here, I was still in Slave Bay, but you found me. Also, only you found me. My vision can only see the end of the era. 1,000,000 years, that's a few eras. How did you pass through the era gap covered in fog? You came here too. Could it be that you can physically pass through time? How is that possible? The weirwood asked. I thought I could physically pass through time, but I failed. Danny said dejectedly, the world 1,000,000 years ago was still in the higher universe. 1,000,000 years later, the world has fallen into the lower universe. I directly hit the wall of the universe and my body bounced back. Even my consciousness couldn't enter. Luckily, I still have the Megalosaurus in the upper universe's energy dimension. I barely managed to project a thought and float above time. This information was too much. The weirwood thought for a long time before saying in fear, our world has completely fallen. I can't say much, but don't worry, everything will be fine. Danny comforted. It has already fallen into the lower universe, how can it be fine? The old weirwood shouted. Don't worry, I'm here. The old weirwood couldn't be at ease. Why can't you tell me the ending? In the era, we often talked on the river of time. You said it yourself, that's in the era. Danny sighed. A world that had fallen into the lower universe no longer had the era of world change. It would always be in the same era. Time travel was relatively simple. However, the Song of Ice and Fire world had just fallen into the lower universe not long ago. It was easy to cross eras by traveling to the past. Without crossing eras, traveling through time would change individuals and society. It would have little impact on the world itself. To the world, human society wasn't worth mentioning. It might be able to spontaneously correct time and space. Crossing eras could change the outcome of an era. If the change was too great, the world wouldn't be able to repair time and space, or the price would be too great. You're called Red Leaf. I heard Wind God call you that. Danny asked the child of the forest beside her in origin language. The green-eyed squirrel person knelt beside Danny and placed the horn cup on the tree stump in front of her. It said in origin language, Your Majesty Stranger, I'm Red Leaf. This is the blue flower water I've prepared for you. Danny was currently wearing a huge hooded cloak. The shadow completely covered her face and figure. She had been invited by the old weirwood to exchange cultivation experiences with it. The squirrel person sleeping on the weirwood's branch brought her fruits and tea. Danny glanced into the horn cup. A flower that looked like a golden chrysanthemum floated on the surface of the water. It was a bright blue color. The water in the cup was blue and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Thank you. Your tea smells good, but I'm not a physical body. She smiled. Tea. The squirrel person's red eyes were somewhat puzzled, but it still retreated obediently. I'm not too sure about the theory of crossing eras. I've just comprehended the ability to travel through time and space. I need to slowly explore it. Maybe it's just because our world is special. Sometimes, I really want to tell you something, but the next moment. Danny said uncertainly, it seems like someone is warning me not to say anything. Also, I seem to have forgotten something. Since you could travel through time, then I'm guessing that there should be a higher-level existence guarding our world's timeline. If it allows it, you'll come. If it doesn't, you won't be able to come, the weirwood said faintly. Hee, that's impossible. No one is higher than me. Danny shook her head and smiled. After a moment of silence, the old weirwood said, since you can travel through time, your realm must be higher than mine. Can you answer some of my cultivation problems? For me, the future is still uncertain. I want to work hard to change the world's tragic fate. No matter the price. His tone was very heavy. I don't think the world's fate is tragic. Forget it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Danny only wished she could be more generous to the old weirwood. Time passed, and Danny sat under the weirwood for a whole 2,000 years. I have to leave. The longer I stay in a time point, the greater the world's rejection of me. I've reached my limit. Danny stood up from the tree stump, her expression under the hood was very complicated. If my efforts can change the future, I swear to you that I will use my life to make the future you're in better, the old weirwood said solemnly. Good luck. Danny did not agree, but she did not want to dampen the old weirwood's enthusiasm. Your Majesty stranger, are you leaving? The green-eyed, chestnut-skinned squirrel man brought her another cup of flower tea. Ever since she said she could not drink but could smell the tea, the squirrel man brought her a cup of flower tea almost every day. There were all kinds of flowers and leaves. Red leaf, thank you for your hospitality for the past 2,000 years. Wait. After a pause, Danny smiled and said, why don't you come to the Church of the Seven Gods and be my subordinate god? Thank you for your kindness, but I'm the child of the Mother God. I'll follow the Mother God until the end. Red Leaf shook her head and refused. I'll always leave a place for you here. In the next instant, Danny jumped out of the river of time. Chapter 1148. Damn it, there's something wrong with my memory. After spending 2,000 years, a million years in the past, it only took a moment to return to the original time and space. Then, Danny suddenly realized that what she had boasted about back then seemed to have become a reality. But in the time and space a million years ago, she had forgotten about it. Why is this happening? Slavery Bay, Christmas Day. When the parade team came to the front of the pyramid, the square was already crowded. The dwarf pulled Gerald, who was squeezing forward, and said, "You're an adult, and you're still watching the circus like a child. Let's find a place to drink. I've been running around for the past few years, and I haven't had many peaceful days. Now that it's so peaceful, what's wrong with me having some fun? Besides, I was originally with Yeniv, but when you found me, we were separated," Gerald complained. He had taken off his demon hunter leather armor and put on a purple woolen coat and a colorful canvas hat with the words, "Long live the Celestial Emperor," on it. He was submerged in the crowd and could not be distinguished from the guests and people of Slavery Bay. "I haven't seen you for a few years, and I miss you. Yeniv, you can see me anytime. I have to go back to Aden in 2 days." The dwarf pulled the demon hunter in the direction of the Divine Grace Temple. Gerald said helplessly, "It's Christmas Day, and it's her 150th birthday. Everyone is out celebrating. The Red Saintess will definitely not receive guests. I'm not looking for a woman. I just want the peace. Forget it, let's go back to the Great Pyramid. I don't want to waste my time explaining to Yeniv." The demon hunter struggled to walk to the pyramid. "How have you been these years?" The dwarf did not insist and asked as he walked. "Last time in Stega, you didn't even say goodbye to Melisandre and ran away. After that, you didn't contact us. Now you still have the face to ask," Gerald said disdainfully. I lost half of my body and my vitality was greatly damaged. It took me 2 years just to recuperate. What else do you want me to do? The dwarf sighed. You didn't have to run away. Ciri's crying had moved him here. He understood that forcing it would only lead to a repeat of Pavetta's tragedy. Then he let us go, Gerald said. That's a crazy monster, the Mad King. Tyrion shouted. I know the Mad King better than you do. They often have the same thought one moment, but in the next moment, they give up on the decision they've made for a long time and do the opposite. Imher's repeated actions proved that he was the Mad King. If Melisandre and I don't run away immediately, but instead reveal our tracks and gather together with you, his killing intent may be aroused and he may think that he can kill us to silence us. What should we do? The red-robed woman and I immediately fled, which made him not dare to harm you again. Even if you're right, why didn't you look for us afterward? Gerald asked. After all, it's not nice to run away. I'm embarrassed to see you guys again. Secondly, you guys are the source of trouble and disaster. I don't want to provoke you, Tyrion said righteously. Hey, Brandon, you guys are. At the entrance of the pyramid, they saw Brandon and Pavetta pulling each other. Brandon's face was full of enthusiasm, while Pavetta's reaction was cold. I invited Pavetta to the square to watch the play. Bran pulled back his right hand from Pavetta's sleeve with an awkward expression. Master, I'm going to find Ciri. Pavetta bowed to the old monk and turned to disappear into the crowd. Hey, Brandon reached out to pull her back, his expression dim. Kid, don't tell me you've really fallen in love with her. The dwarf asked in surprise. I'm not sure, but she's definitely obsessed. But she still can't let go of Tony. Bran sighed. What? The dwarf was shocked. Didn't you tell her what that monster did? Ah, that bastard Imher pulled back at the last moment and let Ciri go. Later, he even announced that Ciri was his only successor. Brandon sighed. As they talked, they came to the big stone steps on the 3rd floor. The servants brought out tables and chairs, as well as wine and food. They sat under the sunlight on the 3rd floor, and looked at the bustling scene below. This is a good spot. We can even hear the music on the stage. Gerald smiled. Even if Tony didn't marry Ciri, how many bad things did he do before? For example, the Sintra massacre. What about that? Also, Tony said himself that he didn't love her. Even the law of accidents could be a conspiracy, Tyrion said in confusion. No matter how many bad things Tony did, he's been single for more than 10 years. Gerald sighed. What's wrong with being single? The dwarf didn't understand. It's true that Tony doesn't have much love for Pavetta. But Pavetta is the only one he's ever loved. Most importantly, he's the great emperor who conquered the world. I don't understand. What's the connection? The dwarf asked in confusion. I didn't understand at first. Gerald sighed. Then Yennev showed me a romance novel called The Overlord Fell in Love with Me. The demon hunter's expression began to twist. Reading that book was more painful than fighting Wild Hunt. But I've more or less figured out Pavetta's situation. She's like the female lead in romance novels, she cares about love the most. She married Hedgehog Man because of love. She fell out with Tony because she realized that he didn't love her as much as she thought. Now that she saw that he only had her in his heart, she couldn't let go of him. I don't understand, the dwarf muttered. Bran glanced at him with a sense of superiority. Uncle, although you're famous and experienced, your level is still too low. What, you want to challenge me? Tyrion glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You're not as good as me when it comes to women. Bran looked up at the sky and sighed. Tell me about it. Bran said emotionally, I like women like Pavetta who are full of love. After living with you for a while, the only thing on a normal woman's mind is life and career. Household chores, daily necessities, children's education, they'll gradually turn from lovers to family. But I already have a mother and father, grandparents, son and daughter, brothers and sisters, a whole family. I don't lack family at all. What I need is a soulmate who can keep my mind and body in an excited state. Everyone says I'm fickle in love, but I'm only chasing after the person who fills me with excitement. I don't want to live like a brick of society. I don't want to be a pillar of family. I'm a person with rich emotions, not a brick. It's a waste if I don't live well after coming to this world. Uncle patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, we weren't wrong about you. You do have the potential of our ancestor, the Mad King. I just have different thoughts from you. Why are you slandering me? Bran said unhappily. Mad King Dad isn't stupid. He just has a different way of thinking. But, a different person is a crazy person. Your thoughts seem beautiful, but you forget that you're a member of society, a member of family. You can't escape your family's responsibility and social morality, Tyrion said. If reality is the same as ideals, then what's the use of ideals? Bran retorted. Bran, I think you can pursue other people. Geralt looked at his little brother with concern. Laura's family. Well, they all advocate love above all. Maybe you can choose Calanthe's mother or grandmother. After all, they'll be 16 years old after being resurrected by the Dragon Queen. Bran's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. Tyrion, come here quickly. I have something to talk to you about. Dany's voice suddenly appeared in the dwarf's ears. The dwarf looked around. Today is your birthday. Everyone is waiting to present their gifts to you. Let Sir Barristan handle this, Dany said. The dwarf was puzzled. Where are you? Where do you want me to go? Stand up and take 3 steps forward. Tyrion did as he was told, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped at the edge of the big stone steps. You can't take 3 steps. If you take another step, you'll miss, he said. You won't die from the fall. Hearing the impatience in her voice, the dwarf braced himself and took another step. Sure enough, with 1 step in the air, Tyrion fell involuntarily. He screamed in panic and kept screaming. Hey, why haven't I landed? He composed himself and looked around. He was shocked to find that he was surrounded by clouds, and below him was a continuous mountain range. I'm falling from a high altitude. The dwarf went from being shocked to being at a loss. Then, Dany's voice appeared in his ears. Why aren't you transforming? Do you want to fall to your death? Oh. The dwarf's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally squirmed into a 10-meter-long shit-green little megalosaurus. Where am I? This, after adjusting his vision, the mystic dragon Tyrion's vertical pupils contracted. This seems to be the Andes Mountains? It's a little different. The old monk Tyrion had once traveled the world barefoot, and was very familiar with the scenery of the world. However, the Andes Mountains at this moment was a little different from the one in his memory. Come here. Dany's voice came from the southwest direction. The mystic dragon flapped his wings and followed the voice to a small valley full of purple bamboo. Landing in the open space in the middle of the valley, Tyrion saw the Dragon Queen sitting cross-legged on a large green rock. You sent me to the Goose Down Mountains? Tyrion turned into his human form and took a few steps forward. He was surprised to find that under the large green rock, there was a white-haired girl prostrating herself on all fours. What's going on? He asked, puzzled. Tyrion, you once swore, a sacred oath, that you owe me 500 lives, right? Dany smiled. Tyrion's hair stood on end, and he took a few steps back in fear. What are you doing? Did you know about Laura's family's experience from Gerald? Danny's smile became even gentler. Plop. The dwarf knelt and begged, Don't torture me like that. I want to help you. If I don't fulfill the oath, the debt won't disappear, and the interest will only accumulate. I'm willing to repay the debt. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The dwarf said dejectedly. I have something good to give you. Danny pointed at the girl who was peeking at the dwarf with her dark blue eyes. She's the wife the girl gave you. White dove, you will be crowned king by the Heavenly Father. Saying that, she waved her hand towards the sky. The clear blue sky suddenly lit up with 7 stars. The starlight flowed like water, turning into 7 pillars of light, and fell into Danny's palm. When the silver light disappeared, the 7 stars in the sky hid, and a 7-star crown appeared in her hand. She tossed it casually, and the crown landed on the dwarf's head. From today onwards, I crown you as king. Her expression became solemn and dignified. What king? The dwarf asked blankly. The king of Andes. The Heavenly Father, Danny announced majestically. Who are you going to abolish? The dwarf thought hard, but he couldn't remember which Targaryen was this generation's king of Andes. That person hasn't been born yet. You will be the first king of the Undulls, the king of the hills, who go. Danny laughed. What? The dwarf was horrified, and then he suddenly woke up. He shouted in disbelief, This is 6,000 years ago. The purple bamboo forest cut their flesh to feed the eagles. She's the white dove, the pigeon spirit. According to fate, the harpy has been slapped to death by me, but... Sigh, it's fun to pretend for a while, but it's hard to fill a hole for 10,000 years. Danny supported her forehead with her right hand and said in distress, The king of gods can't lie, and there's no way to lie. My mouth contains the heavenly law, and every word I say determines the direction of fate. The fate of the past, the fate of the present, and the fate of the future are all distorted by my words, no matter when I say them. Chapter 1149. No matter what I say, it will become reality. This is the first law of the world. Even I can't go against it, Danny said helplessly. The old monk Tyrion could recite the 7 saints' scripture backwards now. He quickly understood what she was trying to do. Can't you find the real king of the hills, Hugo? Why me? He asked in confusion. You are the real Hugo. Danny smiled. That can't be right. Hugo isn't a rare name. If you shout, Hugo, your mother is calling you home for dinner, in Lannister Harbor, 2 or 3 Hugies will appear at the same time, the dwarf said. Before me, how many girls in the Westeros were called Danny Rise? Danny sighed. Not a single one. It was only 100 years ago that Targaryen had a princess called Danny Rise, who married into Dorne. Am I the historical Hugo? The dwarf asked in surprise. I don't know. You can try. But I can't have children. Where did Hugi's 44 sons come from? The dwarf smiled bitterly. It's all right. The 7-star scripture only says that the white dove brought you 44 sons. They might not be your own. Aren't you Tywin's son? Tyrion's expression twisted. Go. Your people are waiting for you. Only you can lead the Undulls to survive on this land. Danny waved her hand. The dwarf and the white dove disappeared. Soon, Hugo, the king of the hills, understood why Mother of Saints had sought him out. It was because the living conditions in Ursos 6,000 years ago were too harsh. King, this is bad. The Loina Rangers have massacred our Lannister town at the Upper Lone River. All the men have been killed. The women and children have all been enslaved. A soldier in bronze armor reported. Bastard, bring me my axe. Prepare the army for revenge. King Hugu gritted his teeth. King, this is bad. An evil god has come from the north. He has already sacrificed 18 villages in the Andros plains. What? It's the evil god again. Do those bastards not learn their lesson? Quick, go and bring my axe over. I want to use their skulls to pave the floor of the ballroom. King Hugu roared. Your Majesty, it's not good. The fact that we sent scholars to secretly learn Moina's iron smelting techniques has been discovered. Prince Gudo is leading 5,000 knights here. A soldier hurriedly rushed into the palace and reported. On the low couch, King Hugu was entangled with a few blonde and blue-eyed Undul beauties. Hearing this, he suddenly stood up, the muscles on his right arm bulging. Call the 7 princes over and fight with me. I want to defeat Gudo. Soon, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes arrived at the palace. Father, don't be so agitated. The Duke of Loin knows of your bravery. This time, he specially invited the old man in the river to hold the line. You have to be careful. The old tortoise in the river. Bastard, I have spared its life many times. Doesn't it know? King Hugu smashed the stone lion at the gate of the palace with his axe. The soldiers were in awe and admiration. The old man in the river has a true god behind him. The first prince advised. Sigh. In this fucked up world, the true gods are still alive. King Hugu slumped down his axe and waved his hand. Prepare gold and silver to bribe the prince's court officials. Also, go to the prison and behead those slave traders. Send their heads to Gudo and say that they are scholars. The scholars secretly learning iron smelting techniques has nothing to do with our royal family. Father, William and the others are all lords with military merits. Just because of a few foreign slaves, isn't it too much to kill them? Which country in Ursos doesn't sell slaves? The purple-haired and blue-eyed second prince said. King Hugu went up and kicked the second prince right in the chest. With a bang, the second prince flew back more than 10 meters. The soldiers were shocked. The princes were shocked. King Hugu was still angry. He walked over and scolded, Second prince, I'll say it again. We Unduls are believers of the 7 gods and children of the Holy Mother. We don't sell slaves or worship evil gods. We can't do anything that goes against the teachings of the 7 gods. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The second prince was a descendant of the gods and had an extraordinary bloodline. He didn't even spit out blood after being kicked. He got up and apologized profusely. Great news, my king. Blessed by the Holy Mother. The queen has given birth to another prince for you. The palace nanny said excitedly. Good, very good. It's already the 18th. Soon, it'll be the 44th soon. King Hugu cried tears of joy. That night, he held a banquet for his officials. Bad news, my king. Winter is here. The long-haired men in the east don't have any food. The entire tribe, more than 30,000 strong men, broke into the Andros plains. Many of our people have died. King Hugu, who was sitting by the fire and drinking wine, pushed away the woman on top of him. He stood up naked and roared, Bring me my axe. The eldest will be the regent. The 2nd to the 22nd will follow me into battle. I want all the women in the Norfoss Mountains to cry for their husbands and sons. Father, please calm down. After we drove the long-haired men into the Norfoss Mountains, they were quickly taken in by the God of Clock. The God of Clock is a powerful god who has comprehended the law, the 7th prince said. King Hugu raised his fist and punched the seventh prince's face. He said angrily, "You suspect the seven gods and me. It's just a stupid bell. It's just a sound wave law. Do you think I'm afraid?" Half a month later, in the Norfoss Mountains near the upper Rhone River. "Save me, Holy Mother." King Huji's helmet was askew, his horse and axe were gone, and his left iron boot was nowhere to be seen. With his dozens of sons and hundreds of defeated soldiers, he staggered to the border post of the Kingdom of Hill in the west. "Father, don't be afraid. Mother and I are here." The first prince led a group of men to meet them. "Prepare the arrow formation. Bless the seven gods. Kill the demons." Queen White Dove commanded loudly. Seeing the reinforcements, King Hugu stopped running. He turned around, pointed at the black clouds in the sky and cursed, "Black Goat, you are the god of death, but you don't have any morals. You sneak attacked me, a mortal. Do you have any shame? One day, I'll kill you and use your golden horn as a pedal for the latrine." Dong, the bell in the sky shook. The Undulls threw down their weapons and howled in pain. "Stupid bell, fight me one-on-one if you dare." King Hugu found another axe and stood firm in the sound wave attack. "King, we're no match for the evil gods." "Let's retreat first," the queen said. King Hugu turned to his sons and scolded, "It's all your fault. I've taught you the way of the knights, but now you don't even have a sword saint. Father, you've always said that you can control the sword with your heart, but you've only killed with brute force." The first prince couldn't help but retort. Yes. We have 8,000 cavalrymen, but none of them have reached the sword saint level." The other princes agreed. The dwarf was speechless. "King, this is bad. Megalosaurus, there are so many Megalosaurus in the sky." A guard ran in and yelled. King Hugu hurried out of the palace and saw more than 30 Megalosaurus of different colors circling the city. Valeglia's Dragon King battle team. King Hugu didn't panic. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity and excitement. But soon, he became even more excited. "What? You want me to give you the Velvet Plains in the south?" King Huji's face turned red. He wanted to punch the arrogant silver-haired man's head. "Not give it away. Sell it to us to build a trading city," the messenger of Valeglia said. "What if I don't sell it?" King Hugu said in a low voice. "If you don't sell it, then give it away," the messenger said casually. "Give it away. If we lose the battle, of course we have to give it away as compensation," the messenger said matter-of-factly. King Hugu was about to fly into a rage. The eldest prince beside the throne quickly pulled him back and whispered, "Father, there are 30 Megalosaurus in the sky. We can't defeat them." Fuck. The messenger smiled and said, "Your Majesty, we Valeglia are not unreasonable. Sell the land to us, but the Undulls don't have to leave. We can even choose a few princes to marry the noble descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks and rule the new Pentos together." Pentos. King Hugu was stunned. "You want to build a sea city beside King Huji's bathtub?" The messenger frowned and thought for a while. "I think that after the new city is built, King Huji's bathtub can be renamed to the Sea of Pentos." King Huji's eyes turned. His voice slowed down and he asked, "Messenger, are you also from the 14 Fire Peak families? I heard that there is a family called Targaryen in Valeglia. I wonder if they are here today." The silver-haired messenger was stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, you know about Targaryen? I am the current patriarch of the Targaryen family, Igor Targaryen." What a coincidence. The dwarf looked at the other party carefully, but did not see any familiar features. "You are the patriarch. Why are you here as a messenger?" To be honest, if there are not 30 dragons in the sky, I am prepared to chop off your head and form an alliance with the Loiner people to kill you Voleglia people, he said strangely. Igor's handsome face darkened. He said, the reputation of the Mad King Hugo has already spread to the Summer Sea. We will not give you the chance to go crazy. I am the Mad King. Hugo pointed at his own nose, his face filled with disbelief. Father, you have gone against the heavens, the earth, the gods and demons. Other than the 7 gods, you have not submitted to anyone. You have scolded the true gods, slashed the gods, slaughtered the long-haired barbarians, massacred the Loiner villages and towns, and even repeatedly attacked the powerful Loiner city. You have used the heads of the gods to pave the floor of the ballroom. Everyone has some misunderstandings about you, the first prince said carefully. Slap. King Hugo slapped the first prince in front of all the ministers, making him dizzy. Also, you like to hit your sons. We are so brave, smart, and obedient, the first prince said, feeling wronged. You still dare to talk back. Seeing the messenger's dumbfounded expression, as if he was looking at a monster, King Hugo awkwardly retracted his hand and forced a smile. Mortals think I am crazy, but they do not know that I am fighting for survival for the Undulls. The living environment in Ursos is too difficult. When I pass away, these bastards may still be able to protect their family business, but after a few generations, I am afraid. With such a deep conversation, the messenger could not hide the awkwardness on his face. He returned to the previous topic and said, I am the coachman of the Balerian family, the head of the 14 Fire Peaks. To be the messenger of the 3rd young master is a great honor for the entire Targaryen family. King Hugo sighed and said, Messenger Igor, opposite Pentos, I have Dragonstone Island. I admire your courage and honesty. Dragonstone Island is yours. Ah, this. Igor was at a loss. As expected of the Mad King, he did not do things in any order. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty, but... Igor hesitated. The great wizard has forbidden Dragon King to go near the land of the setting sun. I appreciate your kindness. There is a volcano on Dragonstone Island. King Hugo smiled. Volcano. Igor was shocked. He was surprised and hesitant. This matter must be decided by the 3rd young master. Seeing the cowardly look of his honest servant, King Hugo waved his hand dispiritedly. Enough. Choose a few noble ladies from the 14 Fire Peaks to go on a blind date with my son. Pentos will be the betrothal gift. King Hugo had lived for 150 years. After his wife gave birth to his 44th son, he closed his eyes in satisfaction. His children and grandchildren were not as crazy as him. The size of the country decreased with each generation. In the end, the country was destroyed, and the nobles could only escape to the Westeros by ship. Chapter 1150. Above the river of time and space, a transparent bubble floated. Tyrion was in it, looking down at the changes in the mortal world. After a long while, he asked in doubt, transmigrating to the past really won't affect the present? Dany said, of course there will be an effect. There are no 2 leaves that are exactly the same in the world, but there are similar leaves on the same tree and the same branch. In the time and space when I became a god king, the world was a plump willow leaf. In the time and space when I didn't become a god king, the world was a withered willow leaf. Our world is always a willow leaf, different leaves on the same willow tree. When I choose one of them, it will replace the real world. The changes in the world are negligible, just like in the eyes of ordinary people, all willow leaves are the same, they can't notice the fine details. Only I, who chose the willow leaf, and those who cultivate time and space arts, can feel the difference. Are there many parallel worlds in the universe? Tyrion frowned. Danny shook her head and said, "The nature of the world is different from what mortals feel and think of as the world." "What do you mean? Do you think the world is a stable entity?" Danny asked. "Isn't it? The flame is a solid entity. The flame is stable in one form without changing." This. The dwarf was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he asked in doubt, "Can the past be changed just by mastering the first flame?" Danny continued to shake her head. "At first, I thought the mystery of time and space was too profound, it couldn't be summed up by a law. When I first transmigrated to 1,000,000 years ago, I thought it was impossible to transmigrate across eras, but now I can even bring you to 6,000 years ago. I guessed that we were born in the previous era, lived to the next era, and the era just passed not long ago." "That's a little far-fetched," Tyrion said. Danny smiled. "The more complicated a theory is, the less likely it is to be the truth. All the laws of physics are very simple, a sentence, a formula, can represent a law of physics. So, I suddenly realized that I might be wrong. The laws of time and space transmigration might be complicated, but the laws of time and space transmigration should be simple. See if it allows you to transmigrate." "Who is it?" Tyrion was shocked. Danny replied, "It could be a space-time manager, or a unique law of the world." At this moment, I was 100% sure that transmigration would bring about changes, and changes would come at a price. If it doesn't want you to transmigrate, it must be because the price is too high and it can't afford it, or it doesn't want to pay for you. At this time, Danny was vaguely aware that there was a space-time manager above the time of the world of ice and fire. She couldn't even see his shadow, but she could feel a familiar aura. It could not have been her. She would not have confined herself to one world forever. The most likely possibility was that she was one of the 5 Megalosaurus, followed by the goddess of faith. How is that possible? Or did you secretly do something?" Tyrion cried out. 800 years had passed since the time of King of the Hills Hugo, and 500 years had passed since the first batch of Undulls crossed the narrow sea and entered the Westeros. The Undulls had completely taken over the valley and were now fighting with the king of the First People for control of the river. Both sides had victories and defeats. Then, Saint Moses and the fugitive Undul slaves appeared. Danny showed her divinity among the First People and gave Moses a holy sword that split the river of the Trident. Only then did she return above the river of time and said, "You are the cause, and he is the effect. Through you, I made him a reality. There was no Moses in history, but I have spoken, and Moses' deeds were even written in the 7 Stars Bible, so he must be real." Huge's appearance caused the river of fate to change its original flow. After thousands of years, there were no major changes in history. But Tyrion also noticed that there were colorful stars flowing from the world below into Danny's palm at every moment. At the same time, her body was also emitting golden stars that fell into the world. "What is this for?" he asked curiously. "As the only Bible of the Church of the 7 Gods, it must be true." So, Tyrion didn't understand. The souls of all believers of the 7 gods must be judged by heaven and hell. Believers of great merit in practicing the path of the 7 gods go to heaven, and sinners go to hell to be punished. Ordinary people go through the ancient cycle of reincarnation, which is to dissipate between heaven and earth. The soul is made up of 2 parts, spirituality and life imprints. Every time I collect a soul, I will replenish the world with the same amount of spirituality. In terms of energy level, the influence of the souls of the dead on the past has been minimized. Danny said solemnly. "You let me transmigrate, so bold and unrestrained, but now you are so calculating. What are you doing?" The dwarf complained. "I said that changing the time and space of this world must come with a price. Everything I do is to minimize the price," Danny said. Even you are trying to minimize the price, so the price itself must not be small. Is it worth it to show off? Tyrion asked. At first, I thought it was a facade project, but now I realize that no matter the price, it is worth it. Why? Because the 7 gods are the gods of faith, and the biggest enemy of faith is falsehood. No one can give faith to false existences. You might not have noticed, but in the past 100 years, early angels like Matthew and Big Sparrow have not improved in their realm. The stronger they are, the more they know, the more they know, the more doubts they have about faith. Thus, they have reached a bottleneck in their realm. If I don't change, a level 9 seraph will never be born among the believers of the 7 gods. It involves the future of the 7 gods church and the 7 gods, so no matter how great the price of changing the timeline is, it is worth it. Tyrion was shocked. Is that so? The 7 Stars Bible is the foundation of the 7 gods of faith. At first, I thought that as long as the doctrine is perfect, there will be no problem with faith, but, Dany sighed and thought of her previous life. The new generation that was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze had almost received the most red education. The red theory that their teacher taught them was a truth that was almost perfect. But after entering society and being beaten up in reality, would they still believe in the completely correct doctrine? The doctrine of the 7 gods was very humane and beautiful, but if the 7 gods themselves went against their doctrine, how would the believers make themselves believe in them? So, Dany had to make the 7 gods real. Now, do you think that I am a fake 7 god? Dany looked at Tyrion and asked. You are the most genuine fake. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Before me, did the Undulls have the concept of the 7 gods? The doctrine of the 7 gods was not passed down by me. The 7 gods church was not established by me. Yes, but, you changed the past. In the timeline, there is only one past. Alright, you are the 7 gods, the real 7 gods. Tyrion sighed. Dany was satisfied. Oh right, be careful. As the ancient king of the hills, returning to the present is equivalent to crossing the timeline, and there may be strong side effects. She reminded. What? I am a modern person. The dwarf shouted. Are you the king of the hills? Dany asked. Yes. Is the king of the hills an ancient from 6,000 years ago? Yes, but no buts, you are an ancient person. I don't want to argue with you, there is no harm in being straightforward. The dwarf said. Dany looked away. Your cultivation realm can no longer be improved, just like the wood cut down in ancient times, it can only slowly decay, but can no longer grow. As an ancient person, you have already sealed the coffin. The dwarf's face was pale, and his eyes were dazed. Isn't that too cruel? There is a price to pay for changing the past. You owe me 500 lives, and this time, you have paid one back. The dwarf muttered. Can you take me to 130 years ago and shut my mouth, so that I won't make such a stupid oath? Sorry, I don't want to be stupid. Don't worry, you can go to other worlds to cultivate. I have the ancient blood of the elves, and will definitely choose the most suitable cultivation world for you. The space-time curse of this world cannot affect other worlds. Dany comforted him again. 150 years ago, when Dany and Rise, Stormborn, on Dragonstone Island, Dany encountered an accident. The space-time in front of her was incomparably solid, countless times more solid than 1,000,000 years ago. That was to say, from this point in time, she could not change any history. Although she could only watch movies, she was still collecting the life imprints of the dead. In fact, not only did the soul dissipate, even the life imprints dissipated. However, she controlled the fire of creation and could read the information of life memories. Once she read it, it would exist. Slavery Bay, Christmas Day. The Great Pyramid, the third step of the big stone steps. Bran and Geralt saw Tyrion walk to the edge of the steps as if he had drunk fake wine, then he missed a step and smashed the big stone steps of the second step. Whoa, the pyramid had been recast by Dragon Queen, and the first step was about 7 to 8 meters high. The dwarf's bones were not broken, but he still cried out in pain. Are you drunk? Bran poked his head out to look. Aye. The dwarf touched the broken bridge of his nose and leaped onto the third step platform. He sat back in his seat, picked up the bottle of wine, and gulped it down. What's wrong? After a fall, you've suddenly become much older, Geralt said, puzzled. The dwarf did not speak. He put down the bottle of wine and closed his eyes to meditate. A moment later, he wailed with a sad face, "It's not an illusion. My cultivation base is even more stable than this great pyramid. It's not moving at all. You're really drunk. What nonsense are you talking about?" Bran asked strangely. At this moment, Dany's voice rang in the dwarf's ears again. "Tyrion, your father Tywin and Aerys have returned as vengeful ghosts. Remember to save up more merit and redeem them. Forget about Father Tywin, but Aerys is your father too." The dwarf wailed indignantly. "Nonsense. We separated long ago. I'm the daughter of Queen Layla, the Pentashade dragon Targaryen. You're the direct descendant of the three-headed red dragon Targaryen, Aerys's super illegitimate son. That's right, Brother Way is also yours. He's your brother. Although Riga is also in hell, he has Jon. Brother Way is alone and can only enter your temple," Dany said with a faint smile. The dwarf hugged his head and wailed, 7 levels of hell. I'm just a monk. I don't even have a kingdom. How can I be considered a direct descendant of the three-headed red dragon? Nonsense. How many countries have I given you? First it was Jean Island, then it was Dear Cauldron Kingdom. Now, there's still Aerys's memorial tablet in Dear Cauldron Kingdom's temple. In my slave base temple, there's only Layla's memorial tablet, Dany said. Did you plan this long ago? The dwarf said angrily. When I announced that you were Aerys's super illegitimate son, weren't you smiling so widely? Dany said lightly. The dwarf recalled that when the Dragon Queen announced that he was Aerys's only successor, he was indeed very proud. Sansa was also very afraid of him because of this. Until she lured him into her bed and swore that he would not fight for the Iron Throne with her. Chapter 1151. After practicing in the Song of Ice and Fire world, Dany immediately went to the Demon Hunter world and used the same method to collect the life imprint of Laura's human husband. She also studied the timeline of the Demon Hunter world. A previous conjecture was verified: the space-time rules of each world were different. The Song of Ice and Fire world had just fallen from the upper universe, and it was the first time the celestial sphere converged, which basically guaranteed the integrity and independence of the timeline. In other words, the river of time was really like a river. The Demon Hunter world had countless celestial sphere converges. When a pile of cow dung and a pile of horse dung collided, a part of cow dung would be missing, and a large piece of horse dung would be stained. As a result, the river of time had broken and large tributaries. After many celestial sphere converges, the Demon Hunter world's river of time was like a 1,000-layer cake with countless holes drilled by insects. Each layer of cake represented a different world spacetime fragment, each hole represented a spacetime tributary. In that world, spacetime travel was very difficult, but also very simple. It was difficult because spacetime was chaotic. It was almost impossible to comprehend the law of space-time travel through cultivation with an ordinary bloodline. It was also easy because space-time was chaotic and there were no strict rules. As long as your bloodline contained the innate law of space-time travel, you could travel freely, but the price, if space-time travel in the Song of Ice and Fire world was like buying a ticket to enter, the ticket was paid by the traveler. Then, the Demon Hunter world had no strict space-time rules and time guardians. There were no guards at the gate, and one could enter at will if they found the right way, and the price was paid by the world's origin. Traveling freely in the Demon Hunter world, changing history and the future, the world's origin would be damaged, space-time would be more chaotic and even more riddled with holes. Perhaps, the world's will would punish the traveler through fate. After Danny brought back the human warlock Craignan, Laura and her descendants were ready to leave. You don't want to settle here. Your world is so chaotic. In recent decades, the North and the South have been fighting a lot. Because of the destruction the warlocks have caused to the cities and the huge casualties to the people, organizations such as witch hunters have begun to appear among the people. Danny said. No, I've been away from home for too long. I want to go back to the elf kingdom. Laura shook her head. If you go back, what about me? The elves won't allow a human to be with the elf princess openly. Craignan frowned. Laura hesitantly said, perhaps we can ask the Sage Parliament for forgiveness. Now that I don't have the ancient blood, I'm no longer that important to them. They should. I will stay in the Demon Hunter world, the male sorcerer said in a deep voice. Craignan. The female elf looked at her lover, her heart at a loss. Danny sighed. The convergence of the celestial spheres will continue for another 30 years. You are always welcome here. Also, she looked at the sky. The spring sun was shining brightly, and the blue sky was filled with white clouds. Everything was peaceful. I'll help you deal with the elves. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack sounded as if a hole had been torn open in the sky. Large chunks of black smoke spread out in all directions from a single point. In a few breaths of time, the sunlight and the blue sky disappeared. Through the dark clouds, one could vaguely see the dim halo of the sun. The atmosphere of fear spread from the sky to the ground. The inexplicable uneasiness triggered the most primitive fear in the citizens of the city. The livestock in the animal pens were restless, stomping their hooves, raising their heads and neighing. The wind is blowing. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into a nightmare. They could faintly hear the screams of the undead in the wind. This is the wild hunt. Laura's pupils contracted, and her whole body trembled. They chased us to this world. Gerald was shocked. Danny laughed. When you guys first arrived, they chased us to the outside of the world. They should have returned in defeat at the gate of the world. I felt that the matter of the elves had to be dealt with, so I threw them into a space-time bubble. The flow of time in the bubble is different. They thought that they had followed you guys through time. Whoosh! A thin ribbon flashed across the sky. It seemed to come from the distant abyss of hell. The atmosphere of darkness and fear became more intense. Thud, 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 thud. This was the sound of the horse hooves of the knights. At first, the distance was too far. It was almost impossible to distinguish the figures of the knights. As they got closer and closer, the thin ribbon gradually enlarged into a group of knights galloping in the sky. This appearance is too flashy, Danny murmured. Thud, thud, thud. The knights were getting closer. With the naked eye of mortals, they could see the horns on their helmets. They could see the protrusions in the middle of the horned helmets. They could see the hollow visors. They could even see the terrifying skeleton-like faces of the knights through the gaps in the visors. Even the warhorses of the knights were skeleton horses. The sides of their bodies were bare like rotting wounds. Danny's interest grew. I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. I actually thought that I had reached the peak. Roar-gaw, the skeleton knights galloped in circles above the Great Pyramid, bringing with them a bone-chilling wind. Perhaps this was not the wind, but the singing of ghosts or a curse. Your Majesty, they're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Do you want me to go and cut them down? Arya showed disdain and asked the Dragon Queen for instructions. The Wild Hunt is a group of demons. They're the spiritual projections of the Elven Knights. They can't be killed, Geralt said. Use soul attacks. At least their minds will be damaged, Arya said. It's the new year. It's not good to fight and kill. Dany shook her head. The skeleton knights galloped a few times, stirring up a funnel-shaped black cloud storm in the sky. Suddenly, the Wild Hunt King at the front of the skeleton knights turned his horse around and charged towards the sky garden below. Gaw gaw gaw, the Wild Hunt King let out a terrifying laugh. Behind the rusty visor, the hollow eye sockets burned with light blue flames. The tattered cape behind him rustled. The knights behind him turned their horses around and pulled out their lightning-shaped swords. The blades of the swords shone with silver light, like stars twinkling in the night sky. The hooves of the skeleton horses burned with blue will-o'-the-wisps. Black smoke, ghost howls, strong winds, and the ghost knights in rotten armor formed a huge vortex that fell directly on top of everyone's heads. That scene was abnormally terrifying. Fuck, this is too impressive. It's even more arrogant than the appearance of the Heaven Saint Seiya, Tyrion cursed softly. It's a pity that they're not strong enough. Dany extended her right hand and spread her fingers, making a grabbing motion. Bang! In the center of the vortex formed by the ghost knights, a ball of golden light suddenly exploded and disappeared in an instant. The blue sky reappeared, and golden sunlight shone on the ground. The terrifying atmosphere and the annoying ghost howls all disappeared. There were only about 1,200 knights left above. They were like insects that fell into amber. Their expressions and movements froze. Faint seven-colored smoke spread out from between the knights' eyebrows. The smoke vaguely formed a distorted person. No, it wasn't the seven-colored smoke from between the eyebrows. It was the seven-colored smoke that came from the void and merged into the bodies of the ghost knights. Their translucent bodies slowly solidified. Skeletons began to cover their flesh and organs, turning into handsome elven knights. The red rusty iron armor became shiny and solid. The tattered cape was bright in color and looked as good as new. Ah, my physical body transmigrated. The Wild Hunt King screamed in horror. His voice was no longer as terrifying as the ghost howls. It was the deep voice of a middle-aged man. After regaining their physical bodies, the Wild Hunt Kings could no longer float in the sky. The horses neighed, and the elven knights kicked their limbs and screamed in shock. They are falling. They are going to fall on our heads. Run! Some guests fled in panic. No, they are becoming smaller. Someone shouted. The lower the altitude of the elven knights and their warhorses, the smaller their bodies became. They were free-falling, and the speed of their fall increased. They shrank visibly. The tall knights became half-humans, little elves, finger-headed people, and men. In the end, the 1,200 knights and their warhorses all fell into the hands of the Dragon Queen. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a flashy entrance, and such a tragic ending. Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. Bran looked at the palms of Grandmaster Dany. He was shocked to see the little people getting up dizzily, looking for their warhorses and swords. They even regrouped under the yelling of the Wild Hunt King. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. Then, he saw a gust of wind in the palms, blowing the little people around. Hey, this is fun. He purposely blew at the Grandmaster's palms. The elven knights floated up like goose feathers in the wind. Because he was too close and too excited, he spat out some saliva. The world of the palms started to rain heavily. Go away. Disgusting. Grandmaster Danny looked disgusted. She pushed her unfilial grandson to the side. Then, she raised the hand with the little people and made a grabbing motion towards the sky. Boom rip. 100-meter-long crack appeared in the sky. Then, an exquisite city built by the lake in the forest rose from the ground. Like a sesame cake, it spun and fell from above. Ah, the elven royal city! Laura exclaimed. The sesame cake city expanded to its original size in the sky. It covered the whole of Astapor with a radius of 100 miles. The residents and guests of Slave Bay could even see the rippling lake beside the elven royal city. The elves running in panic in the streets of the city, and the elven sages casting forbidden spells with their staffs. It was like colorful fireworks exploding in the sky above the elven royal city. The effect was just fireworks. As the elven royal city fell, it started to shrink rapidly, just like the elven nights before it. The people in the sky garden looked at the queen's palms in a daze. They saw a city model the size of a broad bean. Do you admit defeat? She said. Yes, yes, the people nearby said in a daze. I'm not asking you. She pointed at the palm of her right hand with her left hand. I'm asking them. Ah, they admit defeat. Danny smiled at the people beside her. Why don't we go to the elven royal city for a walk? It's more exquisite than my Astapor. It's more natural. Jump into your palm. Gerald muttered. Try jumping on the spot. Gerald tried, but he didn't land. He disappeared on the spot. The elven royal city was so small, but they still saw the demon hunters in the square in front of the palace. Everything was clear. Even the blank expression on Gerald's face could be seen. As the guests in the sky garden disappeared one by one, Danny also entered the elven royal city in the palm of her hand. A group of defeated elven sages knelt on the ground to welcome her. Danny didn't go overboard. She didn't face them with the attitude of a conqueror. She didn't even sit on the seat that represented the Elf King. Instead, she accepted the elves' hospitality as an honored guest. Well, it was mainly because Laura was beside her. If she humiliated the elven sages in a domineering manner, it would be a slap to her own face. She had previously vowed that Laura was her friend. She couldn't slap her friend's parents in front of her friend, right? Chapter 1152. In the back garden of the Elven Palace. Elf Sage Avarak said bitterly, "What kind of witchcraft is this? Why can't we break it even with our combined efforts?" He was Laura's fiancé. Danny smiled faintly. "Forbidden spells are just child's tricks. I stopped playing after I turned 25. Looking at his fiancé who had been dead for over 100 years, Avarak sighed. "You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves." "We failed, we couldn't fight back. Dragon Queen, how do you plan to deal with the elves?" The Wild Hunt King in the blood-red armor said bitterly. And the Wild Hunt King that was the nightmare of many worlds, was just the leader of an elven cavalry team. Before the ancient blood was lost, the elves used their physical bodies to travel through worlds, enslaving and robbing the natives. They weren't afraid of the white frost. Even if they couldn't stop the Ice Aeon, they could open the Gate of Worlds and migrate to a comfortable and safe new world. With the loss of the ancient blood, the elves couldn't travel through time and space with their physical bodies. They could only use the form of demon spirits to project their minds to various worlds. They could kill people, rob people, and rare resources, but they couldn't directly colonize for long periods of time. Danny thought for a moment and said, "Ciri and I have already completed the sacred vow. In theory, the elves should have paid the price for breaking the vow. However, the ones who decided to break the vow are you, and the price is paid by my good friend Laura and her descendants. This isn't fair." Laura's good friend's face twisted slightly. The dwarf sighed softly, looking at the elves with pity in his eyes. Pity for fellow sufferers. Completed the vow. You obtained the ancient blood. The elf sage's face turned ugly. Why do you think you can break the vow? Danny sneered, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was able to find the elven world and easily grasp the elven capital in the palm of my hand. The ancient blood played a huge role. The old elves' faces turned ashen. Avarak raised his spirits and said, Since the oath has been fulfilled and Laura has been resurrected by you, the price of breaking the oath will be paid by her. How about letting her inherit the position of the Elf King? He could see that the Dragon Queen had obtained a lot of benefits from Laura's sacred oath. Even if the elves were to break their oath, she would still be too lazy to haggle with the elves. Perhaps because she was too strong, the elves didn't have any treasures that she could think of. Once their interests were satisfied and they couldn't squeeze out any new benefits, they would start to talk about relationships and satisfy the needs of friendship. Or was it purely for the sake of face? The elven sage didn't know, but he was sure that as long as Laura was properly arranged, the elven race's catastrophe would be easily resolved. Thinking of this, he quickly added, I swear on behalf of the Sage Parliament that I will no longer harass Ciri and her friends. I will even allow Ciri to become Laura's successor and the next Elven King. The Wild Hunter has offended your dignity. In order to express our apologies, the Elf tribe is willing to compensate you with rare treasures, wizard scrolls, alchemy potions, and other items. The treasury will be open for you to choose. Compensation is just a token. The key is Laura. Danny waved her hand indifferently and looked at her good friend. Laura, what do you think? Laura looked at her elf fiancé and then at her human husband. I am willing to serve the elven race, but Craignan, well, Laura has paid a huge price for the elven race. I think you should be able to accept a human royal husband. Danny looked at Avarak. Laura's former fiancé forcefully swallowed the feces in his mouth and nodded. We have already accepted Ciri as the next Elven King. Craignan becoming the Elven Queen's royal husband is a matter of course. Well, happy ending. Today is Christmas. Everyone come to Astapor to participate in the Christmas banquet. Danny clapped her hands and said excitedly. I have something to say. The Wild Hunter King stood up with a worried expression and complained to Danny. Your Majesty, the reason I hunted Ciri wasn't for a personal grudge. As you can see, the Wild Hunter can travel between worlds, so I know a lot of terrible news that you don't know. What news? Danny asked curiously. The White Frost is coming. His eyes were filled with fear and his voice was trembling. It's not the usual White Frost. It's like the universe has entered winter and a cold wave has arrived. I have seen with my own eyes that one world after another has fallen into complete silence in the White Frost. Not only the Elven world, but the Demon Hunter world, your 7 gods world, and all the nearby worlds have been invaded by the White Frost. If the White Frost is coming, what's the point of hunting Ciri? As the inheritor of the ancient blood, she has her own destiny. She won't escape the responsibility of saving the world. Danny's expression was indifferent and didn't show much emotion. The Wild Hunter King's cold face behind his helmet turned red. He felt that Ciri wasn't qualified and didn't have the ability to be the savior. He felt that he was the one destined. Therefore, he wanted to seize Ciri's bloodline and control the future for himself. If my ability can stop the White Frost, even if I have to pay the price of my life, I will do it. The gray-haired demon hunter woman said in a deep voice. If you ask me, you guys are worrying for nothing. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It goes without saying who's the tallest, the dwarf complained. The elven sages glanced at the Dragon Queen and looked at each other. Their expressions were much more relaxed. The dwarf was right. The white frost would come when the celestial spheres converged. Even if the Dragon Queen only swept the snow in front of her door, they could still hide behind the seven gods' world. The only question was, could she stop the white frost? Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, the celestial spheres converged more frequently. At first, it was only the seven gods' world and the demon hunter world that collided. Now, there were 7 more great stars in the sky. The world had its own rules. Just like cars on the highway, as long as there were no accidents, there wouldn't be collisions. However, once an accident happened, there would be a long line of cars involved in car accidents. One world's trajectory was abnormal, and it would collide with another world, causing the worlds to derail one after another. Therefore, the convergence of celestial bodies was like the scene of a large-scale car accident. Multi-star collisions were common, but the 8th great star that appeared in the sky above the Song of Ice and Fire world terrified the living people of every world. It was an ice-blue dead star, a world that was withering in the white frost. Everyone knew that the white frost had come. The demon hunter world and the nearby worlds had longer winters. Only the Song of Ice and Fire world was unaffected. Where's the Dragon Queen? In recent years, more and more people from other worlds have applied to relocate our world. What's she thinking? John found Bran, who was cultivating in seclusion at the North Pole. Yes, Dany's White Knight, Bran. After his wife, Mara, passed away, he came to the North Pole to guard the World Gate for the Dragon Queen. Guarding the World Gate had the highest salary, but he still had his mother suffering in hell. He could not enjoy life by the Queen's side like Barristan. After obtaining the ancient blood, Her Majesty began to travel to other worlds. She might be testing her Tao in one of the worlds now. When Bran opened his eyes, John, who met his gaze, felt dizzy for a moment. Your eyes. He saw endless images flash past his eyes. The huge amount of information and the distortion of time and space made his head swell. I'm the Green Prophet, a natural time traveler, Bran said. At this moment, he was no longer as young as he was 100 years ago. His weed-like white hair fell to his shoulders. His eyebrows grew to his temples, and his silver beard reached his chest. His cheeks were thin and handsome. He was tall but shriveled. His eyes were full of wisdom. You're also cultivating the law of time and space. John was shocked. I'm not just the White Knight. Like Arya, I'm Her Majesty's vassal god. Vassal gods can borrow the Lord God's power. I think. Bran looked hesitant. Do you know that the world has changed? After the celestial bodies converged, the world changed every day, John said. No, I mean some things have changed forever, Bran mumbled. Be more specific. John was getting impatient. You've seen Legger? Bran asked. John was silent. After a while, he asked in a muffled voice, Say, is the Dragon Queen my aunt or the reincarnation of the 7 gods? Both. Bran sighed. What do you want to do? John asked. I'm thinking. What should I do for Robb and Father? Bran said. They've returned to the world and will enjoy eternal peace, John said. The past can be changed, Bran said faintly. John looked down and said, I'm only concerned about the current migration problem. As for the rest, I can't do anything. Let in all the otherworlders with excellent bloodlines, Bran said. Many of the migration problems aren't people. Even demons can be brought in to fill up hell. The species are too complicated. There might be political turmoil in the future, or even racial wars, John said worriedly. Then let's fight. Pointless fighting will only deplete the world's vitality. Furthermore, the power of our families will be greatly impacted. John said. Bran looked up at the sky. Say, how many stars do you think are real? One true god represents one star. That's not accurate. Bran shook his head. One small plane also represents one star. The world we're in right now is actually the main world. John's expression changed. I remember that all the small planes have fallen into the Saucerose continent. Our world will definitely level up. Bran didn't have a trace of doubt on his face. Her Majesty doesn't just travel the worlds to verify the laws, she's also looking for worlds with potential. Using otherworlders as small planes. John was shocked. Bran nodded. In the future, there will be many more stars in the sky above our heads, real stars. With enough resources, there won't be racial wars in the near future. What kind of worlds are considered to have potential? John asked again. For example, the ancient blood in the elf world can provide us, especially Her Majesty, with new high-level laws. For example, the demon hunter world has a strong origin and has survived countless world-destroying white frost. It can provide us with a large amount of chaos force. So, the demon hunter world and the elf world will become our stars, and we can open our doors to immigrants. No, the Queen will look for the empty shell world that has been destroyed by white frost. Bran's expression was complicated. The human mind is unpredictable. If we move the demon hunter world to the astral world, the people in that world will think that we're colonizing them. There's no way to explain, we're indeed extracting the force of their world. Nothing forcibly done is sweet. John nodded, then asked doubtfully, where will the ancient blood come from in the empty shell world? Past and present, it makes no difference to Her Majesty. The ancient blood of the elf race and Her Majesty's fire of creation are a perfect match. Bran sighed. I wonder how many stars she's found in the past 10 years, John said leisurely. I don't know how many, but I'm sure that there'll be a world called Earth among them, Bran said with certainty. Why? John was puzzled. Big Sparrow has been to the paradise island of the Earthlings. Chapter 1153. Dany did find Earth. She accidentally entered the solar system while searching for the source of the white frost. The white frost was not a point explosion, as she had guessed before, which meant that the white frost suddenly appeared at a certain point in the universe. It had its own source. Just like the roots of a tree, from the deepest, undetectable, and indescribable source, white light in the shape of tree roots erupted. The white light was like lightning, twisting and scattering, and the aftermath was the white frost. The forked lightning-like white light had the ability to track civilized worlds. Like an embroidery needle thrown by Dongfang Bubi, it accurately pierced through the lotus seeds that Yang Lianting threw into the sky. With a flash of white light, countless worlds were pierced by the white frost. What was more terrifying was that the worlds destroyed by the white frost would break away from their original orbits and have a chance of colliding with other worlds, which was the intersection of the celestial spheres. The white frost was like a virus. When the celestial spheres intersected, the worlds that had been destroyed by the white frost would attract the white frost, destroying the worlds that had come into contact with it but had not yet encountered the white frost. The eighth world that intersected with the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was supposed to be the virus spreader. Dany predicted the direction of the white frost in advance and turned into a flame, moving against the light and eating the white frost that destroyed the world. She became a savior in silence. The savior of many worlds, and no one even knew at this time. The price she paid was that half of the flame on her body was extinguished. When she turned into the fire of creation, the size of the flame represented the thickness of her origin. The price of losing half of her origin was too great. The white frost was more terrifying than she had imagined before she met it. It was not something that Frost God's white frost forbidden spell could compare to. Frost God's white frost was the ice power of the frost world. It was essentially an elemental power, no different from the fire and earth elements. The white frost in the lower universe was the power of the end that destroyed civilizations and worlds. The white frost was an energy that could not be absorbed. It represented the complete end, death, decay. It was the end of all matter and life. Although she had lost a part of her origin power, Dani was very excited. Even if her fire of creation was still 15% away from the real first flame, its energy level was not comparable to any other energy. In terms of fire energy levels, ordinary flames were level 1, wildfire level 2, ordinary dragon flames level 3, earth flames level 4, sun flames level 5, first flames level 6, and first flames level 7. True gods fluctuated between level 4 and level 5 according to the laws they grasped. Inferior songs of laws were only at level 4, while the extremely powerful songs of the elements could reach or even surpass level 5. Dani was not a true god, but she had far surpassed it. Her energy rank was around 6. 5. Frost God's Song of Ice was higher than LV4, but lower than LV4. 5. It was not worthy of Dani's Song of Ice and Fire. That was why Dani had given the Song of Ice to John. She hoped that he could sing an even stronger Song of Ice, and then use him as a cauldron to cultivate a Song of Ice that could match the first flame. John's talent was not bad. In just 100 years, he had almost completed 10% of the Song of Ice. Even if he took into account that it would get slower and slower in the later stages, he would be able to complete the Song of Ice in about 30 to 50,000 years. Not to mention Lalo, even geniuses like Night Lion and Neodymium God of Lust would not be able to do so. After all, the Song of Ice's energy rank was naturally higher than their inferior laws. Dani had originally planned to wait 30 to 50,000 years, but now, power below LV6. 5 could not hurt her at all. Not only could the white light hurt her, but it could also reduce half of her origin. What did this mean? It meant that the white light's energy rank was higher than 6. 5, which meant that the white light was the other half of the Song of Ice and Fire that she had been searching for. Perhaps, she had found her purpose in coming to the lower universe. One day in the future, when she completely grasped the first flame and could sing the ancient blood spacetime law, she would definitely walk the same path as the long-braided female elf ancestor, and explore the secret of the white light in the lower universe. Now, she was on Earth, the Death Star of the civilization that had been frozen by the white frost. If it were not for the fact that she was very familiar with the solar system's planets and the moon, Dani would not have recognized that this was Earth. Not only was the land and sea frozen, but the strange ruins of the superior civilization on the land were also unfamiliar to her. Even the continental plates were not what she remembered. Bran was right. While she was practicing her transmigration skill, she was studying the white frost and also looking for the high-level world that had been destroyed by the white frost. When she arrived on Earth, the white frost had just destroyed the world not long ago, and the people of the previous civilization had not died out yet. Before the white frost descended, the prophets among the people of Earth had predicted the arrival of the disaster. They had thought of 2 ways to preserve their civilization. The first was to build a deep-sea city in the trenches and use the huge amount of seawater to offset the extreme cold of the white frost. The second was to find a volcanic crater and dig out an underground world near the magma. The prehistoric civilization had more than one human race. According to their forms, Dani named them long-legged giants, slender people, crypt people, and normal people. The long-legged giants were also called TikTok beauty-legged giants. They were giants with long legs and beautiful faces. They were about 5 meters tall, and their legs were 3 meters long. They were disproportionate to their bodies. Dani even wondered how their legs could be so deformed under the gravitational environment of Earth. The slender people's limbs, waists, and cheeks were very slender, but they were very tall. The average height was more than 1.8 meters, and they were slender. The crypt people had a triangular face, big turbid eyes, rough brown skin, thick palms, a height of 1.5 meters, and a slightly hunched back. These three races had a very high level of civilization. It was not simply technology or magic. At this time, the Earth's chaotic force was very rich, and the people of Earth had developed an advanced interstellar civilization. That's right, they could travel within the stars. In fact, the crypt people came from Mars, the long-legged giants came from outside Pluto. When the celestial bodies converged, they migrated from another world. Many years ago, their civilization was destroyed in the white frost. Perhaps, in the billions of years of history of the solar system, countless civilizations had been born, and countless civilizations had migrated. When Danny arrived, the normal primitive people had already died out. Long before the white frost arrived, the giant civilization, like the elves, had experienced a great decline. At this time, they had lost the ability to migrate across planets, and could only hide in mountain cities to survive. The hope of survival was very slim. The slender people built cities at the bottom of the sea and prepared a full set of space launch systems in advance. When the white frost cold air covering the entire solar system dissipated, some of their people would escape from Earth by spaceship. The crypt people did not choose to evacuate. Instead, they dug holes in the ground and prepared to build an underground world. Whether it was the crypt people or the slender people, it should not be difficult for them to survive this cold wave. According to the rules that Danny originally set for herself, as long as the civilization was not completely extinct, she would not interfere with that world. She would not save, plunder, or destroy. But after landing on the surface of Earth, Danny was shocked by two things on the spot. First, the will of the world of Earth was like a child welcoming home. It could not wait to accept her, and even directly gave her the control of the heavenly axiom. Even if she gave the Song of Ice and Fire world the first fire, even if she ended the long night and became the savior, even if she sang the Song of Fire, even if she became the God King, the will of the world of Song of Ice and Fire was not so affectionate. Danny forcibly extracted the will of the world from the depths of the world's origin with her strength and cast it into the Book of Fate. After being crowned the God King of Earth, without knowing anything, Danny immediately discovered another amazing secret. Through the resonance of the origin of this Earth, she could find other Earths or civilizations related to Earth. It was like telling the password of the bank vault to a peerless thief. How did Laura transmigrate? She first locked onto a world, which was often a star visible to the naked eye, and then used her mental projection to inquire about the information and determine the coordinates. When she thought it was appropriate, she would transmigrate physically. How did Siri transmigrate? She had not received the special training of the elven royal family about the ancient blood. She blindly transmigrated, opened the gate of the worlds, and went inside, where the next station was all based on luck. Before the inheritance of the ancient blood was cut off, the main task of the wild hunters was the same as the rangers, to search the nearby area and determine the location of the enemy and the resource points that could be occupied. To put it bluntly, the wild hunters were responsible for finding the coordinates of a different world for the elven king of the ancient blood. How did Danny transmigrate to this Earth? When she was chasing the source of the white light, she happened to come here. Danny was still thinking that when she chanted the Song of Law contained in the ancient blood, her descendants would also evolve with the bloodline. In this way, she could specially select a group of Targaryens who had awakened the soul transmigration talent and imitate the wild hunters of the elves. Their image was better, with white robes and silver armor, golden-maned unicorns, and the knights were all handsome and sunny, with hot spring eyes and spring breeze-like smiles. They were the representatives of the holy light and beauty. They could not be like the elves, ghost knights who brought nightmares to the living. On one hand, they acted as Danny's honor guard, helping her raise her status, and on the other hand, praising the name of the 7 gods in the universe, and on the other hand, helping the grand ancestor Dany collect information about other worlds. Now, it seemed that before the Targaryen male model group was formed, Dany could already transmigrate on a large scale. The will of the Earth world was forged into a 3-legged cauldron by Dany. In the future, after the birth of new humans, it would also take on the role of the Sea of Law. Sitting cross-legged and floating above the 3-legged cauldron, Dany first found the world of the Song of Ice and Fire through the resonance of the origin. This was not surprising, as she was already the king of gods in the Song of Ice and Fire world. It was normal for her to find her home. However, she was shocked to find that the Demon Hunter world was also within the resonance range. This was just the beginning. Among the hundreds of resonance worlds, she found 3 real worlds derived from movies and TV series that she had watched in her previous life. Worlds related to Earth, could it be, but I have no impression of 99% of the worlds. Dany was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Then, she left Earth and went to the resonance worlds, picking out 20 smaller dead worlds that had been completely destroyed by the cataclysm. For smaller worlds, she could lift them up like a brick. The solar system was too big, and she could only slowly push it to the Song of Ice and Fire world like a child pushing her grandfather's 2-wheeled cart filled with sweet potatoes. 20 small worlds, together with the Song of Ice and Fire world, the world wills of 21 worlds were all replaced by her will. However, after trying in the origin of each world, Dany did not find a world that could resonate with the origin of other worlds. She was almost certain that the resonance of Earth's origin was the same as the transmigration law of the Elven mother planet, the rich origin of the demon hunters, and the fusion of ice and fire in the Song of Ice and Fire world. They were all talents of the world itself. Chapter 1154. There was only one thing that Dany was unsure of. Could this Earth, which made her feel like she was returning to her mother, be her home planet before she transmigrated? If she was born in this world, when she returned with the first flame, the will of the world would naturally cheer. Just like a family that was poor to begin with, and the father happened to be seriously ill. Suddenly, the daughter who was lost in the early years returned as a billionaire. Now that Earth had just been covered in white frost, and civilization was on the verge of extinction, Dany returned with the first flame and the ancient blood, and the will of Earth leaned over. Did it seem reasonable? But the problem was that the time did not match, and the location did not match. When Dany transmigrated, Earth had already entered modern human civilization, millions of years ago. When she transmigrated, the world of Song of Ice and Fire was in the upper universe, and Earth had already existed in the lower universe for many years. Transmigrating across dimensions and time. Dany looked at the frosty Earth below her, and her expression became solemn. Maybe, for the rest of the time, I have to stay here until that moment comes. With this thought, Dany stopped moving the solar system to the world of Song of Ice and Fire, because there was a difference of 100 times in the flow of time between the two worlds. Another 20 years later, the convergence of the spheres between the world of Song of Ice and Fire and the world of Demon Hunters ended. But the communication between the two worlds was not cut off, and Ciri often opened the gate of the worlds to come to the world of ice and fire to practice the laws. Later, she simply used the technology of the elves to build a permanent gate of the world between the two worlds. The gate of the world was built on the sea, the world of demon hunters was on the coast of Sintra, and the world of Song of Ice and Fire was on the Bay of Sorrows. Well, in the end, Ciri did not marry the crown prince of the true dragon Khanate, because she liked women. Ciri did like boys when she was a lowly, but a series of later experiences had greatly changed her worldview and personality. It was said that she had relationships beyond friendship with several female mages in the world of the seven gods. Although the marriage with Ciri did not succeed, the true dragon Khanate still supported Calanthe's restoration. Because Queen Calanthe's mother, the seer Idalia, had married a Targaryen prince. It was not Bran, but the Bran's reputation was too bad, and no one was willing. Dany did not interfere. They were free to fall in love. To be honest, Dany was far more satisfied with Idalia than Ciri if she did not consider the ancient blood. Ciri was not suitable to be a daughter-in-law. She was the space-time prodigal, a demon hunter with a big sword on her back, a female version of Geralt. The marriage partner had changed from her granddaughter to her mother. Calanthe was very confused and inexplicably sad. A few years later, her mother gave birth to a few more Targaryen brothers for her. On the 50th year since Dany obtained the ancient blood, she had finally separated a brand new Song of Laws from her bloodline. From that moment on, faith transcended time and dimension, and the glory of the seven gods spread throughout the universe. For example, in the world of demon hunters, 50 years of convergence of the celestial spheres allowed the Church of the Seven Gods, whose doctrines perfectly fit the three views of human beings, to flourish in the northern countries. Especially the war in the north that lasted for decades, affected millions of people, and was hated by the entire continent. It could be said to be the booster for the development of the Church of the Seven Gods. In the world of demon hunters, the one who contributed the most to the development of the Church of the Seven Gods was none other than Ciri's father, Imherse. Although he was a heretic who did not believe in the seven gods, through the oppression of the northern countries and the instigation of the relationship between warlocks and royalty, he made the royal families of the various countries turn to the economical, safe and efficient priests of the seven gods. The priests and paladins of the seven gods also lived up to expectations and successfully helped the various countries to stop the brutal Nilfgaardian army. The Nilfgaardians believed in the sun and did not have priests of the seven gods. During the war, the medical disadvantage was too great. The world of demon hunters never lacked devout believers. In fact, before the appearance of the Church of the Seven Gods, Meritlae already had a church organization all over the northern continent. They were all public welfare organizations such as orphanages, hospitals, shelters, and the like. The three views and behavior of the people in charge were often very consistent with the teachings of the seven gods. When they changed their faith, or slightly adjusted their doctrines, believing that the seven gods in Meritlae were the same gods, it was very easy to change their profession to a priest. After 50 years of development, the seven gods became the mainstream religion of the northern countries. But with the end of the convergence of the celestial spheres, the distance between the two worlds grew farther and farther, and the priests and paladins began to lose levels and their power gradually declined. Fortunately, the seven gods had always stood at the top of the lonely peak, and there were no competitors. Or rather, there was no one who could fight. No matter how weak the priests of the seven gods were, they were still stronger than the priests of other churches who did not even have divine spell slots. For example, Aunt May's New Sun religion. When she was there, she really developed a group of extraordinary priests who could borrow her power. But when the convergence of the celestial spheres ended, the priests instantly turned back into muggles. When Dany began to understand the law of space-time travel, the believers of the seven gods in the world of demon hunters once again clearly felt the power of the seven gods. Their power was even stronger than when the celestial spheres converged earlier. The islanders' goddess Freya is also Meritlae. Why not learn from the mainlanders and change the doctrine? No, not change, but replace the slightly backward doctrine of the three goddesses with a more complete, 7 stars Bible. Perhaps we can remove the 7 stars and only revere the Bible. The prince of the Skellige Islands said to the nuns on the island. We can try. The old nun had long been envious of her counterparts on the mainland. The humans' Meritlae is our faith in Blow Magda. Why should they be the only ones to understand divine spells? The dwarf king in the corner of the mountain was unbalanced. My king, I think we can give up on Blow Magda and directly believe in the seven gods. Although the three goddesses have holy healing, holy light and wisdom, we dwarves should believe in blacksmiths more." The dwarf priest said. "That makes sense." So, the dwarves directly changed their faith to the 7 gods. After the dwarves, it was the elves, because the elves believed in Dynamita, the 3 goddesses of the maiden, the virgin and the crone. In the beginning, only the elves in the world of demon hunters used the Bible as their doctrine. The effect was so good that it was not long before the elves in the world of elves used it. 50 years after the convergence of the celestial spheres, the 7th Northern War broke out, and the people of the world saw for the first time the legendary palm of the Virgin Mary. The demigod Archbishop of Sintra used only one move, earthquake, and directly slapped the hill 2 kilometers away, where the Nilfgaardian warlocks were, directly into a large lake. Such terrifying power, even Dany was shocked. When the celestial spheres converged, more than 10 planets collided, and Dany quietly helped them resolve the White Frost disaster. The civilizations did not go extinct, and they also came into contact with the teachings of the 7 gods, and also introduced churches and priest systems on different scales. When the law of spacetime travel was first understood, the faith of the 7 gods was no longer limited by spacetime, and almost without exception, the 7 gods became the mainstream faith of the world in just over 10 years. In addition, Ciri and Dany often sent some believers of the 7 gods to travel to other worlds, and the faith of the 7 gods had already spread in that void domain. At least 30 worlds provided Dany with the power of faith. Unknowingly, the believers evolved, and there was a qualitative change. When the believers used the palm of the Virgin Mary again, they could borrow a part of the physical power of the Virgin Mary. It was equivalent to the clone of the Virgin Mary personally attacking, and that power, after resurrection, the Virgin Mary's palm became the second forbidden spell to be restricted by Dany. In the early years, as long as one was promoted to a level 4 great priest, there was a certain chance of understanding the Virgin Mary's palm. After the long night, it was changed to a level 5 demigod. At this time, angels below level 3 could forget about it. Killing an entire warlock group with one palm was too domineering, and it affected the balance of power too much. It did not conform to Dany's plan of the 7 gods' church to be gentle, harmonious, low-key, and down-to-earth. When Dany was 500 years old, she finally stopped interfering in the mortal world. She gave up the title of Empress, and did not let her successor rule the world as Emperor. In fact, when Dany was 100 years old, the world's population had recovered to 60% of what it was before the long night. In fact, she had gradually given up her rule of the world. When she was 500 years old, the celestial emperor was no longer around, and she was only the divine king. Even Slave Bay and Astapor's hometown were handed over to her nth crown prince. From then on, Christmas was really Christmas. If one wanted to celebrate Grandmaster Dany's birthday, they had to have the ability to go to the astral world. Another 500 years later, the Dragon Queen completely became a legend, and there was no trace of her in the world. In this 1,000 years, the celestial spheres converged twice in the Song of Ice and Fire world. The first time was very small, and the worlds only approached without colliding. It lasted for a few months, and a group of otherworlders migrated in. The second time was huge, and dozens of worlds collided. Dany even took action again, and quietly blocked the destructive white light for the many worlds. At this time, the faith of the 7 gods had spread to thousands of nearby worlds, and the number of heavenly angels had exceeded 10,000. After 1,000 years, Yennefer finally started with the Song of Fire, and Ciri started with the Song of Wind. The 2 women joined forces with 3 angels of the 7 gods who could use the Holy Mother's palm, and successfully blocked the second White Frost of the Demon Hunter world. The first White Frost was blocked by Dany. The Holy Mother's palm has a miraculous effect on White Frost. This news was spread by the Lady of Space and Time, Ciri, and the 7 gods' missionaries to various worlds. With the first time, there was a second time, and when the second interception was successful, more and more worlds summoned level 3 angels to save the world when the world was in danger. Not all civilizations could summon angels to save the world. First of all, they could not do it at the last minute, and had to have enough power of faith. Second, the world had given birth to angels before, and it was best if they were level 3 middle angels or above. Lastly, the white frost could not be too strong. The world, the church, and even the lower universe. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Dani, however, encountered the first cultivation bottleneck in her life. Her progress of the flame of creation was stuck at 85.7%, and no matter how she tested the songs of the 4 elements in hundreds and thousands of worlds, she could not advance any further. For a whole 500 years, the progress bar did not move at all. If it were Lalo, he might have been able to encourage himself with precision down to 9 decimal places, but Dani could not help it. She did not lack patience, but she had a vague feeling that she would never be able to master the first flame in the lower universe. But the first flame was incomplete, and she was not qualified to explore the secret of the white light. Here came the problem. To master the first flame, she had to leave the lower universe. But if she left the lower universe, she would lose the opportunity to understand the ice of destruction. It's time for me to start a new journey. Dani looked at the sky, and her gaze pierced through the dimensional fog, and saw a sea of bright stars. There was something there that made her flame of creation restless. Chapter 1155. Dragon Calendar Year 1600, Spring. In the 5 dragon caves south of Astapor, the originally spacious white jade square seemed especially small today. It was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. There were more than 1,000 people, all of them Targaryens. There were leaders of various families, kings of kingdoms, and demigods who had long escaped the danger of their lifespans. Brandon, where have you been? I haven't seen you in a few hundred years. The dwarf pulled the former crazy prince, his face full of enthusiasm. My 3rd tribulation is coming soon. What else can I do but work hard to earn merit? Bran said dejectedly. Once they heard about the tribulation, a group of demigods of Targaryens surrounded him. There were 400 to 500 of them. So soon. Bran, didn't you just go through your 2nd tribulation 500 years ago? Yeah, why are your tribulations so frequent? Bran, are you confident? I've been feeling uneasy recently. I often wake up in the middle of the night, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Is the tribulation coming soon? The dwarf used his high status to push the juniors aside and said to Bran with a forced smile, in about 20 years, my first tribulation will come. Bran, if you have any tricks to go through the tribulation, you must teach me. Looking at those who have gone through the tribulation in the past 1,000 years, more than 70% of them have died in the first tribulation. It's terrifying. Yeah, it's terrifying. The soul disperses, the cultivation disappears, and only the life imprint is left to reincarnate, the nearby Targaryens said sadly. Bran, you're the first to go through the tribulation, the first to go through the tribulation, the first to encounter the 2nd tribulation, the first to go through the 2nd tribulation, and you're about to go through your 3rd tribulation. You must have a lot of experience, right? Yimod with the scar also came over. There are 4 main essentials to going through the tribulation. Looking at the hopeful and respectful gazes around him, Bran's heavy heart relaxed a little. First of all, the tribulation can only be resisted, not evaded. Those who fled to the other world after sensing the impending tribulation are completely brainless. Why don't you think about what realm the old ancestor is at? If even you can go to the other world, is it difficult for the heavenly tribulation to follow? The power of the heavenly tribulation will be doubled for those who flee to the other world. Thus, the failure rate of the tribulation is now as high as 74%. You also ran away back then, right? Danny asked. Ahem, I escaped. That's why I'm deeply moved. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a triple demigod in my cultivation of magic, body, and sword, and even borrowed Gerald's sword of spacetime, there's an 80% chance that I wouldn't have been able to withstand it, Bran said awkwardly. The sword of spacetime. Is it the divine sword that the ancestor gave him and Ciri? Someone asked. Yes, that's the sword. This is the second main point of the heavenly tribulation. Bran raised 2 fingers. The heavenly tribulation artifact. Powerful divine artifacts could help the cultivator withstand the heavenly tribulation. Actually, the sword of spacetime wasn't very effective. If it were in the shape of an umbrella or an iron shield, the defensive efficiency would be higher. For example, the human crown of Westeros has its own merit and destiny. It should be able to block the heavenly tribulation. Looks like I'll have to find a divine craftsman to create a heavenly tribulation armor for the next 20 years, the dwarf said thoughtfully. The third main point of the heavenly tribulation is strength. Needless to say, at the end of the day, the heavenly tribulation is a test of your cultivation progress. It's no different from the final exams in school. If you have excellent results, you're naturally not afraid of exams. At the same time, if you have good results in one subject, you'll also fail in other subjects. Therefore, it's best to cultivate magic, body, and skills. Everyone nodded silently. The stronger one was, the easier it was to survive the heavenly tribulation. This was a matter of course. Finally, it's merit. Merit is the most practical and the most useful treasure for surviving the tribulation. First of all, with the addition of merit, the interval between the heavenly tribulation will be much longer than others. No wonder you, Bran, are going to undergo the third heavenly tribulation in a short 1,500 years. Everyone was enlightened. That's why I've been thinking of ways to earn merit recently. Bran sighed. Other than prolonging the interval between the heavenly tribulation, merit can also offset the power of the heavenly tribulation. It's too useful. Devil power is easy to obtain, but merit is hard to earn. I've been a herdsman in a poor mountain village for 300 years. I've saved thousands of people and helped countless children open up the path of cultivation. I've never collected any fees, but I've only accumulated 40 merit points. It's too bad that when I was king in my early years, I got drunk and whipped 2 maids to death. A total of 20 merit points were deducted. After that, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have become king even if you beat me to death, someone lamented. I'd like to continue being king. I've been king for 40 years and earned 800 merit points. After I abdicated, I cultivated for 1,200 years and did a lot of good deeds. Instead, I lost 150 merit points, someone disagreed. Cousin, you're talking nonsense. How can you lose anything? The king from before was full of suspicion. Why can't I? When I was king, I had people following me everywhere. No one dared to offend me, and I didn't have the chance to kill anyone. After I abdicated, I traveled the world alone. Those bastards didn't know who I was. They thought I was putting on airs and was an old man who liked to show off. The cousin's handsome face was full of grievances. I'm just used to fine clothes, good food, and good service. Is it too much to hire 8 beautiful female elves to carry a palanquin? I've lived like that my whole life. But those fellows just couldn't stand it. They were jealous and wanted to provoke me. You guys know that I have a bad temper. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. So, I started a fight. If I kill someone, my merit points will be deducted. You don't deduct merit points from killing people in battle, right? Danny asked doubtfully. Everywhere I go, people provoke me. I've killed a little too many. The cousin sighed. Based on the way he's doing things, only 150 merit points will be deducted for 1,200 years. That's really very little, Brandon complained. Sigh. It's hard to earn merit, but easy to get sin. It's hard, Tyrion said. Bran smiled proudly. You guys haven't found the right way. What way? Everyone asked anxiously. Missionaries from another world. TSK. And here I thought it was something else. The onlookers were disappointed. Missionaries from another world have been around for 1,000 years. I've been one too. I only earned 98 merit points in 400 years. It's better than being a herdsman at home. But it's dangerous to preach in another world. The mortality rate is as high as 25%. Someone lamented. Hee, you guys haven't found the trick. Bran's smile was smug and mysterious. What trick? Tyrion asked curiously. This. Bran hesitated again. There are too many people here. Let's talk later, he said softly. But the people around him were all demigods. No matter how soft he was, they could still hear him. Bran, are you going to cut yourself off from the Targaryen family? Bran, the old ancestor is coming. I'm going to complain to her. You don't respect your elders, you don't love the young. You betrayed the family. Fuck, do you have to be so ruthless? Bran's face was pale. Bran, everyone here is Targaryen. There are no outsiders, Scar Ymont said sternly. Bran glanced at his uncle and sighed. Actually, it's very simple. Find the destined person to be your backer. Be more specific. Before we met another world, our merit came from the Holy Mother. But in another world, the will of the other world will also reward those who help the world. Following the will of the heavens is the greatest merit. How do we follow the will of the heavens? There's nothing simpler and more rewarding than helping the destined person complete the will of the heavens, Bran said solemnly. Fuck. The dwarf spat out the word dragon, a dragon swear word, and slapped Bran's butt hard. Kid, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Hee, you've been avoiding Ciri all those years ago. But I've been following Geralt and Ciri to the end. Guess what? Bran raised his right hand proudly. 500, a total of 500 merit points. Holy shit. The eyes of the Targaryens turned red. That's not right. If you have so much merit, why do you have to go through heavenly tribulations? Dany raised a question. Sigh, choosing the destined person is even harder than buying stocks with potential. In a world, in a period of time, there's only one destined person. Buying the wrong stock will result in a loss. Choosing the wrong true dragon will result in a loss of merit. In the early days, I used the ancestors and Ciri as a template and habitually chose people of noble birth who met with misfortune. In a world dominated by Western civilization, it was still considered smooth sailing. Even if I was wrong, they were the destined person's friends or subjects. There was always a small profit. But in a world dominated by Eastern civilization, I was wrong to choose those with noble status. Wrong to choose those with brilliant literary talent. Wrong to choose those with handsome looks. Wrong to choose those with elegant temperament. They're all the destined person's rivals. I've lost so much. Bran wailed and said proudly, but it's the same as trading stocks. I've lost so much. I've gradually figured out the trick of choosing the destined person for different civilizations. Big Brother Bran, the next time you preach in another world, bring me along. Grandpa Bran, I'm your biological brother's great-grandson. Remember to invite me to join your group next time. The juniors looked envious and surrounded Master Bran to flatter him. Bran was proud and waved his hand casually. We'll talk about it next time. Bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier about such a good method? Yimod with the scar had a ferocious look on his face. He grabbed his ear and twisted it with all his strength. I loved you so much back then, you unfilial grandson. You're really a good-for-nothing. The dwarf was also full of resentment and kicked him fiercely. This kid had kept him in the dark for more than 2,000 years. How much merit should he have earned in these 2,000 years? If he didn't earn, he would lose. He had caused him to lose a few thousand merit points. How much hatred was there? Seeing the resentment in his elder's eyes, Bran said bitterly, I knew it. If I didn't tell you, you'd admire me. If I told you, you'd hate me for not telling you earlier. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why should I tell you earlier? When I was full of sins, did you contribute any merit to me? Bran said angrily. Leg saw the commotion and walked over. He said calmly, Mother is coming. What's with the commotion? Have you forgotten the Targaryen family's teachings? Cultivation and life are very personal matters. No one has the responsibility to pay for Bran's sins. Similarly, he has no responsibility to disclose the opportunities he discovered to you. After today's assembly, demigods are not allowed to leave. Follow me to the Moon Palace and be confined for 200 years. Father, I'm not making any noise, Yimod with the scar said anxiously. No, Master, my heavenly tribulation is coming. Bran wailed. Old ancestor, I know I'm wrong. But I have to prepare for the heavenly tribulation, he. Tyrion laughed happily at the side. Leg glanced at his uncle and said nothing. You still have the cheek to laugh. You haven't sung the Song of Laws even now. Jon shook his head and laughed bitterly. Arguing with a group of juniors over the heavenly tribulation, aren't you ashamed? The dwarf's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, You can sing the Song of Laws, but you'll also have a heavenly tribulation. A demigod who has comprehended the laws will have a heavenly tribulation of 100,000 years. Within 100,000 years, I'll definitely be able to sing the complete Song of Laws, Jon said. Chapter 1156. You have no idea what I've done for Targaryen. As long as I'm still in this world, I won't be able to improve my realm, Tyrion said agitatedly. But you've been wandering outside. Jon said. What did you do? Bran asked curiously. I was crowned by your ancestor as, at this point, the dwarf suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said agitatedly, Fuck, I almost forgot. The 7 stars crown belongs to me. That thing is a defensive divine artifact. It might be the same as the human crown, a divine artifact of the human race with its own merits. I've been riding a donkey looking for a donkey. As expected, your ancestor was right. Karma has its retribution. My efforts will definitely be rewarded greatly. However, is the 7 stars crown buried in my grave? I'll go dig it up a few days later. I still remember its location. No, first Prince Tywin is the crown prince that I've appointed. That son of a bitch inherited my throne and must have inherited my crown, just like the Westeros crowns. What are you talking about? Bran asked blankly. The dwarf ignored him and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Looks like I have to ask White Pigeon that little girl. Which paradise island did she go to in heaven? Ymont, where's Ymont? He looked around and shouted excitedly. Ymont could freely travel between heaven, earth, and hell. He definitely knew the whereabouts of his ex-wife. Granduncle is looking for me. Ymont with the scar leaned over. No, not you. Granduncle is looking for me. 4 or 5 juniors named Ymont leaned over. Not you guys. Old Ymont, Scholar Ymont, where are you? This is a gathering for the living. The old man won't be joining. A red light flashed and Dani appeared in front of the square. The White Knights and Blood Brotherhood appeared with her. The White Knights were only left with Old Bart, Bran, and Dark Star. The Blood Brotherhood was only left with Jorgo. The rest were either Saint Seiya's in heaven or helping Jorgo manage the Solar God Palace in the astral plane. It could be said that the son inherited the mother's work. Greetings, Mother. Leg and little Dani knelt down. Greetings, Grandma. Greetings to great-grandmother. Greetings, Grand Ancestor. The crowd was like dominoes, with Dani as the center. From near to far, the crowd knelt down layer by layer. It was a spectacular sight. Dani nodded and said directly, "This time, I summoned all of you here to announce two things. Firstly, Earth has entered the late Ice Age. I need a group of direct descendants to marry the spies from the bottom of the sea. Your descendants will become the royal family of the Western world." Why the spies? Why are they only from the West? Tyrion frowned. He had been cultivating on Earth recently, and he often interacted with the people on Earth. Among the existing advanced civilizations, only a small number of people are natives of Earth. The marriage was to repay karma. A portion of the will of the world that I controlled should have belonged to them. The East is a forbidden area. The fate of humans can only evolve naturally. No one can interfere with it, Dani said. Why is the East a forbidden zone? Tyrion asked again. Just be obedient. I don't need to explain my arrangements to you. The dwarf rubbed his nose and did not ask any more. Grand Ancestor, I am willing to serve Targaryen. I can provide 8 sons. Grand Ancestor, I have 3 daughters and 2 sons. You can choose as you wish. A group of Targaryens shouted. Grand Ancestor Dani nodded in satisfaction and continued, the second thing is that I will fall into a deep slumber in the coming days. The world will be completely under the control of the 7 gods. The 7 gods were Dani's believers. The Targaryens knew almost all of them. Ah! This news was like an earth-shattering clap of thunder, exploding everyone until they were dizzy and terrified. Even a towering jade pillar was not enough to describe Grand Ancestor Dani's weight. She fell into a deep slumber. Why would she fall into a deep slumber? Was she seriously injured? How long would she fall into a deep slumber? What would the Targaryens do? For a moment, they were filled with confusion and panic about the future. Grand Ancestor Dani pressed down with both hands. Without waiting for them to ask, she explained, I fell into a deep slumber because the environment of the lower universes could not satisfy my cultivation requirements. For ordinary cultivators, the myriad worlds, countless planes, countless treasures, and countless strange bloodlines here are enough. However, the lower universes are the graveyard of the worlds of the losers. The laws of the higher universes are less and less helpful to me. Hence, my main consciousness will enter the higher universes and seek opportunities in the countless powerful and vibrant worlds. I see. The Targaryens heaved a sigh of relief. The Grand Ancestor had not declined. Instead, she had become stronger. She was so strong that the myriad worlds of the lower universes could not contain her. Must it be the main consciousness? Can it be a spiritual projection? Leg's eyes were filled with reluctance. His expression was still solemn and cold as he maintained the demeanor of a great clan's leader. Dani shook her head and said, separated by the dimensional barrier between the upper and lower universes, the spiritual projection cannot be maintained for long. However, I am not sure how long it will take for me to complete my cultivation. Secondly, a projection is only equivalent to a single thought. The main consciousness is the amalgamation of countless thoughts. In terms of sensitivity and speed of comprehension of the laws, the projection is definitely inferior to the main consciousness. Lastly, and most importantly, the first flame represents completeness. A single thought is not qualified to grasp the complete first flame. After you fall asleep, we can no longer contact you. Asked the dwarf with a frown. That's not the case. My main body still has a part of my consciousness. You may even accidentally encounter me outside of time. My power and all the songs of the laws that I have comprehended will be given to Blackie. The 7 gods will take over the world's dominance. You have to be more cautious in the future, said Danny. Without the songs of power and laws, won't it be dangerous for you to go to the upper universes? Asked Leg worriedly. My power and laws come from the world. If I don't hand them over, I can't leave. Even if she did not completely give up her bloodline and power, there would always be a rope connecting her to the Song of Ice and Fire world, preventing her from entering the upper universes. Shaking her head, Danny did not voice her guess. There will definitely be danger. There is never a lack of danger on the path of cultivation. However, you don't have to worry too much. In the new world, it will not be difficult to comprehend the songs of the laws again. In fact, giving up my power will make it easier for me to integrate into the new world. The immense power will only arouse the vigilance of the other world's will. After you leave, the world will probably undergo an unprecedented change, said Tyrion with a sigh. The 7 gods can control the situation. After a pause, Danny advised, from now on, continue to do what you should do. Similarly, don't do what you should not do. I am easy to talk to, but the 7 gods are difficult to talk to. Its rules will be stricter than when I was here. Targaryen will lose a large part of its privileges outside of the rules. The Targaryens had grim expressions. Let me give you another piece of advice. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. Accumulate more merit and do less evil. We will follow the teachings of mother, grandmother, and ancestor. The Targaryens bowed in agreement. Danny's gaze fell on her cheap son. Seeing the worry and confusion in his eyes, she sighed. Leg, after I leave, you will be the Targaryen leader. You have to restrain the actions of the younger generation. The rules of the clan must not be abolished, the laws of the country must not be violated, and the teachings of the 7 gods must not be forgotten. Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of the clan. The tall man's eyes were red. A man does not have 1,000 days of happiness, and a flower does not bloom for 100 days. The Targaryen dynasty has lasted for more than 1,500 years. Perhaps, the world is developing very quickly. Now, even the concept of a floating city has been brought up. While the convergence of the celestial bodies has brought us new technology, powerful and vibrant new ideas and new bloodlines have also come with it. New ideas represent the budding of change. Talents similar to the elven race's ancient blood and the Targaryen true dragon's blood are rare in all the worlds. However, when there are many powerful foreign bloodlines, it represents the power of change. There are hundreds of kingdoms in the world, large and small, and all the royal families come from the Targaryens. It is too conspicuous and too ostentatious. In the future, if something happens to certain kingdoms, you do not have to mobilize a large force. You only have to protect the people. Do not use the power of the entire clan to oppress the other party. When I was here, the will of heaven was always with the Targaryens. When I leave, the 7 gods will control the Book of Fate. It will only make the choice that is most beneficial to the world. It will not indulge you. The birth of a new child of destiny is inevitable. The Targaryens had terrified expressions. Danny sighed and said faintly, do not be too attached to the change of worldly power. Humans are the foundation of a family. Leg did not expect his mother to say such words. He was stunned and did not know how to react. Is there a need for this? Tyrion frowned. Only you are allowed to create revolutions and experiment with new ideas in other worlds, but you are not allowed to ferment new ideas in our world. Sigh, it seems that these old bones of mine will have to place more attention on the world. I can't really let the glory of the Targaryens wither away bit by bit. The dwarf sighed and made a decision in his heart. Do not force things. Other than the main world, I have also placed 3,000 small worlds in the astral plane. Families that have lost their kingdoms can retreat to the small worlds. They can guarantee you riches and honor. Everyone knew that since the old ancestor had said so, she must have seen something in the river of time. For a moment, the atmosphere was sorrowful. It was as if the Targaryens had been completely wiped out. There were even some young juniors who started sobbing. When the old ancestor Dany saw this, she could not bear it. With a flip of her right hand, she took out a golden parchment and said, "The cycle of karma in this world and the rules of good and evil being repaid are set by me. No one can change them. Hell is the judgment of the dead, and the heavenly tribulation is the judgment of the eternal. No one can escape." This true dragon's 9 transformations was prepared for the Targaryen's tribulation. It mainly has 2 major abilities: purifying true dragon blood and strengthening physique. If your true dragon blood is too thin, after completing the first 3 transformations, you can become a paladin. When you become a level 4 Grand Knight, you will obtain the Sacred Blood divine spell that only the Targaryens can encounter. Continue to cultivate the last 6 transformations. Blackie will use the Sacred Blood divine spell to moisten things and silently provide you with his blood. After completing the 6th transformation, you will completely change your useless talent. You can freely switch between human and Megalosaurus. You can also partially transform your body into a dragon. It sounds very powerful, but the process is a little complicated. Can't you just ask Blackie for his blood? Tyrion asked. After I leave, Blackie will obtain all of my power. He will leave the mortal world and become the guardian of time and space. You won't be able to see him at all. At this point, Dany glanced at White Knight Bran and threw the parchment to Tyrion. She said to him, "Bran, let's talk in private." Barristan and Darkstar looked at each other in confusion and stayed outside the quiet room with Jogo. "You touched the timeline," Dany said. Bran thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about the time I visited Robb in his dreams?" Chapter 54, Yes, you borrowed my power and successfully changed the past. I didn't succeed, Bran said bitterly. You successfully changed the past, but the result was not what you wanted, Dany said calmly. I can't compare to you. I was just trying to change a person's fate. Bran sighed. I can pay the price of changing the past, but you can't pay the price of the result you want, Dany said. What price? Bran was confused. About 500 years later, you'll understand. From today onwards, your ability to travel the timeline will be completely sealed. This is the punishment of the 7 gods. Bran was silent. Continue to guard the world gate. Barristan, Jogo, Jello, follow me outside of time. After jumping to the upper universe, Dany began to use the 4 elemental universes of darkness, ice, water, and earth where the 4 Megalosaurus were as a channel to find worlds that resonated with Earth's origin. Surprisingly, but naturally, she found many real worlds derived from movies and dramas in her previous life. Even the Song of Ice and Fire world was the real world of Game of Thrones. It seemed normal to encounter worlds such as Resident Evil, Chronicles of Narnia, Jin Yong, and so on. Unfortunately, those worlds were of no help to Dany. She was not willing to invest too much of her origin and only used a thought to reincarnate randomly. The end of a lifetime, the end of transmigration. For example, in the Resident Evil world, she became a researcher in Raccoon City. When she was testing the tyrant, the experiment malfunctioned and she was bitten to death. The experience was terrible. Chapter 1157. The Western civilization's low martial arts, low magic, and even pure technology were of no help to Dani. On the other hand, although she didn't get anything from the Eastern world, she had a lot of fun. For example, in the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, she split a part of her consciousness and randomly reincarnated into Nun Miju. When the previous sect master Feng Ling passed away, she found a box of small files and slowly sharpened them, cutting the heavenly sword in half. After that, she devoted herself to cultivation. She didn't have anything to do with her junior brothers, nor did she care if her old brothers were killed by the Ming cult. She didn't even watch the good show of Zhang Chuishan and Yin Susu fighting for the dragon saber. When she was 30 years old and reached a bottleneck in her martial arts cultivation, she went down the mountain. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she saw the Mongols slaughtering a Han village. It didn't matter if she didn't see or hear, but after seeing and hearing, she couldn't help it. She killed and killed. She killed the small ones and the big ones. Finally, she killed the dog emperor and several important people in the imperial court, including Prince Ruyang. At that time, Zhao Min's fertilized egg hadn't formed yet. After this battle, the name Divine Nun Miju resounded throughout Jianghu. When she was 16 years old, she followed Master Feng Ling to travel Jianghu. She even used the Immerse sword technique and her white clothes fluttering in the wind. She was called a Fairy Jin Xia by the people of Jianghu. But the battle in Dadu was too fierce. Everyone was terrified. Plus, she was older. 30 years old was already considered a senior, so she became a divine nun. The word divine was not ordinary. In Jianghu, only the 3 Shaolin divine monks and her could be recognized by all the heroes of Jianghu. Old Taoist Zhang was an immortal, so he was a level higher than them. Later, the divine nun also participated in the siege of the Guangming cult. It had nothing to do with conquering the world or morality in Jianghu. There was only one reason, a religious war. Zhang Sanfeng was an open-minded immortal. Why did he always see the Ming cult as a demonic cult? He was more than 100 years old. Did he need Zhang Wuji to teach him the principle of heroes don't ask where they come from? Who didn't know that the Ming cult was the most active in fighting against the Yuan dynasty? Zhang Sanfeng was neither blind nor deaf, nor was he stupid. However, he also understood that he represented Taoism. As the leader of Taoism in the world, he had the responsibility to uphold the orthodoxy of the Central Plains. When Divine Nun Dani held the heavenly sword in her hand and cut the cucumber in the 5 elements flags, Zhang Wuji appeared again. That little thing is really unlucky. Even the Ruyang mansion has been picked, but it still managed to encounter the Xianming elders. Of course, it was also the Divine Nun's fault that she acted a bit too early. At that time, the Xianming elders had not yet pledged their allegiance to Prince Ruyang. Zhang Wuji once again set a 3-palm agreement with her. Divine Nun Dani was very modest. "Kid, you're not bad. Although you don't have a brain, you have a good heart. This poor nun doesn't want to hurt you, so I'll use the most common iron sand palm to test your skills." The iron palm was a third-rate secret technique, but it was a fire attribute technique. In Dani Shirtai's hands, it was even more powerful than the 9 white bone claw and the 18 dragon subduing palms. With just 1 palm, Zhang Wuji's internal organs were charred, even though he had activated the 9 yang divine art. No one knew the true identity of the dead Anyo. Zhou Zhirua was still chopping firewood on Mount Amei. Reality proved that even without the Ming cult and Zhang Wuji, the Han people could still revive China. The secret techniques of the martial arts world were not of much help to her, but the personal experience of roaming the world and settling grudges was great. After leaving the small world, Danny looked forward to encountering a great martial arts world. Before long, she found her target. Unfortunately, that world was even more exclusive than the Song of Ice and Fire. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not completely sealed. There was always an entrance to the North Pole, but the Divine Path world was completely sealed. It was tightly wrapped in a web of laws woven with the power of faith. It was truly as round as a chicken egg. Its use of the power of faith had reached an unimaginable level. If Danny could learn this technique, the Holy Mother of Believers would definitely be greatly improved. She called it the Divine Path World because of its ingenious method of driving the power of faith. At the same time, it was also a classical immortal martial arts world. Danny became more and more interested in it. She knew that the worlds in the upper universe would always rise and fall. A single world was like an elevator in an elevator. When it reached the floor, even if it did not open the door, there would be a crack in the door. Hence, she had been guarding the border between the dark universe and the Divine Path world. When the Divine Path world rose and fell, she would quietly slip through the crack in the door. There were only dark elements in the dark universe. Originally, there was no concept of time. Danny's location was close to the Divine Path world. The river of time in the Divine Path world gave this dark domain a faint concept of time. After guarding for about 3,000 years, she was extremely bored. She sang the dark song again. She tried her best to hold it in, but the ethereal voice still spread far and wide. Someone came to find her. Oh, there were no humans in the dark universe. She was a local dark demon god. She was like the god of frost in the ice universe. You can sing. It was a shadow of darkness that had turned into a substance. The shadow was long and twisted, and there seemed to be thousands of eyes in it. Her voice sounded like a spider's furry claws crawling on one's face. It was very creepy and disgusting, but it was also very in line with the characteristics of the dark universe. Sorry to disturb you. Danny was also a mass of darkness at this time, like a concentrated dark glue. However, her appearance was very normal. There was nothing fancy about her. She was just a cloaked giant that was 30 feet tall. Her voice was fleeting, fluctuating between existence and non-existence. Her main temperament was mysterious and unknown. In the dark dimension, this kind of appearance was really normal. She could also be the size of a normal person, but she was small and did not have a deterrent force. Dark demon gods were rare in the dark universe, but demons were often encountered. The bigger the size, the stronger the power. Little things did not dare to provoke her. Why can you sing? Thousands of eyes were filled with doubts and suppressed greed. Can't you sing too? Danny could see that the other party was also a true god. But you are so young, and you can even sing the universe's original song. She seemed to be very simple. The jealousy, greed, and fear in her heart could not be concealed at all. People's hearts were complicated. Danny did not care about what others thought, but she liked simple people the most. I was lucky. When I was wandering around, I accidentally swallowed a weak dark demon god that was expelled by the world, and I advanced. Now, I am waiting here for the second demon god to be expelled. Danny pointed at the divine Tao world and made a solemn vow. There was also unconcealable greed in her voice. It just happened to be a weak demon god. The shadow was unable to hold back its excitement and gradually approached her. If it wasn't weak, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Danny's figure rose again by several feet, and a powerful aura seeped out of her body. The distorted shadow stopped and stared at her for a long time. Fear overcame its greed, and it said, "The ruler of this world is a light god. Why was there a dark demon god born? It should be a foreign demon god, like me. I plan to sneak in. Is that so? The other party seemed to be somewhat suspicious. You know this world? Danny asked curiously. She found the divine Tao world through the resonance of the origin, but the resonance of the origin could only find the general coordinates of the world. She knew nothing about the world. A long time ago, a light god entered it. When it became the ruler of the world, it immediately sealed the world completely, the shadow said. Solitary yin doesn't grow, solitary yang doesn't grow. It's impossible for the world to only have light and not have darkness. In fact, this world's umbilical cord is connected to the dark dimension, Danny said. This is a sealed world. It doesn't need to draw energy from the outside world. Impossible. Danny shook her head. I can feel that there are many powerful beings in this world. The strongest among them are not inferior to you or me. It nurtures so many extraordinary people. If it doesn't draw energy from the elemental dimension, how can it survive? Every 10,000 years, tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years, the light disappears, and the world falls into complete darkness. The dense darkness is equivalent to the total amount of light in the past 10,000 years. No powerful being can escape the fate of becoming food for the light god. In this way, light and darkness are balanced, and energy is balanced. The world will always fluctuate back and forth on a line. It will neither fall nor rise. It will be eternal and immortal. The shadow's knowledge was far beyond Danny's imagination. She was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, "You know so much. I've been guarding this place for a very long time." Her voice was faint, as if she wanted to stick her spiky spider claws into Danny's throat. But I've never seen a dark demon god break in. You're unlucky. I've been guarding here for 3,000 years, and I've only seen one. Soon, I'll be the second one. Danny laughed. The shadow was a little hesitant. Should I stay here and wait for you to be kicked out in a weak state? Are you very free? Danny laughed awkwardly. Yes, I smelled the scent of the secret flame and was about to look for an opportunity. When I passed by, I heard your song. She said. Secret flame. Danny was shocked. I'm young, so I don't know what a secret flame is. Secret flame is the flame of creation. You don't even know this. She didn't hide her disdain. Danny was excited. That fire, is it ownerless? Greed made her dark demonic body swell up again. Secret flame has never had a master. She was even more disdainful. Secret flame has no master, secret flame has no master. It was a simple sentence, but it was like a morning bell. Danny was shocked, and she was stunned on the spot. Ha ha ha, yes, you're right. How can a secret flame have a master? The secret flame is everything. After coming back to her senses, Danny laughed crazily. A moment of enlightenment had increased the progress of the first flame by 1%. What's wrong with you? The scent on Danny's body disappeared in an instant, and the shadow was terrified and eager. Nothing. I chewed on that dark demon god and digested its head, so I sang the song of darkness. Just now, I digested its body, and it seems like there's another mysterious power. I don't know, Danny said casually. Gulp. The shadow swallowed. Is it delicious? Do you still have 4 limbs left? It's okay. Digest it slowly. Danny's body shrank, and she lowered her aura and pressure. She said softly, when I saw you, I felt that we were fated, like old friends reuniting. Is that so? The shadow was a little confused. By the way, I'm a stranger. What's your name? Danny asked in a friendly manner. Angorian. See, I said we were fated. Targaryen and Angorian are like sisters, Dany said excitedly. Aren't you a stranger? Angorian was puzzled. Moke Targaryen. Oh. Angorian had little interest in sisters, friends, and so on. Feeling that she was close, Dany began to make a request. Big sister Angorian, can you take me to see the secret flame? I'm going to guard you here, Angorian said. Knowing that you're guarding me, I definitely won't go in, Dany said. Angorian seemed to be stunned. After a while, she said greedily, I can take you to see the secret flame, but I'm very hungry. Give me one of the demon god's hands in your stomach. Dany gritted her teeth and gave her a small ball of her origin. Ah, it's delicious. Angorian smacked her lips in satisfaction. The two walked along the dark universe for a long time. She stopped and stared at Dany with longing. Stranger, I'm hungry again. Give me another leg. Dany gritted her teeth and gave her another ball of origin. Angorian followed the black driver and began to take a detour. I'm hungry again, she said. Dany sighed and said, how about this, you swallow me into your stomach. When you're hungry, take a bite. When you see the secret flame, spit me out, okay? Okay. I've thought of that for a long time. Stranger, you're so smart. Angorian opened her mouth wide and swallowed Dany. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.